Good afternoon. It's Saturday the 8th of May, and here at Broadcasting Scotland, we're going to continue with our Scotland Counts coverage, reporting on the Holyrood election for the Scottish Parliament in 2021. Since we were last broadcasting to you, there have been a small handful of seats that have been declared. In particular, attention was paid last night to the eventual declaration in Dumbarton, with Jackie Baillie holding that seat for the Labour Party, albeit with what appears to be a considerable tactical vote, especially from Conservative voters. And then this morning we have heard that Aberdeen East has been declared, and that is an SNP hold. We have Gillian Martin re-elected in Aberdeenshire East, with a small drop in her share of the vote to 44.6%. And a notable rise in support for the Conservatives, an 11-point increase for the Conservatives in Aberdeenshire East. However, another SNP hold. And so what we're seeing so far in the coverage of this election, I think, is that the SNP are continuing to hold their seats. We're seeing some small geographical increase in Conservative voting, particularly in the south and in the northeast. And we are seeing the SNP continuing to gain incrementally a small number of marginal seats. Their target seats were included East Lothian and Ayr and Edinburgh Central, and the SNP have been successful in winning those seats. And so we're seeing an increase in the number of SNP constituency seats, and otherwise we're seeing the Lib Dems holding at 4. The Labour Party holding at 2, and the Tories the Tories holding as well. So the position is very much unchanged from where we left you at 8 o'clock last night, but we're expecting the constituency seats to begin to declare in greater numbers very quickly. We've only seen one constituency seat this morning, and we expect that we'll see the remainder of the constituency seats begin to declare quite quickly, and then we will move to the important part of the electoral system that we operate at Holyrood, which is the list component, which is intended to work together with the first past the post constituency system in order to then provide a parliament which more closely reflects the proportionate voting of voters across Scotland. So there, as you know, there's been a great deal of attention paid to the way in which the list, the regional component of our parliament and our parliamentary electoral system works. There's been a great deal of attention of that paid over the last few weeks and months, and in particular as a result of the appearance of a number of parties who were intending on who have clearly stood candidates only on the list. The Alliance for Unity and the Alba Party in particular. And so we, after so much speculation and so much contemplation as to what the effect of these parties would be, today we will get the answer. Today we will begin to see in reality the way in which people have voted on the list will affect the makeup of our Parliament, and we will see whether any of these smaller and more recently established parties are able to make a breakthrough to obtain something like 5 or 6% of the list vote, and thereby have secured enough votes to win them a parliamentary seat on the list. So today is the day of reckoning. Today is the day when all of the strategising and the speculating and the debating will be answered, and we will get to a position where we know what the Scottish Parliament will look like for the next 5 years. As matters stand, it continues to be the case that, as the First Minister, the leader of the SNP, Nicola Sturgeon, said yesterday, the prospect of the SNP securing an overall majority in the Parliament is still very much on a knife edge. Now, those who enjoy debating and discussing politics will, of course, be aware that the way in which the Scottish Parliament was established was, as admitted by the Labour government that established the Scottish Parliament, The intention was to make it a parliament in which it was effectively almost impossible to obtain a majority except in extreme circumstances. As a result, the intention was that governing would be a little bit more difficult, but the governance of the parliament would be a little bit better. And so I think we've certainly seen coalition governments in the Scottish Parliament since it was established, and we have seen minority governments who operate in agreement with other parties from time to time on particular policies. And it could be argued that that approach has meant that there is a more inclusive nature, and that the views and the priorities of a range of parties are taken into account by the government when they are making and implementing policy. And I think it's fair to say that we've seen during this election campaign, the Lib Dems and the Greens and the Labour Party claim to have affected government policy and to have succeeded in obtaining support or success for their policies or their priorities. And so I would argue that that shows that the parliamentary system that we have in Scotland operates successfully in that sense. And so the list system is important, both in providing a voice for the range of political views in Scotland, but it's also important in the way in which the Parliament and the government operates, because that means that the views of parties other than the party of government are taken into account and can be reflected in government policy or in changes in government policy from time to time. So it's going to be an important day in politics in Scotland. We've been told repeatedly that this may be the most important election that we have seen to the Scottish Parliament, and I think that's not an unreasonable analysis and perspective. And so we're going to learn a great deal more about what the rise and the appearance of these list-only parties is going to have. The claims and counterclaims that were advanced by people over the campaign are going to be put to the test now properly. We will get the actual answers, and that will help set the tone, and it will also help those who spend a great deal of time contemplating and considering and thinking about the way in which Scottish politics operates, especially with this particular voting system that we have. And so I think we will see another incremental advancement and improvement in the political economists and the academic understanding and the understanding amongst the population at large of the way in which our particular voting system for the Holyrood Parliament works. I've certainly found it still is the case across Scotland that from time to time you meet people who didn't know that there was an election on this week, and that came as a surprise. But maybe it shouldn't be a surprise. Maybe it's only people who are closely interested in Scottish politics and in Scottish life, and who have other priorities, and instead folks who have other priorities. It's maybe important that we bear in mind the priorities and the interests of people more broadly. And so I think if this election, and in particular the operation of the regional list component of our politics continues to be debated and contemplated and analysed and expressed and explained, then that's a good thing. And that will improve people's understanding of the way in which our politics work in the Scottish Parliament. It should improve people's understanding of the way in which they can have an impact on Scottish politics, that their voices can be heard, that their priorities and their wishes can be reflected and brought in the policies which the Scottish Government will pursue. And so the overall effect of the list on the makeup of the Scottish Parliament is an important component of our politics, and I'm really looking forward to having a clearer picture of that as we make it through the rest of today. And so I think overnight the first reflections that we've begun to see is that at the moment, and the direction of travel appears to be that for the fourth time the SNP are going to be the the largest party at Holyrood, and having achieved that now for a fourth election, that is quite a remarkable achievement, and should be recognised as such. And think that if the SNP have been successful in winning 3 of their target seats in East Lothian, Edinburgh Central, and in Ayr, then that if the SNP is continuing to make progress in winning constituency seats, then that also suggests that they are still a political force, and that their approach and their policies continue to be attractive to the people of Scotland, and so that achievement to be still the largest party after 4 elections has to be recognised as part of the landscape of modern Scottish politics, and so that's important too. I think also we've seen, in particular in seats where there is evidence now of organised tactical voting, we're seeing that we will now have MSPs who may appear to be of one political colour, but actually have depended upon voters from other parties in order to secure their seat. And so how those politicians, I'm thinking for example of Jackie Baillie or of Alex Cole-Hamilton, how they will successfully represent the political priorities of voters who would not normally vote for them will be interesting to see how that plays out during the next 5 years of the Scottish Parliament. One can imagine that, except perhaps in respect of one single policy, Labour voters, Tory voters in Dumbarton and Tory voters in Edinburgh Western may be watching their MSPs quite closely to see if their views and their wishes and their political priorities are in fact reflected by MSPs to whom they have lent their votes. And so those kind of alliances will undoubtedly be tested during the next Parliament, and it will be relevant to the operation of that Parliament and our politics going forward. But for now, we're going to take a short break. We're going to show a VT, and then we'll be back with more Scotland Counts.
The Catalans, the Basques, the Galicians in the Basque.
An independent future for Scotland.
How quickly do you think a referendum can be arranged?
Best practice demands that it should be 6 months.
Just looking at the overall share numbers for Scotland at the moment, the SNP 46.4%.
Welcome back to Scotland Counts on Broadcasting Scotland. I hope you enjoyed that short VT. Now, I'm joined in the studio by Sam Payton. You'll likely know Sam. Sam's a regular contributor and presenter on Broadcasting Scotland, and also is a political activist and a campaigner in Scotland as well. Good afternoon, Sam. How are you?
I'm fine, Andrew, and thank you for having me on today. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks, Sam. It's a pleasure to see you too. It's been a long time since we last sat in the studio together.
It has, isn't it?
My phone reminded me that it's a year since I've last stood in Glasgow Queen Street Station.
My
so
goodness, it's a long time. Yeah, the pandemic certainly has changed a lot of things, hasn't it?
It has. So,
Yes.
but it's fantastic to be back, and it's fantastic to see you here this morning. I was talking a moment ago about the results of the election in Dumbarton.
Yeah.
And I know that the title Dumbarton perhaps is slightly misleading insofar as the constituency includes, as you would expect, a range of different communities, including probably the largest military community in Scotland at Faslane, and the I suppose former county town of Helensburgh, and so a mixed constituency in that sense, as constituencies are meant to be. However, as a voter in Dumbarton, what are your initial reflections on the result that we've seen overnight?
Yeah, a bit surprised, a bit shocked, because I honestly thought Tony was going to get in, as did a lot of people in the area, and so we were very shocked. And one of the things that is quite disheartening is because it is advertised as being Dumbarton, people are thinking that the people of Dumbarton have not voted for Tony. But as she says, it is a bit of a kind of title. The Dumbarton constituency is actually Dumbarton and Helensburgh, as is, you had rightly said, has one of the biggest military bases in Scotland. That houses a Faslane, and it houses quite a lot of military families. I mean, Fastlane's around about 2 miles long, so you can imagine the amount of people that are actually stationed there, and families as well. And especially lately, there's been a lot of families that have been moved into Helensburgh and who are genuinely voters for the Union. They've maybe not been in Scotland long enough to see how we interact, and to give us a chance to say, we would do so much better as an independent Scotland and so forth. And the thing is, what people don't understand is as well that in an independent Scotland, we don't want Trident, we don't want nuclear warheads being housed in Scotland. But the base would probably still stay there as part of the Scottish military, just as a Royal Naval base. So people seem to get the kind of misleading information that the jobs would disappear, and things like that. The jobs would still be there in an independent Scotland. We just wouldn't be housing the nuclear capability and the nuclear warheads. And so it's trying to get that information across to people. So yeah, it was predominantly Helensburgh that voted to keep Tony, unfortunately, out of the constituency, which is quite sad. I have never met Tony personally, but as an independence campaigner and supporter, and from what I see on social media, he's quite a likeable fella. So it's a shame. It is a shame, and it's heartbreaking, but please don't blame us in Dumbarton. It wasn't us, honest.
We won't blame you, Sam. Don't worry. And just to be clear, the results of the Dumbarton constituency were that Jackie Baillie attracted 17,825 votes.
Yeah.
Tony Giuliano for the SNP with 16,342 votes. And the Conservative candidate Maurice Corrie 3,205. We see that the Conservative vote share dropped by 6%. And Jackie Baillie's vote share increased by 6%. So it would at that level and in that way, that would appear to suggest that
there's been tactical voting that's been going on there. And there has been, and where people have lent their votes to Jackie, and that seems to be very obvious. I mean, because when you look back at the last Scottish election, Jackie won by a very small margin. It was only a couple of hundred. I'm sure the viewers will be able to give me the exact numbers. It was very low.
108.
Well, there you go. How it's small, and then to suddenly jump. It's been tactical voting that's been going on there. They knew that Tony was a threat, the independence movement was a threat, and that's what they've done.
And it's an interesting point, perhaps, to reflect on thinking, and which I'm trying not to think about politics in England today, but thinking of the way in which politics in England is evolving too. But in terms of their policies, are there any appreciable differences between the Labour Party in Dumbarton and the Tory Party in Dumbarton anymore, insofar as they both support Trident? They both voted against providing more social security. They both participated quite enthusiastically in the austerity policies we've seen from Westminster for the past 11 plus 12 years. So I wonder if, on reflection, is it such a surprise that Tory voters are happy to apparently lend their votes to Jackie Baillie if it's the case that there are no differences in policy at all?
This is the thing now, you're right. There seems to be very little difference between Labour and Tory now. They're pretty much the same party. They'd be as well to amalgamate, to be honest with you, because they're pretty much the same party now, apart from they go under different emblems and banners. They're very much so similar now. It's hard to tell the difference. And yeah, I can imagine why the Tory voters would be quite happy to lend their vote to a Labour candidate and vice versa, because they're so similar. There's not much difference really now. Where before you could see the difference between the two, now it's pretty much the same.
I was distracted there for a moment because I thought I could hear a rumbling in the distance, and I think it's Keir Hardie spinning in his grave in Cumnock where he's buried. He's probably spinning so fast we can probably hear him all the way from here in Cowcaddens.
Probably.
But yes, the evolution of our politics, and especially that part of our politics which appears to be dependent on Westminster politics, is dependent on political parties that are not registered in Scotland. It's a curious thing that the political priorities from England are apparently being translated here, and I wonder if that's going to present a challenge insofar as Scottish politics is very different from English politics now. We have a very different makeup of the parties and very different structures. I wondered the extent to which the paper thin gap between Labour and Conservative in Scotland is, as you're suggesting, is just going to disappear.
Yeah, I think paper thin gap. I don't even think there's a gap there. I think they're pretty much one of the same. And the thing is, yeah, you're right. I mean, you've got all these parties who are pretty much not registered in Scotland. They're not Scottish parties. They are a branch of a Westminster party, and they are trying to enforce Westminster politics up here in Scotland, and which is what we keep rejecting, because, as you says, politics in Scotland is completely different. We have got a different outlook in Scotland, and and it's about time these parties actually started to realise, they are constantly being rejected. Okay, Labour have got a couple of seats, but that is very, when you look at the bigger overall picture, people are constantly rejecting the Westminster politics. We are constantly rejecting that up here, and they keep trying to enforce that on us. And yeah, and it's going to get to the stage where they've got to turn round and concede and turn round and say, if we want to have a standing on Scotland, we need to create a Scottish Labour Party, not a Scottish Labour branch, a Scottish Labour Party, or a clear my throat I apologise as I'm about to say this, a Scottish Conservative Party, which represent the interest of Scotland, because at the moment they're not getting anywhere. They're not getting anywhere. They'd be as well, trying to fly a kite in a really hot sunny day with no wind, because they're getting absolutely nowhere in Scotland. They keep on, the electorate keeps rejecting them, and it's only a very, very small part of Scotland that keeps voting them in.
No, that's a very interesting point. We've touched already this afternoon on the way in which it appears that unexpected political alliances are starting to appear.
Yes.
Tory voters supporting Jackie Baillie, Tory voters in Edinburgh West End supporting Alex Cole-Hamilton, for example. And it's a curious thing that those alliances seem to be being formed, or appear to me perhaps to be being formed, in opposition to things, not in support of things. The notion that the SNP has set out a manifesto with a number of positive commitments to do things to improve the lives of people in Scotland, and it would appear, certainly from much of the campaign literature that I saw, and also from the way in which the individual politicians campaigned, that many of the other parties were their sole policy was to oppose independence, and that was it. And that allowed them to make common cause, and these alliances that we've been talking about a little bit begin to appear. So I wonder, how do you think that dynamic, if that premise is true, if we have a dynamic that we've got a large proportion of the electorate not voting for anything, just voting against something, how do you think that's going to shape the political discourse in Scotland? Do you think that will have a negative impact on people, or are we just at a time now where people will the only thing that's on the table is independence?
I think we've reached the point of where the only thing on the table is independence. I think we are reaching that point, because more and more people are very much aware of what the Scottish Government provides us in Scotland and protects us in Scotland from a lot of Westminster policies. And, and I think it is now at the time where, I mean, right from when this election started and we knew it was going to go ahead throughout the pandemic, this is probably the most nerve-wracking election I've ever been involved in. And everybody you talk about, it's independence campaigner and supporters all saying the same, because it's like, if we don't get this now, that's it. Westminster have kind of got us for another few generations. This is so important. We've got to vote the right way, and we've got to get the votes down. And I think this will definitely give the push that we have. And, and even just talking to people who would traditionally have voted for the union in the past are now coming round, and I've said this so many times on the programme, where they are actually now seeing how independent Scotland would benefit without Westminster, because they've seen how the Scottish Government have behaved throughout the pandemic, and where the unionist parties have opposed, voted, and they've just, the Scottish Government have said, went, right, this is us, we're dealing with the pandemic, we're going to make sure people are looked after and cared for, and try to offset the things that Westminster should have done in protecting especially self-employed and so forth. And people have seen that. That's opened their eyes to a lot of how unfairness of how Scotland gets treated by Westminster, and people who would traditionally vote union have started to ask a lot of questions. They've started to ask about, how we would be financed, and they're looking at all the different information that's out there. They're starting to do their research and things, and that's opened the eyes to a lot of people. A lot of people I know that would traditionally vote union, and they were voting for independence. They were voting for SNP, especially in my neck of the woods, and they were, they were saying that how they can see how Westminster is now broken. It's not working, and so I think, going back to your question, I think it would what's happening now, seeing these parties who just exist to oppose. They're not assisting; they're opposing. And the thing is about politics, it's okay having a good opposition, but the opposition needs to know when to oppose, and they need to know when to assist the government. It's not about just opposing, because if that's the case, then the government will not work effectively, because policies won't get passed through, and it's the people on the ground that suffer. And these people are just there to make life difficult for the Scottish Government and oppose everything, which affects us.
Second. Yes, of course. No, you're absolutely right, Sam. And it's an interesting point, reflecting on the fact that the SNP are apparently is continuing to increase its vote share slowly, in order to and so that would suggest that people are, as you were suggesting, people are continuing to consider the arguments for and against independence, and the arguments for independence are continuing to resonate with people, and support is continuing to grow slowly. And that's perhaps as you would expect. There hasn't been a formal pro-independence campaign.
No, it hasn't.
Especially during the pandemic, but also in the couple of years before the pandemic broke, there was slow but steady progress, more in terms of demonstrating what a Scottish government, a government elected by Scots, and which reflects the way in which Scots voted, in contrast to Westminster, perhaps, that makes a difference, and that people then can see that their priorities are being reflected in the politics that we have. I've got a couple of headlines appearing just to update in a range of constituencies, and a little bit of mood music as to what's going on. Firstly, I'm hearing the turnout in Midlothian and in Tweeddale and in Lauderdale is something like 66%. Now I'm thinking that reflects pretty well. We've seen turnouts of up to 70% in some seats, but 66% in what is a mixed urban and rural seat is good. We're seeing that turnout in Falkirk West is just over 62%, which feels a little low. The Aberdeen West count is now underway. Now, of course, Aberdeenshire East declared this morning and was an SNP hold. However, I think much of the analysis is suggesting that Aberdeenshire West will see a lot of tactical voting, and in that case, the Lib Dem vote going to the leading unionist candidate, who is the Conservative candidate there. And so it's likely that we will see tactical voting, and we'll see the Conservatives hold Aberdeenshire West. But the count is now underway. Otherwise, we're also hearing suggestions that the SNP are very confident in Renfrewshire South, and that they might even go so far as to pick up a seat on the list vote in Renfrewshire, which would be a change. And also, from elsewhere in Glasgow, we're hearing Professor Sir John Curtis, who I'm sure is not completely spending all his time on the BBC, on another broadcaster, not here. But Professor Sir John Curtis is saying that there's still a chance that the SNP could obtain an overall majority, but in truth, it's a remote chance. Now, do you think... Now, we were talking before about the voting system that we have in Scotland is intended to prevent a majority. So Professor Sir John Curtis sagely advising us that it's a remote chance in the context of a system that's intended to prevent a majority. Is the learned professor indulging in greater education, or is he spinning this? Or?
Oh, I've not got a clue. The thing is, with the voter system in Scotland, it is, oh dear goodness, the arguments over the last wee while about how it works and everything else, it is, yeah, but it is designed not to give a majority. So you have got coalitions, which is pretty much what happens in Europe. You've got a lot of coalition governments, which seems to work a lot better than a majority government, which is what we see down in Westminster. So it'll be interesting to see. Obviously, I'm hoping for quite a few Greens to get in. Of course. Along with SNP, which would give you an independence majority, which is what we're wanting, because we might not get a majority government for SNP, but what we can get is a majority independence representation, and which would give us a greater say and greater fight and going for the independence. And the thing is, you know, it has now got to the stage where even the mainstream broadcasters, I mean, what I've been seeing, I've been working quite a lot plus out campaigning as well. So I've not really seen a lot in the media, but what I have seen, you're actually getting the mainstream broadcasters now saying Scotland is going to be asking for a second referendum and Boris Johnson is going to have to give the go-ahead. But the thing is, as we all keep saying, and as Westminster have now and again said, the union is voluntary, so we shouldn't have to ask. So if we have to ask, then there is question over the voluntary union. But however, so the fact that the mainstream media is now been starting to report that, because normally they do not say anything nice or positive regarding independence. Anything they try to avoid, they do everything to avoid. So the fact over the last couple of days, the wee snippets that I've been getting, they are talking quite openly that we are on the road for our second referendum. So that is quite positive.
Perhaps the penny is starting to drop now.
Yes.
I'll talk to you about the Green campaign and your experience of the Green campaign in a moment. But before we do that, very quickly, I'll say two things. We're expecting the result from Renfrewshire South imminently, but before even then, there is news from the North East. The slightly geographically confusingly titled constituency of Aberdeen South and North Kincardine. We'll refer to it as Aberdeen South.
Yeah, please do.
Aberdeen South is an SNP hold with Audrey Nicholl elected, succeeding Maureen Watt. I don't have the vote share yet, but another hold for the SNP, and in an area, in a geographical area, obviously of some contention. That's contiguous to Willie Rennie's seat in North East Fife. And also with Tory seats to the north in potentially in Aberdeenshire West. So an SNP hold there. But as I say, I was going to talk to you about your experience and your reflections on the Green Party's, the Scottish Greens campaign in this election, which you can give us your first-hand experience of that. And so what are your takeaways? What's been working well for the Scottish Greens in this campaign?
Well, I've played a very, very small part in it, I will be honest, because obviously I'm a member of the Scottish Greens, have been for a couple of years now, and I had taken a break from doing campaigning for the Scottish Greens for a wee while, so this was me getting back in the seat again, and so I just kind of dipped my toes in. But it's been really good, really positive. I've ended up being the co-convener of the Green Yes Working Party for the Scottish Greens, which is basically, because there's a myth out there that Scottish Greens are not for independence. We are very much for independence.
It was on the manifesto.
And we are very passionate about independence. So I, along with my co-convener Scott Bevan, basically were asked to, we created, along with the Scottish Greens, a Scottish Greens working party, and it was to push the fact that we are for Scottish independence, and very much so, because we believe under an independent Scotland, we can do so much more. We have got so much potential. We are being held back so much by Westminster, even not just to do with the climate change, but just social inequalities that is happening. And so I've been doing that, and I've been out doing a wee bit of leafleting as well. So that's been pretty much my campaigning over the last couple of weeks, because again, everything opened back up with the pandemic, so I've been back at work full time, so it's quite difficult. It's funny how all this has happened at the one time. And the thing is with the Scottish, I, as a female, as a mum, as a single parent, as somebody who runs her own bit self-employed, it has been really really good and really positive, because the thing is, along like SNP as well, you just, as a campaigner and someone out campaigning, you work around your own life. You're not held, you don't feel as if you're pressured into it, you do what you can. And it has been a great experience, it's been fantastic. And like that, you're getting to network, socially distance and things. And I know when I was doing my leaflets, we had a no trapdoor policy. It was just put the flyer through the door because of COVID. And with luck, when I was doing it, it was a lovely sunny afternoon. So a lot of people were sitting in the garden, so I could have a wee blether with them in the sunshine, and met so many wonderful dogs and got to clap them and things like that, which is quite nice because you can do that without social distancing with dogs. Humans, it's let's stay away. So it's been a lovely, I thoroughly enjoyed it. I was meant to be at the count today, but the count at Clybank, basically they managed to get it all done in one day. So I had a day off. So I am now here in the studio annoying you guys.
Not at all, not at all. But your point's absolutely right. We all of your points are right. We touched yesterday on thanking or on recognising and thanking all of the returning officers and their staff.
Yeah, they've done
who
a
have had to work
fantastic
in
job.
very different ways,
Yeah.
and in different circumstances. They're not having to work through the night, but they
Yeah.
are having to work their weekend. So a recognition. They're certainly due recognition. And also your point about the campaigning. I think it was very obvious on the doorsteps and on the streets that we were encountering two sorts of people, if I can classify them that way. People who either were still shielding or still cautious about interaction with other people, who were still would open the door only ajar and would peer around the door and see who you were, and were still anxious in those terms and were still taking precautions, or those who, having not spoken to anybody for a year, were desperate to have a long conversation with anybody that came to the door, or everybody that came to the door. So I think we were seeing both of that. So seeing the human interaction restarting, in a sense.
Yeah, it was quite nice.
On the doorsteps was a positive thing.
Yeah, because I picked a lovely sunny day. You were having people in their gardens, and people were out walking, so you could blether to people in the street and things like that as well, which was really, really nice. And and whether you were talking about policies or just life in general, just having that conversation, with people. And I think sometimes a lot of campaigners, I've said this so many times, I think some campaigners go in too heavy-handed.
Yep.
They go straight for the jugular. Whereas if you just talk to people, have a blether, have a chat about how their day's going, and and then you kind of talk about how politics affects their life and so forth. People enjoy that better than the hard, heavy-handed knock at the door. Who are you voting for? If you just have a wee blether in the garden and talk to the dog and and talk about their garden and how gorgeous it looks and things like that, it just all helps. If you go into the way I look at it. Coming from a sales background, if you go walk into a shop and a salesperson walks up to you and starts pushing you into a sale, people will walk away. They'll shut down. Whereas if you walk into a shop and the salesperson just goes, "Morning, how are you?" and just leaves you alone, and then gradually approach you and get into the conversation, you're more likely to buy off that person. It's about building a trust.
Absolutely.
And I think more and more people, when they're out campaigning, need to learn that.
Yes.
Maybe going a wee bit of sales training, I don't know.
That might be the answer.
Yeah, maybe they need to go. But yeah, I love going round and talking to people. It's you find out about their wee lives and you find out about them and things like that, and they remember you.
Absolutely.
They remember you. You
Yes.
remember your face, especially if it's in your local area. They remember you.
It's a relationship thing. Absolutely
I
right.
mean, one of the funny ones that I happened, one of my clients came for an appointment the other day, and she said her daughter was watching, I don't know if it was on TV or on a device or whatever, but she's seen a thing for a campaign for the Scottish Greens. And she shouted out, "There's the Reiki lady." And it was me. It wasn't "there's Sam" or "there's whatever." It was "there's the Reiki lady." So, and it's like she just remembers my face from having received Reiki, and it was like, "There's the Reiki lady," shouting out in the middle of everywhere, which I thought was quite comical. But people do remember, if you're nice to people and you're just civil, people remember you. And that can hold a lot when it comes to voting.
The community-based nature of our politics
Definitely.
is absolutely right. As I was finishing at the end of a very long polling day, we stopped to have a conversation with a young man who was taking the bins out for his mum, and he came to Scotland at the age of 4, speaking only Polish, and now he's 16, so he could vote, and he had voted, and so the activist I was with knew the family, knew him. He had been at nursery with her son, and so again that kind of connection, and it is, especially in times when we have perhaps become dislocated slightly by the pandemic, we haven't had face-to-face meetings for a year. That the strength of that community spirit is maybe important, both in terms of activism, but also just in terms of our communities. What I was going to say, I was going to move away from the broader analysis a wee bit and come back to two news stories that are breaking. Firstly, I think that there's certainly this is the last time I'll quote them on this programme. The Telegraph are reporting that senior Conservatives believe that the SNP will get a majority at Holyrood. And their analysis is that the Both Votes SNP list strategy, which obviously was a subject of a lot of debate, the Telegraph is reporting that senior Tories believe that the Both Votes SNP strategy has been successful, and certainly there are suggestions that there is the chance that the SNP will obtain one seat on the regional list in the west of Scotland. Something that I don't think many people would have predicted several days ago, let alone weeks ago.
Yeah.
So that's interesting. The other thing that we've touched on, and I'm seeing more news coming in about it, but one of the other things we touched on earlier was the slow but steady increase for the SNP in their constituency results. And it crossed my mind that, so in 2016, the SNP increased their constituency vote seats from 53 to 59, and if they and this is on an assumption that they don't lose any seats at this election, that will take them to a minimum of 62. So that's 85% of the constituencies across Scotland, which I think has to, somebody I'm sure will tweet and tell me I'm wrong, but it feels like that's unprecedented in UK political history, and of course that comes on the back of a franchise that was expanded in Scotland significantly. The franchise for this election being 200,000, roughly 200,000 greater than it was at the last Scottish election, and on what appears to be quite a high turnout as well, despite the weather on Thursday. Perhaps people voting for a number of reasons, and also being very engaged in politics after a year locked in the house.
I was actually quite surprised the fact that the turnout has been so high. It has been one of those kind of fear things that have kind of kicked in the last week or so, that many activists have probably been the same, where you just think, oh no, I was expecting the turnout to be lower because of the pandemic and people being fearful, but to see such a higher turnout has been very, very hopeful, and the way the ballot stations have dealt with that has been amazing. I mean, I know my local, the staff were just, because again, as we were saying about the ones at the counts and even at the ballots, people have been absolutely amazing, and it has just been my experience. If anybody's had a different experience, please let us know. But my experience has been very, very positive, really helpful, and it has been just flowing. You would be. You could apologise for saying that I didn't realise there was still a pandemic going on, because it just flowed. It just felt like normal, going in and doing it as normal. But obviously they had measures in place. So, yeah, it's nice to see that the turnout has been relatively good and positive, and that's going to affect the results coming in. And at the end of the day, the more seats SNP get, the more seats that the Greens get, it creates a majority independence movement in Holyrood, which, Yeah, the Conservatives can't deny it. There was a gentleman on, it was the Sky News the other night, it was the reviews. I think he was a Conservative spokesperson or media person, I can't really mind. I'm really sorry, but when it comes to Conservatives, a lot of the times the blinkers and the thingies go, and I just go, oh, here we go. But the bit that my ears picked up on, and I thought, oh, you're interesting. Here's somebody it's a bit interesting from the Tories, and he was saying that he was expecting basically an SNP majority.
Yes, absolutely. We're seeing a number of commentators today now starting to suggest that it is likely that we'll see a majority, certainly a pro-independence parliament, and potentially a majority SNP parliament as well. Yes. I think we have. We still obviously have a number of constituency seats to declare and then have all the list seats, so we're not at 65 seats declared yet, but it appears that overnight the political commentators have been reflecting on this, and they are starting to reach a conclusion that potentially a majority is in sight for the SNP, and I suppose that's consistent with the First Minister, who, as you would expect from a politician, has been reminding people that it's on a knife edge and that people need to vote and to participate. But one thing that we touched on it a little bit there, in terms of the significant increase in the size of the Scottish franchise from roughly 4 million to 4.2 million. And my assumption, and you'll tell me if I'm wrong, my assumption being that a large proportion of that increase is young voters who were added to the franchise this time, people between the ages of 16 and who are aged 16 and 17. You have a young person at home. What do you think are likely to be the impacts on the vote and on Scottish politics of broadening the franchise to include people who have the greatest interest in their future?
The thing is with the youngsters, that are coming through and able to vote, they are a lot more politically aware than what we were at that age. They are so politically aware. It is refreshing, because you don't need to put the arm up the back. I mean, I remember the first time I voted, my grandfather, and I'm going, there's no point voting, and he was literally bending my arm up the back, and he was very much, if you don't vote, your vote goes to the government. And that was the thing, and that always, you may as well just vote for it. No, you can't complain and moan. And it was Maggie Thatcher was in at the time, and I was like, oh no, I don't want her in, I better go and vote. But yeah, you don't need to do that with the youngsters now, because they are so politically aware. They are more aware of their identity, with being Scottish. And a lot of them, they were devastated regarding coming out of the EU as well. Because I know when my youngsters, the more older ones, were very much seen their identity was Scottish European. Mm-hmm. And now that's been taken away from them. Yes, they're still Scottish, but they're, it's like they're kind of lost now because they don't have that European status, and they want that back. And but yeah, they are. It's so refreshing. They are so politically aware, and when you talk to the young ones, oh my goodness, they can give us old dears certainly a run for our money when they start blethering about politics and things, and especially when it comes to, they're more aware of the environment and the climate crisis, and yeah, the young ones are quite oppressive, and I think it is going to have a huge impact. And I think that's also going to have an impact in the politics of Scotland for the future, as these young ones get older and they start having their own families, and the younger ones, I mean, even my 9-year-old could sit and give a lot of people a run for their money politically as well, which is quite scary sometimes. And he was emotionally blackmailing someone yesterday who voted SNP 1 and 2, which quite rightly so, and because they never gave Greens the second vote, he was given the emotional blackmail, going, I'm really sad, which was quite hilarious. But yeah, they're so much more aware. They're so much more aware politically, environmentally, and, there's so much. Yeah, they want independence. They want that identity. They do not want to be part of Westminster. They see it in the news. They see it in their social media accounts and so forth, where they're seeing what a mess it's going on in Westminster. Even with COVID, with the way the contracts were awarded down in Westminster and money being wasted and so forth. A lot of these kids, you might think the kids are not paying attention, but they are. They are paying attention, a lot of attention.
Oh yes, and we're also paying attention here. And whilst you've been talking, we've got 2 results have come in.
Oh, good.
Which puts the SNP on 42 seats. Firstly, we have Dundee City East, which is an SNP hold, and closer to us here in Cowcaddens, Tom Arthur has been re-elected in Renfrewshire South. I don't have the numbers yet. However, it's being suggested to me that Tom Arthur has been returned with a majority of something like 7,000.
Wow.
So progress for the returning officers and for those who are making the vote, counting the votes, and 2 SNP holds, which continues the progress that we're seeing from the SNP, and it's interesting. Some analysts are seeing some political analysts we're seeing is suggesting that the SNP vote is holding up. Whereas in an election where turnout is up and the franchise is increased, we're seeing the SNP holding all of their seats and with a marginally increased vote share, and we're seeing the SNP continuing to win new constituencies, 3 of their targets in East Lothian, Edinburgh Central, and Ayr. So it's interesting the spin that's being put on it about it holding up, when in fact this suggests perhaps to me that the SNP is continuing to make progress on the constituency.
They can't turn round and say, oh, they're steaming ahead, they're doing wonderful. They've got to kind of go, oh well, they're just making it. They're just holding it up. Can you imagine, Andrew, the commentators and things turn around on that channel that we don't watch and pay TV licence for, that turn around and going, oh, that's wonderful. SNP are doing really well.
Well, it's an interesting point, both in terms of the SNP, but also in terms of the Greens. I'm seeing that Lorna Slater, who's the co-leader of the Scottish Greens, has told that broadcaster this morning that she thinks that Boris Johnson would refuse a referendum because he knows he's going to lose. And
that's the thing, and then that's them, And it goes back to this argument, we're too wee, too stupid, too poor. But the thing is, again, if we're all these things, why do they want to hold on to us?
Well, it's a good question.
Yes, why do they want to hold on to us? So, but the thing is, the more we keep showing a majority vote for independence, the more they cannot refuse, and they have got to, and they've got no choice. They've got to go. They've got to go ahead with it, and they can't because, what's the implications? If they keep refusing, it gets messy then.
Well, this is the thing, and the one aspect that was commented a lot on Thursday evening in particular was, the turnout's been commented on regularly. The queues of people standing in the rain waiting to vote on Thursday night has also been commented on. Pictures from Edinburgh, pictures of the First Minister at polling stations in Glasgow South, and so that people clearly are engaged and think it's important and wanted to vote, and the results that we've seen so far suggest that the SNP is continuing to increase its vote. Then for all of those people to be being told that no, their opinion doesn't matter and their democratically expressed view is just irrelevant, that in political terms they're being culled and they don't count. How do you think people will react to that message?
I think they'll get quite annoyed. peeved off and possibly a little bit angry. Obviously, we don't want people to get angry to the point where there's any kind of protests and things like that, because that's not how, we don't want things like that. But and I think what's going to happen is, if they turn round and do that, obviously there's ways that the Scottish Government, along with SNP and the Scottish Greens and any other pro-indie parties that are voted into Holyrood, can proceed to go down the legal route, whether it's international legal route or the courts within the UK. But the thing is there comes a point where the voter and the people on the ground, when it comes to any other election, they'll just start boycotting them. They'll start boycotting, and and the problem with that is what ends up happening is we're stuck with Tories for about another century, because the way things are going, there is no difference between Labour and Tory. So if we're stuck within the union until the next general election, it doesn't matter who's voted in, whether it's Tory or Labour, it's basically going to be Tory. So we're going to be stuck with the Tories for generations to come. And that's the danger. And that's the danger. And there is people out there who would like to see a bit of discontent, which is what we don't want. And they need to, I honestly believe, I may be naive and have rose-tinted glasses on. I don't know. People can comment on that. But we will get a majority independent votes at Holyrood. That's going to happen, the seats and that. I believe that the international community will probably end up putting pressure on Westminster.
Of course.
They will start putting pressure on Westminster.
Oh yes.
And that's what people need to basically rely and basically sit back and allow the international community to do their job.
And we'll explore the legal aspects a little bit more this afternoon as we and the international politics of it as well as we progress this afternoon. I'm seeing that we touched very briefly on the result in Dundee City East, which is Shona Robinson's constituency, and I'm seeing suggestions that she has increased her majority by 3,000, which is quite a success in Yes City, and if she's continuing to increase her vote, her majority, that's impressive. Secondly, I'm seeing Jean Freeman, who has now retired as an MSP after probably a year like she would never have predicted that she would inhabit.
She deserves a retirement after the year she's had. She deserves her retirement.
She's channeling the comment I made earlier about Keir Hardie a little bit, and she's saying some tactical voting. You are joking me. It's a straight cut and paste job. She says Labour votes going to Tories. I think we're seeing both, and she's saying that her dad would be Burling. And I'm not surprised at that, to be honest. I think the tactical voting will be one of the big stories of this election for us.
Definitely.
I'm not surprised at all. We've touched on Tom Arthur with the SNP hold there. We're seeing also in terms of the Shona Robinson in Dundee City East, that her majority is a 1.4% swing in her favour, which gave her a majority of more than 13,000, which is pretty significant. We're seeing low turnouts in some parts of Glasgow. There's reported that the turnout in Shettleston was just over 53%, which is low in comparison. Mm-hmm. Yes. But to look at Dundee City East, Shona Robinson returned with 19,230 votes. The Labour candidate on 5,893, the Conservatives on 5,630, and the Lib Dems squeaking in with 1,431. They may have they may have lost the deposit on that number. And so Shona Robinson, a vote of confidence in her.
Yeah, definitely.
I think it's fair to say, and good progress being made by her in Dundee City East. Yes, as I say, a 1.2% swing in her favour. And it would appear that she took that vote mainly from Labour, whose vote is down by 1.6%. And also, we were talking about Tom Arthur in Renfrewshire South. He increased his vote by 2.4%. He got more than 50% of the vote.
Good.
Ahead of the Labour candidate, who their vote dropped by 3%, and the Conservative vote dropped by just over 1% in Renfrewshire South. So it looks like Tom Arthur there securing and cementing his support in Renfrewshire South. Which is encouraging. And again, we're seeing the story that we had from the close of business last night and from when we started again this afternoon. The SNP continuing to hold seats across the country. We have not had an SNP loss.
No, we haven't.
At the moment. And so the SNP holding the seats that they currently had in the last Parliament, and holding them broadly with an increased share of the vote, and in addition picking up 3 seats in 3 of the target seats in East Lothian, Edinburgh Central, and Ayr. And of course, it strikes me that we're seeing results coming in from across the country. We've seen from Aberdeenshire now, from Dundee, from the Lothians, and also now from the West Coast, from Greater Glasgow, and the results appear to be pretty consistent across the piece.
They are, aren't they? They certainly are. It's comforting to see the majority of people in Scotland, are definitely voting for independence, and it just goes to show you we're now ready and ripe to be going down the independence route, and this is just the beginning of the road ahead, and it's comforting to see, isn't it?
As you say, in terms of a running tally, I think at the moment we're with the SNP on 43, the Conservatives on 3, British Labour in Scotland 2, on 2, and the Lib Dems on 4.
I can't believe Lib Dems have got 4. Honestly, I didn't. It's amazing to think, because you actually forget they exist in Scotland at times.
Well, Willie Rennie does his best, and his ability to dream up remarkable stunts for the press.
Oh yeah, they are quite amazing. They're definitely he's missing a trick there in terms of his profession. But because it's like when you see the Lib Dems, you're used to down in England and so forth, but up here in Scotland, you're like, do they actually still exist up here? Apart from in council elections.
That's absolutely right. As we see for the Scottish Parliament as it stands, so that's 52 seats declared out of 129. That's as at 1 o'clock just after 1 o'clock this afternoon. We have the SNP on 43, which is a change of 3 since the last election in 2016. We have the Lib Dems on 4, which is no change. We have the Conservatives on 3, which is a loss of 2, and we have the Labour Party on 2, which is a loss of 1. We still have a long way to go. We
certainly do.
Both a 65, the majority, if that's what's of importance, is 65. But there is still a long way to go. But a clear performance, and we're seeing a lot of commentary comparing electoral performance in Scotland with electoral performance in Westminster. And there's the point being made that if and obviously the view was that the Conservatives currently have a very significant majority in Westminster, but if they were replicating the performance of the SNP, they would have another 150 seats to get even close. I think 100 on an England-only basis and more than 150 on a UK basis. So in that context, the political dominance of the SNP has a number of implications. We've touched already today on the nature of the opposition, politically and their abilities, and we've touched on Willie Rennie's campaigning stunts. But
if you can call it that.
if it was either a giant, and I don't know why it was a giant deck chair.
It was a strange one. I don't know what that was meant to represent. Was it meant to represent something?
Apart from giant deck chairs, I don't know. And then I think he finished in a microlight on Wednesday.
I never seen that one.
So he was all tremendous political stunt.
Strange. Maybe he's taken a leaf out of Boris Johnson's book, because he done the kind of the zip wire thing many moons ago. I think when he was mayor or something, didn't he?
Absolutely right, and it's certainly suggested by a number of people that stunt, that apparent mishap of Johnson dangling from the zip wire at the London Olympics venue was not a mishap, and that it was deliberate.
That doesn't surprise me.
Because it's certainly got lots of coverage,
yes,
and we've certainly seen plenty of it since.
Yeah.
So it's not a surprise in that sense. The dark arts of political campaigning, clearly.
Oh yeah.
And I suppose for the Lib Dems in order to secure coverage and secure press space, that's important for them, and that's the way in which they operate. We're not seeing any other.
It's a bit of a strange one, isn't it? Yeah, a deck chair and a micro thingy light thing, and it's like it makes no sense.
Yes,
it's just absolutely no sense whatsoever.
Now, I'm not going to try and confuse things here, so we need to take this carefully.
Go for it.
We have, of course, been talking about the two ways in which MSPs are elected to the Scottish Parliament. Firstly, in the constituencies, which is a first past the post style of election, and then secondly on the list, which is an attempt to introduce a degree of proportional representation into the Scottish Parliament, and so so each constituency, people vote on the list, and their list votes are counted in each constituency and then are aggregated together into regions. And so Aberdeenshire East has now reported the list vote for Aberdeenshire East.
Go for it.
And the point is that the Aberdeenshire East is the seat that Alex Salmond won in 2011. And so, as we're aware, there are a greater number of parties who are standing list candidates. I think my mother was proudly showing me the list of 19 parties standing on the list in the Lothians.
I think we had round about 15. People are free to correct me if I'm wrong. I think there was round about 15. All I know is the ballot paper was like yon length, and it was like, crikey, who are half of these people?
Absolutely. So we're seeing the list vote for Aberdeenshire East, as I say, the seat that Alex Salmond held in 2011. And that list vote shows a Conservative increase of 6%, up to now just over 15,000 votes. The SNP second with a drop of 7%, with 14,000 votes. Labour holding steady, the Lib Dems losing votes, the Greens increasing their votes by 1.5% to 2,326. The Alliance for Unity, Mr Galloway's party, securing 284 votes on the list. Others, interestingly, with more than 1,000 votes. But the Alba party, standing in Aberdeenshire East, securing 1,235 votes. Now, that's 3% of the list vote. And I don't think that's likely to be enough on the list vote to secure a seat. The broad rule of thumb is something like 5 or 6% is required on the list in order to secure.
Well, they were reporting yesterday they weren't expecting to be able to manage any list seats.
I think in an interview with the other broadcaster yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, that broadcaster, we don't mention it, we don't pay TV licence for.
The very one that I think Mr Salmond is regarded as more or less admitting that he didn't expect now to secure a seat. But it's interesting to see evidence now coming through, actual empirical evidence that that Alba in a seat that you might expect that Mr. Salmond would have a strong personal following, that they've been unable to make in the short period of time that Alba has been on the electoral landscape, they've not been able to secure the level of support that would provide them with an
Well, it's
MSP in
interesting to
Holyrood.
see parties that pop up last minute never do very well in elections. They never do well in elections
Go to VT.
due to the fact is they have not matured as a party.
Yes. Yes.
And that's the main thing. It doesn't matter how many people they've got in the party who are experienced campaigners, politicians, councillors or so forth. As a party, they haven't gelled. They haven't matured. Whereas the other parties who have been going for many years have gelled. They have matured. They have got basic... they have what's the word? Brain dead. They've got. You can turn around and you can look at their policies. You can see what they've, their promises that they've made and held, and promises they've made and broken. You can see all that. Whereas with new parties, you've not got anything. You've not got anything you can hold on to and say, yes, they have proved this and they have proved that. They don't have that.
Starting from scratch, starting
yes,
any
and
venture
I
from
think
difficult.
there's always a danger when you start a party and launch a party weeks or months before a major election. It's not if you're going to do that sort of thing, you're better doing it maybe about a year or so before.
You would think so.
Yeah.
Sam, I think we're going to go to a VT now, and we'll take a short break, and then we'll return to One Broadcasting Scotland with more Scotland Counts.
No problem.
The Catalans, the Basques, the Galicians in the Basque.
An independent future for Scotland.
How quickly do you think a referendum can be arranged?
Best practice demands that it should be 6 months.
Just looking at the overall share numbers for Scotland at the moment, the SNP 46.4%.
Welcome back to Scotland Counts on Broadcasting Scotland on Saturday the 8th of May 2021. I'm delighted now to be joined in the studio in Cowcaddens by another regular contributor and commentator, Leslie Orr. Leslie, good afternoon. How are you?
I'm okay, thanks, Andrew.
I'm delighted to hear that. I think both you and I had a few travails.
We did
Getting
indeed.
here, getting to Cowcaddens. Although I'm bound to say how delighted it's more than a year since I've last been in Cowcaddens, so I'm
Really?
delighted to be here in person. Leslie, you're a historian, a theologian, a researcher, and a writer, and an activist, I think.
A bit of all of that.
Bit of all of that, and also a helpful and insightful commentator on matters political and activist in Scotland. So we're really grateful and delighted to have that you're here to join us this afternoon. Having had the chance to come in and sit down, we'll take your overall perspective on where we are at the moment. In this unusual count, spread over 2 days, and in this election that we have been told is the most important for a generation. What's your reflection on the results that we've seen so far?
Well, the first thing I think I would say is that the scale of the turnout does indicate that people in Scotland do think this is a really significant election, that there's something decisive about, what direction we take in the future, politically and constitutionally. And I find that really encouraging. It's great that people are engaged and, really taking serious, especially given the circumstances of the campaign, that we couldn't really get out and have hustings. There wasn't really the kind of door-to-door canvassing and, all that kind of chat. Everything was, online or, having to be managed in a different way. And yet, it does seem that people have really been wanting to make their feelings felt. And as for the way the result is going, it's very interesting, and since we've got now that we've got most of the constituency seats in, it really does seem to indicate that the Constitution has been the key factor, or the constitutional question, because what we're seeing, I'm sure you've already been talking about this, no doubt, but what we see is that there's been a lot of tactical voting from those who are unionists and are willing to give their votes, to parties that they perhaps might not normally support politically, and we're seeing that happening in different ways in different constituencies. So I think it simply emphasises or confirms, that we're in that until such time as the constitutional question is resolved, we're not really going to return to politics as usual. I've listened to I've listened to some discussions during the campaign. Among different kinds of hustings with different focuses. As a member of Women for Independence, women's rights and equality issues are very important to me. And there was actually a very interesting, and I felt quite an encouraging hustings in which there was quite a lot of consensus actually across the parties, or across most of the parties, and people saying good things. And that's all really important, because we're not just voting about, whether Scotland or when Scotland goes down the independence road or succeeds in that venture. We're also electing a government, and we need to have a good government. These are big questions, and the government in Scotland and the Parliament in Scotland models and demonstrates why we want to go further and be fully independent. So all of these things are kind of mixed up in all of this state of affairs for me. And just the fact that we're going, the counts and the declarations are spread out over 2 days, it does kind of stretch out this kind of time of, anxiety, wondering what's going to happen, but and how things will pan out.
That's an interesting point. It's a different challenge for those involved in the process, for the candidates and their managers and those involved in the count as well. Whereas they would normally seek to store up the energy and enthusiasm for an all-night stunt to get the votes counted as quickly as possible, and the traditional stories of people racing to be the first to declare on those things. Perhaps more stamina required this time in order to keep persisting and to achieve. And of course, we've heard reports anecdotally of counts completing faster than was expected last night. But a different demand on everybody this and broadcasters as well. Different demands on people this time in order to continue to reflect and to report on the election over a 2-day period. And to be observing, what may seem very incremental shifts in, how I remember, it seems a long time ago now, but when just those first few results were coming in yesterday, and it seemed a very kind of, it was a bit all over the place. There were no particular patterns emerging, but I think we do see now that there is a kind of, even although, and this also interests me, there are specific contextual issues at stake in different constituencies.
things that matter locally, and personalities that matter. And again, I think that's a good thing. It's a good thing democratically that people are voting in those kinds of ways too.
Well, that's absolutely right. People are voting for parties, but they're also voting for individual representatives. One of the components is about the degree to which candidates are able to secure the trust and support and the engagement from the voters in the constituency in which they're standing. It's not simply, it's not only voters voting for a particular party or a particular manifesto. The individuals matter too.
Yeah, and the visibility, not just in the campaign, but actually, the extent to which they may have been working in that. I'm thinking about East Lothian, where I lived until quite recently, and I think that has been quite a significant factor there in turning around a seat that has traditionally. It's always been Labour in the Scottish Parliament. It's swung a bit, but the character of East Lothian is an interesting one because. There's the old industrial East Lothian, the very solid working class Labour, ex-mining communities and so on, and then into the rural hinterland and the comfortable, seaside town of North Berwick. So perhaps the tactical voting didn't quite come off in East Lothian the way it has in other places, because I think there are Tories in East Lothian who would not be able to stomach the thought of
voting Labour.
Exactly.
It's an interesting point. We had the pleasure and the benefit of Paul McLennan on Broadcasting Scotland last week, and Paul has been the successful candidate for the SNP. Yeah. And your point's an interesting one. Paul clearly had a political hinterland in East Lothian. He'd been a councillor for 14 years. Right. Former leader of the council, and so brought with him both a track record in the constituency and recognition as well, I suspect, having been involved in politics at a local level for so long. So there may be lessons in there potentially for some candidates in some seats. Yeah. But you're right, it's interesting as tactical voting becomes more of a story, or potentially becomes this story. Apart from the apparent success of in addition to the apparent success of the SNP, that tactical voting did not play a feature in East Lothian, and certainly I'd like to talk to you more about tactical voting later this afternoon, both in terms of its impact on the SNP. And its impact on the other parties. However, before we have that discussion, we're joined by a guest, and joining us is Theo Forbes, who will appear in a moment. Here's Theo. Theo, can you hear me? Oh, we're just connecting to Theo, who's very sensibly has stayed at home. Here we are.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Theo. Can you hear me?
Hello. I can, yes. How are we?
Grand. I'm here with Leslie Orr. She can't hear at the moment, but I can hear you. But we'll have a conversation with you first of all, Theo. We're very grateful to you for joining us. So, firstly, as we start the conversation, what are your reflections so far today, having seen results declared yesterday and so far this afternoon?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I'm happy. I think I'm in Aberdeen, so it's looked promising in Aberdeen. We've turned the city yellow again. I'm in Aberdeen Central, so Kevin Stewart's result yesterday was particularly pleasing. We've improved our vote share, and we've also, the Greens have come in as well and got about 7% of the vote there as well. So that's a really good sign for the independence movement in Aberdeen Central, and things are looking good. I think Westminster's position for a long time has been untenable, but I think after today it might be even more so. And an independence referendum is becoming ever more likely.
Well, it's an interesting point you make. I'm not sure what even more untenable is, but I completely understand the point that you're making. It makes absolute sense. Thinking first of all about Aberdeenshire and Aberdeen, where you are, as you say, Aberdeen is SNP again, but obviously the personalities involved in politics in Aberdeenshire, from a historical perspective, have been a feature. We haven't yet got to the point in this election where we're counting and returning the list votes. But what are your broader reflections about the campaigns that you've seen in Aberdeenshire for this election?
Yeah, I think, well, it's an important point, especially we're still waiting on Aberdeenshire West to come out, which is going to be interesting to see because Fergus Much has ran a really impressive campaign. He's been out and about every day in such a rural constituency that has a lot of area to cover. Fergus has been out and covered every single inch of it. So I still think that although we've seen some results in like Aberdeenshire East, for example, it makes it a very difficult one for the SNP to win. But I actually think that we still have a chance there. And Fergus ran a very effective campaign, so I'm looking forward to seeing the result there. I think it's going to be tight, but I'm feeling okay about it, and I think the campaign in the northeast in itself, from an SNP perspective or independent supporting party, has been really effective because it's not only been the SNP that have been doing well and getting more votes than they did in 2016, but it's also been the Greens making some huge gains. I talked about Aberdeen Central earlier. That was impressive from the Greens yesterday, and I think the city of Aberdeen's clearly rejected that Tory vision that's been put forward. The Tories continue to talk about who's talking about division, who's steering it, and who's stirring it. I don't know if they've checked their own leaflets or their own campaign messages, but they don't seem to be running on anything other than being against independence. And the people of Aberdeen have overwhelmingly rejected that. And it looks like that's happening across the board in Scotland as well. So I'm feeling happy.
Now, that's an interesting point, Theo. We touched earlier in the conversation today on this point, and I think it's one that's worthwhile listening to you talk about as well. We were talking about the tactical voting that appears to have taken place, and we were talking about the preparedness, apparently, of political tribes or voters to lend their votes to other tribes and other parties. And the effect that might have, and that was perhaps being amplified by at least in terms of the political the campaigning literature that was being published, that they were that any policies were pretty absent from that campaign literature, apart from opposing independence or attempting to oppose the SNP. So do you think that lack of a positive campaign from a number of parties, that lack of options, that lack of policy positions apart from independence, do you think that has turned voters off?
I think it's turned a lot of voters off. I think it's quite in comparison to what happened in 2014. I mean, you're talking to someone that is at Aberdeen University only because of the referendum, because I was inspired by the case for independence. It was a totally negative campaign. The Unionists talk about how they won 2014. I don't even think they did. I think they lost 2014. They lost a lot of their support. And since 2014, they failed to provide a positive vision for Scotland in the Union. It's as simple as that. The Labour Party have relied on Tory votes. The Tory Party have relied on Labour votes. They talk about the fact that we should not be going back to old arguments, and we should be putting division in the past, where in reality the results that have come in where it's been wins for the Tory Party and Labour Party and the Liberal Democrats has been on the back of unionist supporting whoever they think is most likely to win. So from that appraisal, it looks a bit like unionism is at all costs for these parties. Yeah, I think that the negative vision that these parties are putting forward is not really resembling with the electorate at all. And I think that the SNP are doing really well, and it's a good day for Scottish independence, I think, for sure.
Well, that's interesting, and thank you for that feedback and those views. There are a few headlines here, and we'll take your views on them as well. Firstly, we're hearing that both East Kilbride and East Dunbartonshire will probably not declare for another couple of hours. We're seeing that, as we reported earlier, that in Renfrewshire South, the SNP's Tom Arthur has won with an increased majority of 7,106. Labour in second saw their share of the vote drop by 3.2%, and the Tories were also down. Turnout was up to about 65%. In the South Renfrewshire list, the Greens may be under pressure, may not have done as well as the polls have been suggesting, but Ross Greer may be able to continue to retain his seat. And interestingly, David Mundell, it is reported, has accepted that the SNP are going to win. He anticipates that they will have a majority, and he anticipates that that the SNP will increase the number of list seats. So, Theo, in terms of the way in which the list is starting to unfold, what's your impression from Aberdeenshire?
I've been looking at some of the regional votes that have been counted. The SNP have done really well on the regional vote, and I think that the Greens are doing okay too. So I think in the North East, it's looking quite likely that we will get Maggie Chapman as a Green MSP. I'm not entirely sure. Obviously, I mean, I'm actually trying to get a university exam. I'm 1 week from graduating, so I'm trying not to look at my phone too much. But from what I've seen, it's looking okay for the Greens in the North East, and I still don't think it's out of question that we could get an SNP list seat as well in the North East. I think it is totally dependent on Aberdeenshire West, though.
It's an interesting point that you make, Theo. We hear older folks complaining about young people always being welded to their phones. We know that over the past few days, a lot of older people, people of all ages, have been welded to their phones in such an important and such an interesting election. So that you're managing to resist the temptation is very impressive.
Well, I'm trying to.
Instead, you're talking to us.
as best you can. But and we should say also, firstly, we should reiterate we're very grateful to you for joining us this afternoon, and secondly, best of luck for the exam, and best of luck for your graduation, which will be fantastic for you and for all the family. It's
thanks very much.
It's great news. Leslie, what's your reflection on what we're seeing so far in the small number of list counts that are being returned?
The first thing I would like to say is that Alex Salmond's Alaba party are absolutely dead in the water. It seems to me, there's absolutely no indication that there's been any cut through there. That the wider, there was such a, if you're into your kind of social media and you're a bit of a kind of independence geek, there's been a lot of chat and there's been quite a lot of noise on social media about this new party, and of course we know that there have been various defections and people washing up or throwing in their lot with him. But actually, I was always sceptical that the wider Scottish public really would be at all interested and willing to to contemplate voting or even buying that whole thing about the supermajority. I mean, it's all a bit silly, really. But so that's the first thing that I observe. I mean, I'm really encouraged to hear what Theo's saying about the North East, and it would be great if Maggie Chapman got back. She's, I know Maggie quite well, and she's been a stalwart really for not just for the independence movement, but she's got a very interesting hinterland that she would bring with her into the Parliament. So she's just exactly the kind of person. Likewise, my fellow Women for Indy Committee member, Fatima Joji. I mean, she would be such a brilliant person to have in the Scottish Parliament. So I'm really keeping my fingers crossed for her.
Yeah, let's hope.
It's an interesting point that you make, Leslie, and we will come to it. The efforts that have been made by some political parties to broaden the representation and to ensure that their candidates reflect a wider section of our society and are more diverse, and the importance that's being given to that in terms of making our Parliament more reflective of our society and our community, which obviously is important in an attempt to build a modern 21st century democracy that is inclusive and people feel that they are part of. Theo, in one important component part in that that we've seen from both sides of the discussion running up to the election has been in the context of tactical voting. I think that it's accepted that we're seeing evidence of tactical voting amongst the parties which are not SNP. And of course, tactical voting was very much the platform on which the Alba Party was seeking to promote its standing on the list. What's your reflection on the way that tactical voting is playing out, either on the list or in the constituencies?
Yeah, in the constituencies, it's worked in some marginals for the Unionist parties. Jackie Bailey's had a bit of help from our pals in the Tory party, which says a lot, I think, to be honest. I think if you're a Labour supporter and you think about voting Tory for the case of unionism, it's probably very representative of everything that's gone wrong with the Labour Party over the years. I mean, I come from a family that are all traditional Labour supporters that got engaged and galvanised by the independence referendum, and I've always voted SNP since. The Labour Party, I'm seeing across Twitter and social media sort of this act of blame on folk for voting SNP. I think that's everything that's wrong with the Labour Party in Scotland. They're just totally out of touch with the electorate and people in Scotland and people's needs. And for the Tory party as well, you're talking about a party, this is the 48th consecutive time the Scottish Tories have lost an election in Scotland, and relying on the voters of the Labour Party and the Liberal Democrats to even win some of their remaining seats. It's the state of affairs in Scotland, but unfortunately for them, I think what we're seeing to unfold is a mandate for an independence referendum and the case to decide our own future. And I think that the important point is that the Tories speak about forcing through this referendum, and so do the Labour Party. They talk about forcing through a referendum. It's not forced, it's the democratic will of the people that are voting for them to represent them. It's just a shame that they're not voting for them to be their representatives. They're voting for independence parties. So we're now in a position where the Westminster government has a lot of thinking to do about the future. And if we truly are a union of equals, if we're in that equal partnership, it's time for Scotland to have another decision. But I think, anyway, it's my thoughts that the reason they are so reluctant to give us a referendum is because I think they know what the result will be, and I don't think it will be in their favour. I think we will vote for independence when it happens.
Well, that's very much the thing, and I'll ask you, Theo, and then I'll ask you, Leslie, as well, the same, or I'll make the same point and see what you think. If for Scottish Labour supporters and those who have voted Scottish Labour throughout their political lives, if maintaining the union means that they have to vote Tory, firstly, does it mean that the union is actually worth saving if they're having to depart from all of their political beliefs and political principles? And what do you think that will do to dyed-in-the-wool or long-term committed Labour voters, that they find themselves now voting, if I can put it in very loosely, if they now find themselves having to vote for the enemy? What will happen inside the minds of those voters? So Theo, this need to transfer for Labour voters for Tory voters to vote for Jackie Bailey, or for Labour voters to vote for Tory candidates? What do you think that says about the union, and what do you think that says about the prospects for those political parties?
I think that it says that Labour are going in a direction that is maybe a dead end. I mean, I think what we've noticed is that Douglas Ross or Boris Johnson, they're not just two bad apples. They're two bad apples in a rotten orchard. So it's the case is that and well, you can see with the elections down south as well, is that there is no moving the Conservative Party. We are going to be subjected to the Conservative Party in Westminster for years to come. And I think, don't quote me on this, but I think, in polls it suggests about 40% of Scottish Labour supporters support independence. We saw on the news yesterday a young voter for the first time who voted Labour, but I don't know if I cut out there. Sorry.
You're okay.
Yeah, you saw it yesterday on live on TV, a young Labour supporter who voted Labour but supports an independence referendum. So, in fact, the amount of votes for the SNP and the Greens aren't totally representative of how much people actually favour independence. And if the Labour Party want to regain anything in Scotland, they really need to change their direction. Anna Sarwar sitting in the middle of everything, being the nice guy, toning away from divisiveness. It just isn't working, and it doesn't work. People tell me all the time that the constitution needs to be set aside, and the Labour Party keeps saying, we need to stop talking about old arguments and stuff. I think that's deeply insulting to young people like me, who were engaged and enthused by the referendum in 2014, who now think that the only way to create an inclusive and equal society is through independence. And I don't think that is unnatural to think. I think that what we've seen in the Westminster government for young people, I've only ever seen devolution, and I've only ever really witnessed a Westminster Tory government, because I only became engaged in politics when I was about 14 years old. So for young people like me, we're supporting independence. I think 16 to 24-year-olds, it's about mid 70% support for independence. The constitutional question is not going away. It's not going anywhere, and Scotland's right to decide is only a matter of time, and it's up to the Westminster government if they want to allow it or not. But if they don't, it's not going away, and it's something that they need to face up to.
That's that. Thank you, Theo. That's very insightful. I'll ask the same or similar questions to Leslie as well. And in terms of the Theo's going to dive off now. He has to go and continue avoiding his phone, and he's going to go and get something. Concentrate on that exam.
This degree.
Theo, we're very grateful to you for taking time this afternoon, for joining us. Have a great rest of your weekend, and keep campaigning.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good luck with the exams.
Oh, I need it. Thank you very much. See you later.
Thanks, Theo. It's great for Theo Phelps to be joining us this afternoon. Now, Leslie, a similar question for you. In terms of this tactical voting that we've seen, and you and I perhaps have a longer historical perspective on these things than Theo has. I'll put it that way. In terms of these of committed Labour voters voting Tory and committed Tory voters voting Labour, what do you think the effect is going to be on those political parties, and or what's the effect going to be on those voters?
Yeah, I'm going to talk about the Labour Party first. I, as Theo says, I grew up in a Labour supporting family, a family who, my parents were the generation that grew up through the Second World War, and who were strongly committed to that social contract, that collective sense of, let's rebuild this nation, or, Great Britain as it at that time. The welfare state, the provision of educational opportunities, all of those things which until the 1970s were making our society more equal, opening up opportunities. These were the things that my parents believed in. Those were the things that the Labour Party was seen to stand for. And that goes very deep. And the Labour Party has a great history of achievement, of commitment to working people, and it's lost its way. And I'm not just talking about Scotland here. I'm talking across the UK. It's very evident looking at what's been happening in England that it's what's especially Keir Starmer. I'm sorry to say, what does Labour stand for? What is the vision? What is it that people are being invited into? I think I feel sorry for my friends and family in England, because, what's happened in, the space that Labour used to occupy has been filled by other political ideas, either other ideologies, other offers, and in England particularly, that's become this very kind of English nationalist, very kind of hard right, ideological, kind of populist, fast and loose kind of thing. In Scotland, over a longer period of time, the move towards an independent Scotland, and that all that debate, all that kind of very enlivening debate that we had in 2014, kind of opened up that possibility, and folk could imagine, and there's something kind of exciting about that. And that's what I think. That's why I feel, that the Labour Party has lost that. It's a crisis in Scotland, it's a crisis in England. Wales is another story and an interesting one. But so my sense is, there's some very good people, very fine people in the Labour Party in Scotland, in the Scottish Parliament as well. And I'm very sorry that this kind of hardline, commitment to the union, without really explaining why, that is an absolute block on any kind of future progressive development and I can't really see that here things, it's going to go anything other than one way.
Well, I think that's absolutely right. It applies probably to the Scottish Lib Dems, but also to Scottish Labour. What are and I'm not asking you to explain their position and their perspective, but what are their ambitions for the people of Scotland and for Scotland? Yes. In the absence of any apparent or much in the way of apparent positive policies, if their ambition for Scotland and for the people of Scotland is to remain in the Union, and that is it, come what may, does that not, for politically active people, is that not a very frustrating dead end?
I think so. I've had these conversations with my friends who are still in the Labour Party, and an increasing number of them are just kind of feeling quite equivocal. That they're friends who are still Labour members, and it's a kind of loyalty thing. And I absolutely understand that. They've given years of their lives and they've been engaged politically, but now it is very hard, and it's very hard. They can't make the argument that has so long been made that, we owe it as a matter of solidarity to our sisters and brothers in England because they need us to avoid, endless Tory rule. Because now so many traditional Labour voters in England have crossed the Rubicon, and sadly they've crossed the Rubicon in the wrong direction. They really need another alternative. And because there isn't even the vision for Britain, never mind a vision really for Scotland. So there's some, people are still committed to social justice issues, and we need to. That's why I'm longing for independence, because then Scotland can return to a much more kind of open political debate and political, development and. I think then there'll be a realignment, and that'll be interesting. But at the moment, the constitutional issue, I completely agree with Theo. There's only one direction of travel, and the question is how long it's going to take. Really,
I think that's absolutely right, and we'll come back to discussing the broader issues and the broader topics and the themes that we're seeing through this election and through Scottish politics and UK politics. I'm trying very hard not to talk about politics south of the border.
Yes, okay.
But we had it was Super Thursday, and insofar as the political parties that operate in Scotland are registered in England, it is relevant, and so it is something that we need to reflect upon and to consider. So we will do that. Yeah. Your point with regard to Labour voters, I think, was I certainly heard an interview with a voter in Hartlepool who had voted for the Conservative candidate on the basis that the Conservatives were promising to build hospitals and increase the number of policemen on the beat and to look after people.
That's
which
right.
is astonishing.
It is astonishing, but that is a Tory strategy, and I think it's been quite a smart strategy. We talk about the incompetence of the Conservatives. Yeah, we'll not get into all that, but there has been some, and this kind of pushing into these areas and making promises, and kind of the kind of investment promises, saying we'll do this and that. It's a populist thing. It is kind of out of the Trump and others' playbook, really, isn't it?
It is,
and it's smart because that's what these folk. They've been. Those areas have been kind of abandoned, and they're so far away from everything. So, and no wonder, here's somebody saying, "Oh, we promise you this and that," and maybe they'd rather be on what looks like the winning side for a change instead of always being dumped on and never really. as we've discovered as well, you vote for something and you always get something different.
Yep.
Thank God we've got an alternative in Scotland.
Absolutely. Now, we'll come back to the broader themes in a moment. We've got more results being announced. I'll deal with this in three ways. Firstly, I know that hungry travellers in Perthshire are now going to have a problem because they'll not be able to stop at a burger van next to the post office sorting centre. I know that Rosanna Cunningham is delighted because she has handed over the baton. And also at Broadcasting Scotland, we're delighted because he's a contributor and a participant in our programmes from time to time. The result for Perthshire South and Kinrossshire has been declared, and Jim Fairley has been elected as the MSP, succeeding Rosanna Cunningham. Rosanna, of course, was the longest-serving parliamentarian in Scotland until she retired at this election. So a great deal of enthusiasm and positive reaction to Jim's success. I don't yet have the numbers to tell you.
He's increased the majority to 1,848. Still.
So an interesting reflection there. Rosanna Cunningham with a tremendous hinterland as a politician in Perthshire and in Kinrossshire. Jim, who has been a long-term campaigner and who has been a really hard worker for the SNP in a number of fronts and has sought to be a candidate on a number of occasions and was successful this time. For Jim, of course, from a farming background, but not a Perthshire barley baron, not a landowner in that kind of context. So somebody with a different background but a background that clearly resonates. Leslie, any reaction from you initially to the news that Jim has been successful in the election in Perthshire South?
Yeah, well, of course I'm delighted because it was the top target seat for the Tories to take from the SNP. So that's encouraging because given some of the tactical voting that we've seen elsewhere, so it's clearly a really important victory and an important hold. And as you say, he's somebody who's rooted in that community, understands it, and has been serving it and the wider cause of independence and I suppose of his party as well, very, very well for a long time. So yeah, that's good news. I mean, I guess it's still kind of it's always going to be a bit of a marginal seat there, and I think, and I'm imagining that that increase in the majority, it'll not be by much, and it's probably just a reflection of the higher turnout, which we've been seeing all over the place.
Potentially, yes. And I'll ask you the question as well because it is something that I've been reflecting on during this week. We've seen the increase in the franchise in Scotland for this election up to now 4.2 million people, a roughly 200,000 increase. And that increase, I suspect, is not entirely, but is largely made up of young people, 16 and 17-year-olds who are now included in the franchise in Scotland. How do you think that change in our franchise is playing through into the results that are now being declared in this election?
Well, I think as again Theo talked about this, there's a demographic shift here in Scotland. As you track your way down through the age,
yes.
People who haven't grown up with the normalisation of Westminster, let's put it that way, where it's just the wallpaper of your life and you actually have to step out to say, no, we don't want that. If you've grown up with the kind of normal idea that Scotland could and might and should be an independent country, that gives you a very different perspective in politics. And if you're, if the 2014 referendum had a significant impact on you as a young person, again using Theo as an example, what is there in the unionist parties that would inspire you to think, oh no, I'll stick with them, thanks. I like what I see down there in Westminster. No. So I think I mean, this is a generalisation, of course, but I'm pretty sure that has made a significant difference.
It's a fair question. Apart from those who wish to pursue their own careers in the political parties that are based in Westminster, and so that it offers them a career, it offers that tiny number of people a career. It's difficult to see anything else that's being offered, especially to voters more widely. I think your point's absolutely right. We've got a few other small items of news that are coming through. Whilst we wait for more results to be declared. Firstly, we're seeing with regard to turnouts, Edinburgh Pentlands, the turnout there has been almost very nearly 65%. Now, it was 60% in 2016, and I know because I spoke to two people who voted in Edinburgh Pentlands, and I spoke to them this morning. They were astonished at the size of the turnout and the size of the queues at the polling stations in Wester Hailes. And again, I'm not going to extrapolate from the individual to the broad perspective. However, if in a constituency that includes areas like Wester Hailes, that we're seeing a turnout of 65%, and I'm getting anecdotal reports of people being absolutely determined to vote and to have their say, I think that may be another of the stories of this election potentially.
Yeah.
We're also hearing that the turnout in Galloway and West Dumfries is up from 60% in 2016 to very nearly 65%, which again, with that combined with the increase in the number of the franchise, is a material number. And we're seeing the turnout in Edinburgh North and Leith is 63%. I'm not sure what that variation is from 2016, but again, we're seeing turnouts in the mid 60s.
Yeah.
Which in terms of the democratic process generally is a constructive thing, but also there are reports coming from Edinburgh in connection with the count. The police have seized a suspicious ballot paper after a voter in Edinburgh North and Leith attempted to vote after somebody had already cast their vote using that name. So whilst electoral fraud and challenges and issues in that sense are uncommon, it's probably a worthwhile reminder that these events do happen. I certainly, but by the same token, it also underlines for me messages I heard a little bit on the pavements and on the doors during the last week, where people firstly regarded it being very important to vote, but secondly the nuts and bolts of voting were not necessarily clearly understood. I had voters saying, "Oh, I either lost or I didn't receive my polling cards." And also saying that they weren't sure about the need to bring ID, and so I think there's perhaps it was at least to some extent the continuing education and the continuing explanation of the nuts and bolts of how our electoral system operates. We've had the Scottish Parliament for just over 20 years. It is elected in a way that's very different from Westminster, and so I think there's maybe a need for young voters and older voters to continue to explain and to make sure that everybody is included in the process because they understand how it works. Have you heard of any indications from people who were that you were talking to who either hadn't voted before in Scotland or who were confused by the modified D'Hondt system?
I think a lot of people are confused by the D'Hondt system, and the notion of having two votes, it isn't just as simple as it seems at first glance. And I think even a lot of people who are really quite kind of into politics have not necessarily got a handle on the system. So it does take a bit of explaining, really, and I think it's important for to do that and to take time to do that and to recognise what the purpose of the two vote system is, and that it's one of many options, one of many ways in which a more proportional system could be devised. But yeah, I have known of people who are confused, and but it's very interesting the way in which the non-SNP parties really latched on to this and really kind of hammered home the message, about use your what was it the peach
Yes.
The peach.
Peach
was
voting slip.
For,
Yeah.
for the list, that was the list one, wasn't
Yes,
it?
it was.
And they were sort of, just kept saying to folk, you've got to use that one and make sure so.
Yes,
It's
it
about messaging as well for people. But just on the whole kind of also who's eligible to vote in Scotland, because my son's a student in Vienna just now, and of course he was a bit shocked and miffed to discover that because he's away temporarily he didn't get vote. I mean he's very political, and he understands and he agrees with the principle of that. But he just felt a wee bit out of it this time round.
It's good that he's engaged, and I'm sure he'll stay engaged that too when he finishes his studies. So, Leslie, thank you very much. What we're going to do is we're going to take a short break. We're going to play a VT, and then we'll return on Broadcasting Scotland with more Scotland Counts.
The Catalans, the Basques, the Galicians in the Basque.
An independent future for Scotland.
How quickly do you think a referendum can be arranged?
Best practice demands that it should be 6 months.
Just looking at the overall share numbers for Scotland at the moment, the SNP 46.4%.
Hello and welcome back to Broadcasting Scotland. Andrew has gone off for a well-earned break.
He certainly has. He deserves it, doesn't he? He's
really
been here
does.
for a good couple of hours solid, but we've all been kind of been able to go for the toilet break and things. So, yeah, I hope he deserves his wee break.
Yeah.
Gets a coffee.
Get some nourishment to keep him going for the rest of the day. Anyway, I'm very glad that Sam is back here and joining me. So, what are you making of the latest?
Well, overall, it's kind of positive to see the SNP are doing really well and holding on to the seats, and the overall turnout has been quite good as well, which is really positive. Unfortunately, for my area, but that's down to Helensburgh.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, a large military town, as explained earlier on, because of Fast Lane. And speaking of Fast Lane, while we've been on air and while everybody's watching what's going on and watching the polls and watching the results coming in, there's been a nuclear convoy going through the area, going to Fast Lane. Perfectly timed, and everybody's distracted. So I hope that those who normally are out protesting are managed to still get out protesting and to say we don't want this going through our towns and villages of Scotland. But yeah, it's been largely positive so far. How are you finding this?
Yeah, well, as I was saying to Andrew, the fact that everything's so spread out,
Yes.
we're having, it's just trickling in slowly, you're not getting this flood of results that we usually have. So,
yes.
so it's a very different experience altogether.
It certainly is, isn't it?
But I know you probably already have had a discussion with him about this, but I'm interested just to dig in a wee bit more
Go
into
for
Dumbarton, because it's an area I'm very familiar with. My dad came from Dumbarton.
Oh, a good Dumbarton man, a son of the rock.
Son of the rock, he certainly was. And my husband, Peter, came from the Vale of Leven, and he's...
a JLP seater is... we can forgive that. Yes.
So, I've got very close family connections with people who were, kind of very excited about what was happening,
Yes.
and just Yeah, the way in which Jackie Baillie has taken a very distinctive role as a Labour politician in that constituency, and as you say, with Helensburgh and with the base there, she's always really gone all out to say, you know, she's in favour of the base and she'll support them.
And that's the thing. It's a difficult one because a lot of people in the area, and as you will know, we're having connections to the area, the base does provide a certain amount of jobs, if not directly, indirectly through contract work. So a lot of people, and I understand why they rely on, obviously it's their livelihoods, it pays their bills, and you know, every day we have coaches that go round picking up employees from round the area that go to the base. Now the thing is, as I was talking earlier on, so if I'm repeating myself I do apologise, but just for those that maybe weren't watching the show earlier on, but what a lot of people don't understand is who maybe voted for Jackie or voted for the Tories in order to keep their jobs because they believe if they stay in the union they get to keep their jobs. If they vote for independence they lose their job. Is in an independent Scotland, yes, we will get rid of the nuclear warheads, we will get rid of, you know, Trident, the subs and things like that, and the base is going to effectively still be there because as an independent Scotland we're going to need our own naval representation, whether how we form that is down to what we vote after independence. You know, is it a pacifying force? Is it a defensive force? What it's going to be? So basically, we're still going to have that base is going to still be there in some shape or form. It just won't be in the same shape or form as it is. So a lot of people, the jobs are still going to be there, just not in terms of the nuclear side and the weapons of mass destruction. So, and I think that's something us as independence campaigners, whether it's Scottish Greens or SNP, we need to kind of start addressing more and talking about more about what fast lane would be in an independent Scotland, especially for that. And I think that's a trick that we have missed during this campaigning. And I think we should have, because that is the big question, especially in that area. And I think if that had been addressed properly, we might have seen a different result.
Yeah, I think this is a thistle that has to be seized, doesn't it? And you know, looking at the future in the context of the climate emergency and transition away from, you know, other forms of power and, you know, a carbon-free or carbon-neutral economy. You know, there's an opportunity, and there are clearly proposals and ideas and policies being developed by the Green Party and others, you know, really to do imaginative things in creating jobs that will be good jobs, important jobs that use and develop people's skills and that can, you know, there's going to be that transfer of skills from the destructive power of what's lying under the loch there, to something much more positive, and also to develop a more a different approach to security, what it means for a nation and a small nation like Scotland to be secure and to be a responsible global citizen, peacemaking global citizen. And so there's all these opportunities.
And the thing is, we, especially with the pandemic, that's given us an opportunity to rethink the future we want, what kind of society we want, what kind of community we want, and even in the world stage, how we want to be perceived. I mean, around the world already, we are seen as quite a progressive country because some of the things we've already done, maybe small things, but they're seen as being progressive, and providing free period products. I mean, some of the countries are just like, wow, yous have done, that is amazing, thinking outside the box. So if we, and for defence, whether it's a peacekeeping defence or how we want to be seen, it can be done. It's just being a wee bit brave in taking that step forward.
It is being brave, and it's informing people and getting people on side, because of course people are concerned about their jobs. And Peter's dad, he had to go and work. He was one of these people that used to be picked up in buses and taken to Coolport, and that's not how he wanted to use his engineering skills. But
it was all that was available in the area.
Yes.
And I think we need to, the politicians, the pro-independence parties right across the board need to address this, and they need to start talking about it.
We do.
Like adults.
Yes. So that's for the future. That's a challenge, and that's a
the
challenge for you, Sam.
That's the challenge, and we're all part of that challenge. We need to start talking about it as well, as on the grassroots. We need to start talking about it, and then that shows the politicians and the government that we want change. Because if we're going to sit silent, it looks as if we don't want change. And, just going out and voting is not enough. You've got to use your voice as well.
Yes. And it's not just about, let's just have independence that doesn't really change, that doesn't really kind of be bold in saying we really can be a very different kind of society.
It matches us.
Yeah.
It matches us. And the thing is, and I think that's what we've got to get across, which has actually started to happen, especially with COVID and Brexit. You're already seeing people who would naturally have voted for the unionists parties because they believe in the union. And because the way we've been dealing with COVID especially, a lot of these people are actually going, do you know something? We can do this different, and we can do it on our own, and we can be independent. And that's what it's about. It's about effectively bringing about change that suits our country and it suits us, rather than going by somebody else's ideology of what we should be living like.
Okay, well, talking about COVID and being able to demonstrate that the smaller nations of the UK can do things differently. I wonder if that's had an impact in Wales. It's interesting just to see the news here that Labour is going to stay in power in Wales. It's been in power from the start of devolution, and it's matched its best ever Senate election result. Half of the seats in the Welsh Parliament, so half of the 60 seats. There's just one more region to be declared, and it looks like
Wales is quite interesting because it is a Welsh stronghold, but the kind of where Wales Labour, I was going to say Wales and Scotland, where Labour in Scotland, they seem to follow Westminster's lead, whereas down in Wales they didn't. When it came to COVID, they went their own path, which was very interesting, not following the Westminster lead. So, but I would have liked to have seen Plaid Cymru getting more seats down there.
Yeah, it's interesting, but what's happening in Wales and that kind of what seems to me to be there's some evidence of a grassroots flourishing, a sense of distinctive Welsh identity and wanting to step away from always being just the kind of tag on to England and Wales, but it's interesting, as you say, the role that the Labour Party has played in that. And I was speaking to somebody from Wales yesterday, and she's a member of the Labour Party, and she's very interested in what's happening in Scotland. But for her, the stage things are at in Wales and in the Welsh sense of its own politics, its own direction, its own that is being carried much more effectively by the Labour Party, and so it is still seems quite rooted into the that past, that tradition of Labour, which has been so strong in Wales. So. But again, I think what we're seeing, with the results coming through in Scotland, with Labour really kind of consolidating its power in Wales, and what's been happening in the English local elections, and I mean, who knows with the mayor elections, but it really does look now, when you look at the map of the UK, to talk about it as one political nation.
You can't.
You really can't. There are very distinctive things happening in our different nations, and that means different challenges. And the political system that we're locked into at Westminster really doesn't have the capacity, to reflect that, to give scope. And
the political system at Westminster is very, very limited. That's the problem. It's very, very limited, and it's very limited to the other nations, and and that's very much reflected in the Scottish political landscape. They just don't represent us anymore, but we're forced to tolerate them.
Endure.
Yeah. It's like very much we've got to deal with them, haven't we?
Yeah. I've just got an update here on developments in Scotland. So we knew already that Jim Fairley had held Perthshire South and Kinrossshire for the SNP, 4.4% majority, and that's a slight increase. This was the party's most marginal seat, so that's encouraging. That as we've seen in other, some of the less secure SNP seats, that they have been pretty solid in holding these seats.
Yeah, definitely.
Cumbernauld and Culsyth, that's also an SNP hold. The result is 19,633 votes for the SNP, Labour 9,792, Conservatives 3,375, and the is that Liberal or is it
Lib Dems?
Yeah,
Lib Dems,
678.
Yeah,
so
SNP have took 58.6% of the vote.
That's pretty significant, isn't it?
And that's down 1.5%. So even though it's down 1.5%, that's still a good percent of the majority of the vote.
Yeah,
which is really good. But it's interesting,
And also that Richard Lochhead, who's been returned in Murray for the SNP, he says that they've achieved our highest ever Holyrood vote, nearly 20,000, and increased our majority and also won the list vote. So given that this is where Douglas Ross hangs out, it's a very powerful message to the Tory leader who has been rejected by his home patch, says Richard.
What a shame. What a shame. But it'll be interesting to see if he's going to get in. He will probably get in through the list vote, won't he? Douglas Ross, unfortunately. He's the gift that keeps on giving, really. Some of the parody accounts that I've formed on social media for Douglas Ross are quite hilarious. I quite enjoy following some of them. They're better, so much better than his. I would actually vote for some of the parody accounts rather than, but Douglas Ross, he's a gift that keeps on giving. It really is. He's hilarious.
Well, he's not just hilarious. There's something very sort of tight about, he doesn't have any kind of maybe I'm being unfair to him, but he doesn't really convey any human warmth or
humanity
or sense of just being at home in himself.
He was always quite awkward in his own skin,
he does. And I think this to me it reflects some of the challenges for the Conservative Party in Scotland. So much in recent years has rested on Ruth Davidson as the figurehead, and she's a very different personality from Douglas Ross. She's quite amenable, and people strangely warmed to her despite her politics.
I know. I don't see it, but Douglas Ross, he just looks as if he's not in his own skin. It looks as if he's borrowed someone else's skin and he's going to get caught out.
He's so awkward.
He is such a nasty character as well. And you know, the some of the comments he's come out with, you know, he's so hot. He's just a nasty piece of work. And you know, and you just think, why are you in politics?
But do you know something, Sam? I don't know. Is he really at the kind of human level? Is he a nasty piece of work, or is this just the way he has to present and project his party? You know, I think he's probably.
I think he is a nasty piece of work. I'm going to go, yeah, he is a nasty piece of work, because the comments that he made about the travelling community and things like that.
You're right.
You know, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what community. You don't alienate any community at all. They are Scots. They live in Scotland. They are nomadic, ethnic part of Scotland, and we forget that how important the travelling community has been in shaping Scotland over the years, and cultures and things as well. My great-grandfather was a traveller, and he came to Scotland to escape Nazi persecution. So, yeah, they do play a huge role over the generations in the history of Scotland and everything else. And, you know, to turn round and make the comments that he did about the travelling community is just, you know, in my opinion, he's a very, very nasty piece of work. And you know, but yes, I can understand that he represents Westminster. But the thing is, he will never fully represent Westminster, because Westminster represents the boys from Eton. They represent a total different class of there's a hierarchy there. There's a different type of persona, which Douglas Ross will never be part of that group.
I think you've got a point there, Sam, and it does seem to me that traditionally Scottish Conservatives, while I have disagreed profoundly with their policies, their economic outlook, you know, what they stand for, what the Conservative Party has stood for, is something that I have never warmed to, never wanted to accept in Scotland, and yet it's been a kind of different beast from what we're seeing in the Tory Party now. You know, I have to say that I've had friends who are Conservatives.
And they will vote Conservative for their own reasons. Yeah. And they're actually some of one of my really good friends, and she is one of the most nicest, heartwarming, beautiful person I have ever met. So they're not all Douglas Rosses.
You know, I think you're right that, you know, I don't know how we've got into talking about.
I know how you've got into talking about Conservatives.
But I think it's maybe quite important because, yes, you know, they do represent or have done the opposition, the official political opposition in Scotland. It seems to be more where the unionist vote is gravitating. So we have to kind of be aware of them and think of it. And yeah, for me, a lot of the Tories I've known are kind of decent human beings. I think they're misguided. They're misreading politics, and they have often a very complacent view of what makes for a better society, and have no kind of understanding of the structures of inequality,
they don't understand
and of poverty.
I think that's what it is. Yeah,
but they're really not like, you know, the old Etonians and that.
I think that's the problem.
So there's a kind of the direction of travel for the Conservative Party on a UK basis is one that is concerning, and I'm wondering whether Okay, I'm just getting word that we've got another result.
I have just seen, if it's the same one, I've just caught
Right,
it
you-
on my phone.
What have you got there?
Falkirk West? Is that the one you've got?
Oh, Uddingston and Bellshill.
Oh,
Yeah,
I've
that's
got
the one.
Falkirk West.
Okay, that's good.
Right, so
Michael Matheson.
fantastic.
I mean, I don't suppose these results are any great surprise, but you know, just
Michael
the
Matheson,
numbers are
SNP
ticking up.
hold, yeah.
Yeah. So we're moving towards who knows? There are still a couple of real key seats, key constituency seats to come. You know, ones where the SNP will really be wanting to ensure that they
I know it's kind of strange because normally with elections you do the vote and then you sit up all night waiting on the results. This way, as much as it's a bit more, I don't know. I don't know if it's more relaxing or more stressful or a bit of both, because it's more of a roller coaster. That's probably what it is. Because what you just kind of, you know, 1 minute you're going with the flow and the next minute you're going, bite the nails and everything. I mean, I've been picking, I don't know if anybody notices, I had polished my nails and I've been sitting picking at them. So I've got nails of nail polish now, with nails, waiting on the results coming in. So it's quite a strange one, but it just goes to show you that people kept saying we couldn't have the election because of the pandemic, and they kept saying, oh, you can't have a referendum because of the pandemic. So this is proven we can do it, and it's possible to do it.
Of course, it was always possible.
Oh, yeah,
you know, there've been
definitely.
elections. It's a question of, you know, how motivated people, why it matters, and if
Yeah.
it matters. And of course, the high turnout really. Oh,
We get more news.
something else. Let me see.
Ooh.
Let's see. Okay.
This is when hopefully it starts getting exciting.
Can't hear anything yet.
Oh,
No, not Aberdeen. No, not Aberdeenshire West yet. We're waiting for that one.
waiting on that one.
That is absolutely key. That one.
Stephanie Callaghan elected as MSP.
That's the
Uddingston,
yeah.
Bellshill, yeah. I know, it's getting, maybe they'll start coming in quicker now.
Okay.
Is there more coming in? This is about the only time we're allowed word devices in the studio. Otherwise, we always get a row off of Linda. So this is about the only time. So it's great fun. But so I keep going on Twitter and I keep going, what's happening? What's happening?
Well, I'm glad you've got that and you're checking it, Sam, because I can barely hear what Linda's saying to me half the time.
I'm actually using Ballot Box Scotland right now on Twitter to keep up to date, and it is actually, you know, but yeah, Twitter is amazing. I love Twitter. It is great. Oh, we've got some more. Go for
I've got
it.
the official word, if you want. The result for Uddingston and Bellshill, an SNP hold. 17,953 votes, Labour 12,647, Scottish Conservatives 4,569, and the Liberal Democrats 821. So, just following the pattern, really, isn't it?
It is. It's the same pattern, and I kind of. I've just been told. I've just got a message there that in East Dunbartonshire they are due to call within about an hour, and the turnout was 72%. I've just got a message there, so obviously we need to check that, and hopefully they can. The official results come out in an hour. Should be quite good. Yeah, we're starting to get there, aren't we?
And you know, East Dunbartonshire is one of those seats that often has a high turnout, so you know that pattern's being reflected
definitely.
again. I think the kind of excitement of later on this afternoon will be when we start to get the list seats and the complicated calculations that are required to work out who gets what.
Oh, I know, that always
that
gets
really will
me.
go down to the wire.
Yeah, that always gets me. I'm always like, I kind of follow it to a point, and then once it starts, I just kind of get a bit lost. So, yeah, that I rely on everybody else to tell me rather than me trying to work it out, because there does come a point where I'm like, oh no. But I'm looking to see if there's anything else, but not at the moment. But yeah, it's going to get it's going to be interesting. Definitely interesting.
Yeah,
it's going to be a long day.
So the clock is ticking round. We know most of the constituency results now.
Yeah. So it's all the list ones going to be coming in soon. And yeah, they'll be coming in pretty soon. So that'll be when it all busies up again. I know with our area, the Clydebank vote, they managed to get it all done for last night. So they didn't need to do a count today. So I think that'll be getting announced late on this afternoon, part of the list. So it'll be interesting to see who gets in and who gets a seat. I'm hoping Ross Greer gets in. I do like Ross. And he's responsible for my son liking politics. And Nicola Sturgeon, they're the two. He's met Nicola Sturgeon and he's met Ross Greer, and they're the two that's responsible for him getting involved in politics. So I'm hoping they get in. Well, Nicola's get in, I'm hoping Ross gets in, and then I'll be happy, but I'm sure Ross will get in. He has seat.
Ross is an impressive young politician, and he's really made his mark in the Parliament over the last few years, hasn't he?
Yeah, it'd be good to see.
What was it about him that really appealed to your son and got him involved?
Well, what appealed to Christopher, a typical child, he's always, when he met Nicola Sturgeon, he liked Nicola. He was still dead shy and didn't want to talk to her and things like that. But he just liked the way she spoke to him as a person. She didn't speak down to him. And when he met Ross, Ross was the same. And he's met a few different politicians and things. And all the ones within the indie parties that he's met, whether it's been SNP or Scottish Greens, they've all spoke to him with a level of respect. They don't talk down to him. And he quite likes that. He's spoken to with that kind of respect. So when I co-founded Save Loch Lomond, obviously we started getting into contact with a lot of politicians and things, and the Scottish Greens were one of the main party. It helped us behind the scenes and then at the forefront. And when Christopher met Ross, we were at a photo shoot, a press release, and Ross was like, "How's school going?" Because he got a special day off that day because he was going to the Scottish Parliament as well, which he loved. And I will say the Conservatives complained because he was talking in the gallery, and he wasn't talking as in being a loud wee boy. He had the pamphlet with, for all those that have never been to Scottish Parliament, you can pick up a pamphlet and it tells you all the politicians and what party and their wee photograph and things like that. And he was sitting, and we were sitting like this, and he's sitting there and he was kind of going, pointing out who all the politicians were, and he was whispering, and a couple of the Conservatives turned round and spied him and complained, and we got told to stop doing that. Now, come on. You're wanting to encourage kids to get involved in politics. So, yeah, but that was fine. So anyway, he met Ross at the press conference, and Ross asked him, "How's school?" "Rubbish, I don't like school." And Ross is like, "Oh, really?" So he started this conversation, and he says, Ross was asking him about various questions and things like that, and Christopher's like, "I refuse to do homework." And Ross was like, "Oh, do you? Why do you refuse to do it?" "It's against my human rights. It's against my right as being a child. I have the right to be out playing and socialising. I do my schoolwork during school hours, so afterwards, blah, blah, blah." And Ross is like, "I think you should start a petition." Thanks, Ross. So Christopher started a petition, took it up to Holyrood that afternoon, got staff at Holyrood to sign it, and got various politicians to sign it. Then took it into school. You can imagine the head teacher. She was like, oh no, because she had been trying to encourage Christopher to do homework and things like that. And he's like, no, it's against my human rights and blah, blah, blah. And he had his argument, which was even perfected again because of Ross, and because Ross had said, well, there's no benefit to homework and blah, 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 and Christopher's like, oh, and there's certain countries that don't force homework. So he then basically took the petition into school, got kids to sign it, went round the village, got parents and grandparents to sign it. He was planning to take it back to Ross, but the pandemic hit. But in the meantime, just by doing that, his class no longer gets homework. Because he proved the argument that homework doesn't benefit. So they have his class is the only class in the school that has an opt-in system for homework. So he's never done homework.
Well, Sam, it's quite interesting. Here we are, we're sitting here to discuss the election and the results and so on, and we've ended up talking about your son and his campaign and homework. But I think this SNP. So SNP have held Cumnock, Carrick and Doon Valley.
Good.
Elena Whittam, is that Elena? Yeah. So this is Jean Freeman's seat. And,
because Jean's now retired, hasn't she?
Yeah. So that's great. We'll hear more we'll get the details of that seat. But yeah, just to finish what I was saying about this, it sounds like your son is getting ready early for
campaigning,
for being a politician. And the fact that he's been to the Scottish Parliament and he liked that and he kind of felt this is a place I can feel at home. It's my parliament. It's our parliament. Yeah. I think that, to me, I know a lot of people
also
for
as
whom
well
that's
to
important.
have a child so young to feel they've got a voice within the establishment, within the establishment of that country. I'm not saying the establishment as in Westminster and blah blah blah, but to be feel as an equal, and that's the whole point.
It's that kind of investment in politics, not just as something that people do far away, distant, out of touch with what is kind of connected to me and to my life, and I can make a difference, and I can see how it, and seeing somebody like Ross or other politicians that you've met doing that is important.
Yeah, and that's the thing, and I think that's the difference between Westminster and Holyrood. The politicians at Holyrood are a lot more accessible, and they work more with talking to people in the communities. Whereas Westminster, they are kind of hidden away, which is a shame because they're not investing in the youth and in the younger generations. And if we get more results coming in?
I'm just having a look here.
I know, this is what we keep doing. It's terrible, isn't it? Keep looking at our devices, not good.
Glasgow Provan, that's an SNP hold.
Yeah, Ivan McKee, re-elected.
Yep.
There we go. Let's see.
I'm just looking to see if we've got any figures yet for these seats that have just come in.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for as well. It's I quite like Ballot Box Scotland. Yeah, it's keeping me up to date.
So I can see that the turnout in Uddingston and Bellshill was 61%, which is up by 9.5. The Conservatives' share of the vote was down 3.2%.
What a shame. Same with Dundee City East, the Conservative vote was down as well.
There's no question that Dundee is SNP city big time, isn't it?
Where else? Labour's was down as well in Dundee, yeah. Surprise, surprise. Who else? No, I've got no more figures at the moment. I don't know if you are. No.
No, but you'll be glad to discover that Alex Salmon has congratulated Nicola Sturgeon on her victory.
And so he should. That's the most gentleman thing to do. And the right thing to do.
He's saying that his party is unlikely to win any seats.
Yeah. I think we kind of we've been kind of predicting that. That's the problem with pop-up parties when they start so close to an election. The chances of any party at all that started late in the day, just before a campaign, an election campaign, they traditionally don't do very well.
Ivan McKee has an increased majority, 7,230. So
Wow,
well done, Ivan.
well done. Yeah, I keep refreshing Ballot Box Scotland to see if I'm getting different figures. That's terrible, isn't it?
Ivan has had a really good record in the last government. He's been an excellent minister.
Yeah, a lot of them have been really good. My issue with sometimes the list vote is we end up with politicians nobody's ever heard of or ever seen. And I know that happened, there was during the pandemic, flicking through the kind of Facebook and looking at the local newspaper, and there was Tory MSP commented on frontline workers. I thought, we've a Tory MSP? Who is it? And I can't even remember the gentleman's name. And I'd never heard of him before, but he'd get in the list vote. And I think something needs to be, that's what I would like to see changed, that when politicians get in through the list vote, that we are more aware of who they are, because at the moment we're not. There's ones that kind of slip under and we don't know who they are and we don't know what they stand for or whatever. We don't know how to contact them and things. So I think there needs to be a wee change there. I would like to see that being slightly changed, that we know more of who they are, who represent us in our communities and areas. Because apart from your kind of main MSPs that you know about, there's other ones out there we don't.
So who should have responsibility for doing that, do you think, Sam?
Well,
Because, I mean, the information does appear on the Scottish Parliament website.
yeah, it does, but unfortunately within the communities. So maybe it should be the civil service, I don't know. But yeah, there needs to be something within the communities, because again, even though it appears on the website, not everybody has access to the internet. And the amount of times I've had people contacting me saying, who's my MSP? Or who do I contact? There's a lot of people that still don't know who. There's got to be some way of getting that information out. Whether there's at the end of every election when we re-establish Parliament and we reopen Parliament again at Holyrood, maybe, I don't know, is it worth, I don't know if the cost, if it's worth doing it, is maybe sending an information pamphlet out to every household to say, this is your MSP representatives of your area, this is their contact details. I don't know, there's got to be a way of allowing people, or letting people know who their representatives are at Parliament.
I'm sure quite a lot of people get quite confused. They have their constituency MSP, and then there's lots of other people as well, and they represent different parties. And some of the list MSPs are very active and very engaged in their local communities. And
there's others you just don't hear of them. You don't know who they are until suddenly they appear in a quote somewhere. I'm just
hearing that Mid-Fife and Glenrothes is an SNP hold.
Good.
Jenny Gilruth's seat. Yeah, and she's increased her majority, so she's obviously made her mark.
Good.
Her majority is now 10,234.
It's looking good. It's looking positive.
And she. We now have the SNP on 50 seats.
Good.
Lib Dems 4, Conservatives 3, Labour 2.
That's the way we want to keep that wee bit, isn't it? I still can't believe Lib Dems. I keep forgetting they actually exist in Scotland as a party.
It's interesting to reflect that, if we had just a straightforward first past the post system, how very different the Scottish Parliament would look.
Definitely.
And I think that's something that people that are in the Westminster bubble sometimes forget. They have a kind of dual standards about what constitutes a kind of strong majority or a kind of mandate to do something.
Yeah, they do, don't they? They really do. It's yes, it's like do as I say, not as I do. Very much attitude. Down in Westminster in terms of what constitutes as a mandate. It's funny. It's like just constantly checking. It's like constantly checking, isn't it? You just want to be sitting there. We should have a screen that we just constantly go like this and check. Maybe that's one for the producer. We could actually have a big screen with social media. We can just constantly check all the time. It would be quite interesting. Yeah, but it's going to be one of those days. Can't wait to find out what the final results are.
Yeah, but we're going to have to wait.
I know. When do you reckon that the final result, because some have been saying that they're not going to get, they reckon the counts probably early evening and things. So do you think we're going to be here until kind of...
Who knows?
I know.
7 o'clock, 8 o'clock?
I know. Our producer is in the background actually making us soup and keeping us fed for the day. And I can't wait. I can smell it. And I don't know about you, but it is absolutely, and it's like, that's one thing about doing these shows when they're all day, it's you get fed. Which
That's
is
true.
quite nice that you get fed. But yeah, it's when you can smell it when you're sitting here and you're kind of just going, gives a bowl of soup through, and we'll sit and eat our soup while we're doing the show. No, that wouldn't be allowed. She'll be going mental that I'm saying this on there.
You can say what you like.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at figures here for turnout at Scottish Parliamentary Elections since 1999.
Oh my goodness.
And we're on 63.7 at the moment for 2021. That's quite significantly the highest turnout since the reconvening of the Scottish Parliament, which reflects, the significance and the weight of what we're doing and what we're deciding here.
Do you think COVID and Brexit have made have played part of that? The fact of getting people who have been turning out to vote this time round.
It's an interesting question. I do think that Brexit has had a bearing on.
Yeah, definitely, because it's now starting to impact people's lives.
What's your sense from your perspective and from where you're sitting? I don't mean there, but
I've just seen Almond Valley. Is it Almond Valley or Almond Valley in Lothian? Has as an SNP hold Angela Constance and has been re-elected. Yes, I think Brexit and Brexit certainly, because it's now starting to it's now the reality's kicked in with Brexit and how it's affecting people's lives, has certainly brought people out to vote, and also how the Scottish Government have dealt with COVID, with Nicola Sturgeon standing there and members of her government standing there day in, day out, reassuring people. And I know from people I've spoken to, elderly and, you know, people who are shielding, they found that quite reassuring. They didn't see that as a party political broadcast the way that the opposition parties tried to make. It was reassuring, and it didn't matter what their political persuasion was. They found that reassuring to see someone from the government to be standing there day in, day out saying, this is what we're doing, this is what we need you to do, and we're going to be okay, we're going to get through this. That reassurance and hope.
And people appreciated that.
They did. Hence why they tried to get it stopped, because they knew that people appreciated that and tried to, you know, but to try and turn that into a political thing was wrong, because that was about reassurance and hope through a very terrifying period for a lot of people.
Yes, I wonder if it's, you know, really shifted people's sense of why the Scottish Parliament matters, why we need to, why we have our own Scottish government, and that sense of, you know, a leadership that is speaking to us specifically, and
yeah.
Yeah.
And the thing is as well, I mean, at the end of the day, it shows why I think a lot of people have, I don't know from your perspective, but from my perspective, a lot of people have realised how important Scottish government is, and us having our separate government.
You know, when you've been doing much campaigning for so yeah, I'm just asking, you know, whether as a local campaigner, what were the kind of key issues that people were, you know, raising with you?
When I was talking to people, just any time I'm talking to people, is being listened to. And when you talk to people about anything to do with politics, whether it was this particular election or just in general, it's feeling that they're not being heard, that the politicians are in a different world from them and don't understand what they're going through. They don't understand what everyday hardships they're having to deal with. So when during COVID, and there were some policies and some things that were, you know, the Scottish Government were saying, right, this is what we're going to do, because we're aware of people have fell through the cracks with Westminster, so we're going to try and support these people, you know, self-employed and so forth, people in the arts and communities and things like that, in the creatives community. And it was that feeling of being listened to and heard, because when I was out doing campaigning, a wee lady had said to me, oh, Jackie Bailey was round, and I was like, all right. I was we having a nice wee chat, you know, and she was a wee elderly lady, and she says, yeah, I only see her this time when there's an election. You know, I would like to see her any other time. I mean, I've got things that I would like to talk to her about. And you know, and that's the thing, is people just want to be listened to and heard. So, yeah, and I think this is what a lot of politicians are really good at, as constituency politicians, and some are really bad at. It's basically being heard, being listened to, and their concerns being taken seriously.
And what are the concerns? What were the main concerns?
The main concerns were poverty, whether it was work, benefits, fuel poverty, especially with COVID. That was their concerns. How they were going to survive, once they go back to work, and especially the ones on furlough, when they go back to work, are they going to be able to keep their job? Are they not going to be able to keep their job? Are we going to end up in another lockdown? Which a lot of these questions can't be answered by a politician. But just knowing that if anything happened, they would have a safety net. The other concern was people who have lost employment because of COVID and been paid off, and they're on benefits like universal credit. And they were just, we all know about universal credit. It is just an awful benefit. People are, they get, going back into that where their benefits getting cut. And also as well, going back into that lifestyle of if they don't meet a certain target for something, they're sanctioned, and going back into all these things, being able to, if they've already accumulated rent arrears through COVID, these safety nets that were put in place during COVID pandemic, they were getting removed, and they were scared about, and so many people are scared about how that's going to affect them if they're going to end up be facing evictions and things. So that was the concerns.
And tell me, Sam, were people clear about what areas are devolved and which are reserved?
Yes.
Because, clearly, universal credit.
Yes. There were some people that were a wee bit kind of confused, but the majority of people are aware of what is Westminster and what is Holyrood. The ones that were didn't really understand, everything was Holyrood's fault. Everything was Scottish Government's fault. And then you had to kind of go, no, this is, they don't have any power over that, blah, blah, blah. And you had to go into a wee bit more depth and explain that. But the ones that were aware of what was Holyrood were grateful for the extra help that the Scottish Government had given. They were really grateful because they understood where that was coming from, and it wasn't Westminster. But they were annoyed that Westminster weren't doing what they should have been doing, which was being a responsible government.
So, the flip side of that is when we become independent, we have to take full accountability for all of those things.
And the thing is, independence, is about taking full accountability and being able to make our own decisions. And yes, we will make mistakes, but we can rectify them and we can be responsible for that, rather than having been dictated to how we look after our finances and we look after our own country. Is there more results coming in?
Yeah. So we're just having confirmed that Angela Constance has won Almond Valley. I don't think there was ever any real doubt that was going to happen. And her majority is up.
Good.
12,130. 12,130 is her majority. And of course, Angela's another wheel kid figure, that she's quite prominent as a member of the government.
Yeah, it's all going the way we kind of want it to go so far.
So, do you think we're on a knife edge? Because that's the language that we've been hearing right through the whole campaign and the results process.
I know it's been. I've been actually quite anxious. I don't know about you, but certainly I was getting a bit. I don't know why, but getting quite fearful and quite scared and things. But I'm glad that things are looking quite positive now. I can relax a little bit. It's just waiting on the list vote results coming in now, and that's where it's going to get nervous again.
So 65, that's the magic number for an SNP majority. Yeah. But of course, this talk that we need to have an SNP majority, absolute majority, is really a bit of nonsense, isn't it? What is required is a majority in the Parliament for independence.
Yeah, and I think that's just a spin of words, isn't it, that some of the media is using and some people are using, and it's
very deliberate, don't you think?
Yeah,
you know,
but they do
it's
that.
trying to convey the message that, you know, the SNP is the independence movement,
Yeah.
and of course, from where we sit, that is absolutely not the case, and nor should it be.
Yeah, and that's the thing, and that's what Westminster like to try and portray, to show, because they're trying to belittle the Yes movement to make out, and that's what they do. They try to belittle and undermine the Yes movement, and they try to make it out that it's only Scottish National Party when it's not. There is people from different political persuasions who believe in independence, and it's trying to, well, we understand that in Scotland, we understand that within the Yes movement, but I think in Westminster it's deliberate, they deliberately ignore that fact, and they try to make out that's...
I think this is, you know, this kind of sleight of hand, and you know, from the Westminster perspective, from the kind of UK media, this notion that SNP has to win an absolute majority, when the whole system has been designed to, you know, to ensure that an absolute majority is something that no party can really ever get.
Exactly, there's got to be some sort of coalition.
And that the 2011 result was really an aberration, and that, you know, there is something significant about that, because it's, you know, it's about representation, it's about democratic spread, it's about, you know, a kind of governance that requires a measure of consensus and cooperation, all of which is significant.
And it's a bit of adult politics as well, because, as you say, there's got to be consensus, they've got to be able to communicate, and they've got to negotiate, all these wonderful adult things, you know, that involve running a country, instead of having a majority and, you know, and have there's no or less accountability to the Parliament. But no, I quite like the fact that we've got more representation, and it's more obviously I want it to be more as independent as possible, but the fact that we do have that diversity that represents Scotland is actually quite good. I just like it to be more independent based, but
yes,
but yeah, it is a slight kind of spin of words when the media try to say, you know, SNP need a majority, and it's not. It's independence movement representation. It needs a majority, but that's deliberate. That's deliberate.
So here we are, Douglas Ross. I'm just saying about the knife edge, and he's saying we're on a knife edge.
The gift that keeps on giving. Yes, I would love to know how he's going to manage. Is it he's being an MSP, an MP, and his refereeing job?
I'd be quite happy if he just went back to running the line at football matches.
Yeah, definitely. I would actually like to know how he's going to juggle those plates, and how he's going to manage.
Well, of course, there have been precedents. Alex Salmond is one of them, of, you know, being represented in both parliaments. I think I'm hearing that Angus South, is that right?
Ooh.
Graham Day has taken, or has held that seat. And Shirley Ann Somerville, another government minister. And she's increased her majority, that's in Dunfermline.
Good.
So, You know,
We're
the
getting
numbers are
there.
stacking up.
Yeah, we're getting there. It's all starting to come in now. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. Oh, it's going to be a good day, I think.
But we're waiting for the cities. You know, there's the seats in Glasgow and Edinburgh still to declare.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, still waiting. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. I've now decided. I've now got hope and
Okay.
positivity. We'll be fine. We've got this.
Sam says it's okay, so we're fine,
Yeah, it's
everyone.
fine. We're going to be okay. I've now decided. Yeah, we're going to be okay. My nerves from earlier on have now gone. Not. I'll still be biting my nails as the day goes on. But no, we're doing. Yeah, we're doing okay. We're doing okay. So that's not bad. It'll be interesting. It's funny because we're doing this. We're so focused on social media and things like that ourselves. But it'd be. I wonder how the other channels, the mainstream channels, are actually reporting this, or if they are just doing a wee bit of their wee kind of ribbon at the bottom. I wonder if they're actually doing any proper reporting on this, or if they're just doing their wee ribbon. What do you reckon?
What do you think would constitute proper reporting?
Actually having reporters there on the scene, interviewing candidates and things, you know, what they do with the general election and things like that.
Well, within the constraints of COVID
Of
and the
COVID,
pandemic,
yes.
but you know, to be fair, you know, that is, I did see some of that yesterday when I was watching the results come in.
So they were doing, that's good, because I was working all day yesterday, so I kind of missed a huge chunk of what was going on yesterday. So I had to, when I got home last night, I had to do a quick, you know, on social media and do a quick catch up. So were they actually reporting properly what was happening?
Oh yes,
Oh,
yes,
yeah.
up to a point.
Yeah.
The results, of course, you know, everything, as we know, it's all gone on very long, so a lot of daytime hours to fill. But yeah, there were reporters at the different counts.
Good. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it.
Okay, I think we're going to go to a VT, have a wee break, and we'll see you back here in a minute.
How do you mean no more commission?
Well, no one in Scotland can commission an idea. You know, if I went to BBC Scotland and I said, I've got this great idea for a sitcom, I've got this brilliant idea for a drama, you know, no, there isn't one person in Scotland that can okay it unless it goes through London.
Good morning and welcome to another edition of Full Scottish. What's happening today?
Hello and welcome to the Full Scottish here on Broadcasting Scotland.
Scotland is going to be an independent country.
That need, that desire for independence is ever stronger than perhaps it was in 2014. So there's an obligation that we've got to give leadership to that campaign. That's what Nicola Sturgeon, as our First Minister, has been doing.
My feeling about Boris Johnson is he can't be trusted on anything.
That is now and forever will be known as the rape clause.
I'm old enough to remember going into Europe in '73, and I remember how much of a razor's edge that was a balancing stone. And I think we made it by 53%, if I remember correctly, for going in. And ever since that time, England particularly has been pretty much schizophrenic, down the middle about whether it felt British or whether it felt European. And that schism, that crack has remained throughout English society ever since.
Scotland means business. Scotland's voice won't be stilled, it won't be silenced, it has to be heard.
The work that's been done by Broadcasting Scotland in giving community activists, yes activists, Scottish activists a platform other than the traditional media outlets.
Good afternoon once more. I'm glad to be back with you with Scotland Counts on Broadcasting Scotland. We'll change the team over for a little bit and let people get a little bit of a break as we continue with our rolling coverage of the results which are declared on the second day of the Scottish election for the Parliament at Holyrood. Now, I'm delighted to see that we're joined by another of our regular enthusiastic and important contributors. We're joined from Dundee, from Tayside, by Siobhan Tolland. Siobhan, good afternoon. How are you today?
Not too bad. Just a wee gentle reminder that it's Toland, but that's fine. I'm not too fussed on that end.
My apologies. I'm duly corrected. I'll not make that mistake ever again. So I was smiling there as ever that you were saying that you're feeling the very peak of which Scottish people feel, so not too bad.
No too bad. Yes. I'm literally just come in and just discovered that my MSP has regained his seat, Graham Day, which I didn't think was in much doubt, but it's good to know. I know that the turnout was seemingly quite low in Angus South. So there was a wee bit of concern there, given that, turnout seemed to be much higher in the other surrounding areas. But Graham has regained his seat. I'm not sure the actual results for that one, but it's good to know. And I am taking full credit for that one.
That's interesting. Why do you think, and I'm asking you to speculate here, but you're on the ground. Why do you think the turnout might have been lower in Angus South on this occasion?
I honestly have no idea. It seems to be a bit of an outlier, and we're only going on what we kind of thought. I literally haven't even seen the figures, so I don't even know if that's correct or not. It's just that on the day of the election, it was felt that it was quite low, but I'm not quite sure. I don't know. I honestly couldn't speculate on that one, considering everybody else's is higher. I was actually just trying to look for the results as I came on. Here it is now. Graham Day, 19,000. So he's a good 6,000 ahead. Yes. I'm just going to look at the swing. It's just come onto the television right now. But it could have been that maybe there was a kind of less enthusiastic SNP. I think that was certainly the concern. That the lower vote might mean that there was less enthusiasm for voting in the SNP, but it certainly doesn't look like if that's the case, because Graham's won quite comfortably there. We are sitting on 51 now, so that's looking quite good. The SNP is anyway.
Yes. I was just going to say that in the little while I've been off getting a break, we saw Ivan McKee hold Glasgow Provan. We saw Elena Whittam hold Carrick, Cumnock and Doon Valley, and Cumnock came up on the broadcast earlier today. We've seen Jennigal Ruth hold Mid-Fife and Glenrothes, and we've seen Angela Constance returned holding Armagh Valley.
And Shirley Ann Somerville held. Yep.
And then I was coming to in Mid-Fife, Shirley Ann Somerville re-elected as well, so with a 5% increase in her vote. So we're seeing across the country now the SNP are sitting on 52 constituency seats, with the Lib Dems on 4, Conservatives with 3, and Labour with 2. And so what we're seeing is that the SNP, and this is a conversation that you and I had yesterday afternoon, but we're starting to see a continuing trend, which is the SNP are continuing to hold seats with a slightly increased share of the vote, and also from time to time they, unlike others, are being successful in obtaining their target seats. The first three target seats being East Lothian, Edinburgh Central and Ayr. I'm struck here that in terms of Dunfermline and Mid-Fife and Glenrothes, we're seeing an SNP yellow picture there, and I'm struck that with Armagh Valley, that suggests then that with the exception so far of 2 seats in Edinburgh, the Lothians is SNP yellow from the west to the east, the SNP having secured East Lothian in a win from Labour. So the suggestion, the overall colour, I think, would tend to continue to be that the SNP's electoral success that we saw beginning yesterday is continuing. Given that this is a government that if these results continue, this looks like it may be a fourth SNP government. For a government going into a fourth term, what do you think it says that they're continuing to prove to be so successful at the ballot box?
There's probably about, I'd say, maybe 2 or 3 reasons I would say as to why that would be the case. The first one, probably most importantly, might be the lack of decent opposition. I think that the Conservatives are not really taken massively seriously. Even that so-called resurgence we had a few years ago pre-Brexit was never really a massive resurgence of Conservative love within Scotland. The collapse of Labour, unfortunately, means that, you know, another potentially social democratic party has kind of lost its way. So I think there's an element there. I think good governance on behalf of the SNP, I think that's been pretty clear, and it's never been clearer during the COVID. And also, finally, and the one that we spoke about mostly yesterday, Andrew, was the issue of independence, and the constitutional issue will never go away. And the SNP will always reflect that issue until it becomes resolved one way or the other. Maybe a fourth one as well. Scots, once they change alliances and change allegiances, they're quite loyal up to a point. And then, you know, as we saw with Labour, they'll be loyal, then we'll reach a point and then we'll go, nah, we've not reached that yet with SNP. We may one day soon after independence, but no yet.
I know. I'm impressed to see that you're channeling the former Deputy First Minister John Swinney there, who's also reported as saying that the SNP returning as the biggest party in Holyrood is an astonishing achievement for an incumbent party of government, gaining seats and winning an election for a fourth consecutive time, and that's also in the context I'm seeing it suggested that the overall turnout across the whole country for the election is identified as being 64%, which is the highest on record for a Scottish parliamentary election. The highest turnout previously was for the first parliamentary election in 1999, when we had 59% of our turnout. What do you think that says about the enthusiasm and the engagement in politics for the people of Scotland?
It really is a great thing, and I think it begins to see a more connected, a better connection with the Scottish Parliament, and maybe a better understanding of what the Scottish Parliament does. I think there's been a wee bit of an element, especially amongst those that are not necessarily enthusiastic about independence, is that the Scottish Parliament was kind of almost secondary. It was a wee bit of a pretendy Parliament, if that makes sense, and it was certainly secondary to Westminster. But I think what you see in this election, of course, is maybe there is a sense that it's taken more seriously now, and I think that the COVID pandemic has certainly showed the differences in what the Scottish Parliament can and cannot do. I think also as well that I think that because of COVID, there's a bit of fear there. There's a bit of kind of, how's that going to be handled? How are we going to be safe as we move forward? So there's an element there, I think, too, that maybe people just wanted to have a say in who protected the population there. And I think that maybe slightly shows as well by the kind of slight increase of the SNP, is that, you know, because elections are important, and, you know, we always say everything rides on an election, but here genuinely has never been more clearer that with safety depends on who runs the government and who runs the Scottish government. So that's an important one. So I think there's maybe an element of that. I said that yesterday, but I thought that maybe the vote might go down because there was maybe just a reluctance to go out and vote because of COVID. But maybe it seems there has been a need to go out because of COVID rather than not go out and have that say.
I think that's absolutely fair. I think certainly I encountered a mixture of people on the doors, people who either were still concerned, were still anxious about interaction, who were still perhaps shielding, and after a year of making changes to their lives and their lifestyles, were now determined to do the right thing and to wait until it was safe to do so. But by the same token, there were a number of people who clearly were relishing the opportunity to have a long conversation with somebody on the doorsteps for the first time in over a year. So a mixture of those two things. In terms of some of the seats that I just spoke about a moment ago, thinking of where are we? Of Dunfermline with Shirley Ann Somerville. She's been re-elected with a 5% increase in her vote.
Yeah.
Angela Constance in the Amman Valley, a 1.3% increase in her vote. And Jenny Gilruth in Mid-Fife, re-elected with a 1% increase in her vote. And so I sense, I think, and just looking at those three results that have come through very close together just now, that we're seeing senior SNP politicians who are women increasing their vote share across the board, and I'll ask you, what do you think that indicates in terms of the impact and the success which female politicians are having within the SNP and having in Scottish politics?
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because the SNP has become more popular with women, and the three there, and very, very brilliant women. I think Jenny Gilruth is amazing. Shirley Ann Somerville is amazing as well. Jenny Gilruth is one of those rising stars for me, genuinely so, very articulate, very compassionate, and very passionate about what she talks about as well. So I think that like votes like sometimes, so that kind of increase of sympathetic, empathetic, articulate women that's moving forward and actually pushing the agenda forward as well in terms of social democratic policies. I think there is a kind of, it's one of those catch-22s maybe, it's part of the reason perhaps that it's attracting women, but I think that women's votes perhaps, we don't know, but perhaps has led to that slight increase as well. So it's a good thing, and I think that I think that there is an element here where the women will begin to, push that agenda forward a bit more. And I've always thought that as well, that sometimes, I don't know what, how do I say this? Sometimes I think that men should just tuck a back seat and let the women get on with it. Do you know what I mean?
Yes, I would be the first to agree with you in that respect. I'm maybe many things, but I'm not daft. So your point's absolutely right. If you want something done, precisely. So yes, and I think it's been an important message from this campaign and this election, potentially, that we still continue to need to take steps to make sure that our Parliament is as reflective of our population as it possibly can be. And we know that 51% of the population are women, for example. But that extends more broadly. And I know that, for example, the SNP were criticised in some quarters for their positive discrimination in terms of the list seats. And the way in which they ran the selection process. However, we don't yet have the list seats, so we don't know for sure how much impact that has had. But if it is an extension of the SNP's policy to make sure that it is promoting women and making sure that women are properly represented in our Parliament, then that I think will have success. What do you think?
I think that I know that the NEC I know that the NEC decision was controversial, but I think it was the right decision to do under the circumstances and the lack of time I think that we had in order to make a positive impact. Something that Nicola Sturgeon said actually when she was questioned in that 8-hour mega session made me think about the kind of the legal concept of it, because I know that there was an issue with the seeming legality of that decision that the NEC had made. That is basically, sorry, I'm getting a bit distracted. But for me, and I think Nicola Sturgeon had said something that sometimes governments just need to push the legality just a little bit further, because it's the only way you can make significant change. And if you think of somebody like, and I keep talking about Fatima quite a lot, because obviously she's the top of the list for my area in the North East. Fatima is one of these women who is just naturally should be in the Scottish Parliament. And I do genuinely think that she did very well on the list seat, but also as well, I think, I think that these people would, had there not been discrimination within society, these people would have got to the top anyway. You know, there's that element there that it's the NEC decision is only really rebalancing the inequalities that already exist within society. So well done to the SNP. It was a brave decision to make, and I think it was the right decision to make as well. The chances are, because we do so well on the constituency seats, there's not many people who will get seats through that process, but what it's done, I think, is raised the profile of a lot of the BAME candidates who deserve to be there, and also the disabled candidates as well. People like Graham Campbell as well. Graham spent so much time encouraging other people, you know, to run. So there really is lots of great candidates that really deserve to be there, and I think that regardless of whether they win the seats on the list or not, the profile within the party and within Scotland has been raised. And what does it say? You know, you can't vote for what you don't see, and that is the cultural and social implications of seeing people like Rosa Sally, Graham Campbell, Fatima going out and campaigning and being people there that other people can aspire to, and showing that kind of sense of equality that we're trying to embed within politics. It really is a great thing. I was always a wee bit, I wasn't quite sure where the controversy lay, if I'm honest. But I thought it was a brave decision. It was an innovative decision, and I think it was the right decision.
Thanks, Siobhan. Now, we're seeing Marco Biaggi, who's a campaign manager for the SNP, tweeting that the declaration for Sir Leanne Somerville means that as she is re-elected as an MSP for Dunfermline, that means that the SNP has attracted so far a total of 1,066,858 votes, and that's the highest ever tally for any party in any Holyrood election. Now, Professor Aileen McHarg commenting, saying, well, you need to bear in mind that the franchise is larger this time. The franchise, as we know, has increased by about 180,000. But the point is then being made that the increase in the size of the franchise is another political success, because it was a political decision. It was another political decision in order to include 16-year-olds and 17-year-olds in the franchise. And so, on the one hand, it's not a surprise that the vote has gone up, but that the SNP as a government, a three-term government, one that looks like it may be moving into its fourth term, it's not a huge surprise. And indeed, Hamza Youssef commenting on that the highest ever total of votes cast for any party in the history of devolution, and after 14 years in government, is a huge vote of confidence in the SNP, in their record, in their vision and their leadership. Now, having looked at that for a moment, we're also hearing that we're getting very close to the finish line for the Highlands and Islands regional list allocations, with 7 of the 8 constituencies there reporting the regional vote. It is suggested that on the basis of the 7 of 8 constituencies that have declared, it looks like Labour will lose their second list seat to the Conservatives, giving the latter 4 overall, so that would be 4 Conservative list seats from the Highlands and Islands, which will be an interesting dynamic and an interesting output. It was suggested to me that there was a chance earlier that the SNP might pick up 1 list seat in the Highlands and Islands. So we'll wait for the list results for the Highlands and Islands to come through, and we'll talk about that in a moment, because of the particular challenges and the particular requirements and the particular needs of the voters and electors across the Highlands and Islands. But before we do that, I can see it's being reported that Glasgow Cathcart is a hold for the SNP with 21,728 votes. I'll just get the rest of the numbers for you there, but that certainly suggests that the SNP are continuing with the agenda that we saw earlier, which is that they're continuing to hold their established seats, and yet to make incremental gains with a slightly increased vote share, and winning their target seats in East Lothian, in Edinburgh Central, and in Ayr. So Siobhan, in terms of the result for Glasgow Cathcart, any thinking of the history in Scottish politics of Cathcart, any response to that reported result?
Can I admit my ignorance?
That's no problem. I'll help you. It means that Jamie Dornan has a majority of over 10,000, and it means that there are only now 10 seats left to declare in Glasgow.
Yes.
So it's. I'm also hearing that one of the SNP's targets, which was Galloway and West Dumfries, has been held by the Conservatives. We'll try and get the detailed results and the numbers for that as quickly as we can. There will be disappointment in Galloway because I know, as I say, it was on one of the SNP's top 6 targets. I'm also seeing the numbers that you were helping me with regard to Graham Day in Angus South. That's being reported more widely. But if it's true that Galloway and Dumfries has been retained by the Conservatives on the back of Oliver Mundell also retaining his seat, do you think what do you think that tells us about politics and support for independence in constituencies on the border?
Yeah, I mean, I'm actually just looking at the Galloway, and I'm kind of looking to see if there's been an increase in SNP at all. So just to see, there's some areas where, so if you look at Shetland, for instance, a very, very strong Liberal Democrat, but SNP are making gradual headway there. So I'm just looking to see if there's any change in that in terms of kind of Galloway specifically and the thing, there were a slight gain, 0.9%. The SNP did in Galloway and West Dumfries. It's a Tory stronghold, and I think it was maybe a bit of a big ask to try and break into that. And it does seem to be, they're talking about the Labour wall that's crumbling, but there's a Tory wall down there, isn't there, that doesn't seem to be crumbling. It seems to be kind of holding on relatively steadfast. But that is that's just politics, isn't it? And you can't win it all.
Absolutely right, Siobhan. I'm seeing that Galloway and West Dumfries has been held by the Conservatives. Their candidate Finlay Carson, who has won with 17,486 votes there. We'll bring more detailed results from that constituency to you as we receive them. But the shape of the electoral map, and particular this blue fringe across the border, do you think that potentially reflects the demographics of those constituencies, or does it reflect the fears that those people have that have been seeded into them with regard to the somewhat unlikely notion of a hard border or additional difficulties for those who live on or who would live on a border of Scotland when we become independent?
Yeah, and there's a much more kind of there's a much stronger pliability between England and Scotland on that, on that border, and you can see how there might be that kind of maybe slight fear and concern there. I think it's different when you're kind of further up north. The border feels less real, I suppose, and you have got a situation where people work in England, live in Scotland, work in Scotland, live in England, because it's there are certain areas that are so close. And it goes back what we were saying with Linda yesterday, that kind of move to, if you want the union, then, you tend to be moving towards the Conservatives. So there is an element there. And, there's just noticing that actually there's a 5.1 shift from Labour to Conservative in Galloway and West Dumfries, which kind of fits in with a wee bit what we were saying, that, if you want to protect the union, you're not really going to vote Labour, you would vote more Conservative, and that seems to be kind of certainly played out in Galloway and West Dumfries there. But yes, I mean, that's people, people are entitled to be scared, they're entitled to be worried. We might not necessarily think that those worries are justified, but fear is fear, and if people feel it, then it maybe means that we've just got to do a bit more work down there, actually, in terms of just alien fears and concerns of what that might mean, because we want to take those regions with us when we become independent. We can't just say, right, that's it, we're done. We're going whether you like it or not, and that there may be a feeling there that that's what's they're going to be dragged into an independence referendum, that they don't want it. But we do have to bring these people with us. We have to reduce their fears of what that might mean for when we're becoming independent, because the last thing we want is, I've said this all along, but I don't want people to be terrified of independence in the same way that I was terrified of Brexit. I think that, we want to build consensus here, and it's one of the great things I think that Nicola Sturgeon has done. So we need to do a bit of work there, I think, in terms of what independence might mean.
I think that's absolutely right, Siobhan. And moving from the small picture of one constituency and moving now to look at the national picture completely, after 64 of 129 seats in the Scottish Parliament have declared, I think the vote share is interesting. I'm seeing numbers that suggest that the vote share and the share change means that the SNP has had 1,123,005 votes, which is a share of the vote of 47.9%, which is an increase of 1.2% nationally.
Mm-hmm.
The Conservative Party have 510,264, which is 21.8% of the vote, and that's down 0.1%. The Labour Party have 506,705, so very nearly the same amount, but that gives them 21.6% of the national vote, and that's down a full 1 percentage point. The Liberal Democrats have 171,373 votes. That gives them 7.3% of the national vote. That's down 0.7. And then the Greens at 17,643 have 0.8% of the national vote, and that's an increase of 0.5%. So we're seeing the two independent supporting parties both increasing their share of the national vote, and the parties who are registered outside Scotland and who oppose independence, we're seeing their share of the national vote go down.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. I don't know if this is just news for me, but SNP have held South Perthshire and Kinross, I think it is.
Oh yes,
which was a Tory.
It was the number one Tory target. Jim Fairley, who's the successful candidate for the SNP in Perthshire South, is a good friend to Broadcasting Scotland, and a very good friend to hungry travellers who frequent his family's burger van in Perth. So we were delighted to see the news of his return, of the SNP hold of what, as you say, was the top Tory target. And I think it's suggested that the SNP being successful in both North and South Perthshire, and the Tories in particular being unsuccessful, Murdo coming second in North Perthshire, and the other Conservative candidate, whose name's just gone out of my head, being unsuccessful as well, suggests that in what historically you might regard as being the heartland of conservatism in Scotland and the heartland of the Conservative and Unionist Party, that their candidates are not proving popular with the voters.
Looks like it. I mean, it looks like it. I do think that there is an element. I don't know if this is kind of borne out by the actual. But it seems to me that in the kind of pro-independence areas, the SNP's gone up and the Conservative vote's gone down a little bit, and I think it just points to that two-horse race now. But it's one of those situations where if you're going to completely radically change how your society works, you have to take as many people with you as possible, and it goes back down to the south again as well. So to chip into a traditionally conservative stronghold is a big victory, and I think it's a big victory for a mass movement to find its way going forward and taking as many people with us as possible.
Yes, absolutely right. We're seeing numbers suggesting that the SNP has taken 57%, which is up for 4% on the constituency vote, I think. My apologies. It's with regard to Glasgow Cathcart. we're seeing that the SNP vote is up 4% for Jamie Dornan in Glasgow Cathcart. But yes, your point is an interesting one. Thinking of the differences, but also the things that connect disparate constituencies like Dumfries and West and Galloway, urban constituencies in Glasgow and Edinburgh and Dundee, the farming heartland as well in Perthshire, and then constituencies like those in the Highlands and Islands, the Western Isles and Argyll and Bute. It's interesting to see that the SNP is apparently able to produce policies and candidates who are attractive to the voters across those very different types of constituencies.
Yes, sorry, I just sorry. Yes, I was getting slightly distracted because there's two kind of voices, but there was also I noticed that Yep. So what we're finding, what we're also discovering is that Mary McCallan in Clydesdale has held her seat, so that's good. I think what we need though in order to get a majority. I think what we need in order to get a majority is we need Aberdeenshire West. So it kind of all seems to lie on that one now. I think we're holding well. So in that respect, so I do apologise, Andrew. I was slightly distracted because some result came in.
No, it's not. Don't be daft, Siobhan. It's not a problem at all. The information is coming in thick and fast, and winnowing.
I'm also seeing as well, and that's what kind of is that there seems to be an investigation into one of the Edinburgh areas where there was a clerical error. So they're investigating that, I think, in terms of the vote. So I don't know what that means, but I saw that coming up on the telly, and so that's been investigated. I don't know what is going on there, whether there's a discrepancy in the count or not. I'm not sure.
So we touched on that story when it broke a little earlier, and the case relates to a possible case of electoral fraud, which was being investigated by the police. What happened in Edinburgh North and Leith was that a suspicious ballot paper was seized after a voter tried to vote in the name of someone who had already cast their vote. On the one hand, that shows that the systems and checks and balances and processes.
Yes, it does.
That issue has been picked up. I'm always impressed at the ability of the staff working at polling centres to find in the case of the constituents that I live in, to find their way through 77,000 names and identify each voter and to deal with that in a way that works. But it's not a surprise that human error occasionally occurs, but it's better that it's picked up. With regard to the Clydesdale result, as you say, Vary McCallan has been elected, succeeding the former minister Aileen Campbell, who has retired, and Vary has been elected with a 4,000 majority. The Conservatives coming in second. It's Mary rather than Vary McCallan. So we'll get the numbers from Clydesdale. But a clear win for the candidate there, Vary McCallan, for the SNP, beating the SNP beating the Conservatives into second place. We'll as I say, we'll bring those numbers forward for you just as soon as we have them. So we were touching on the range of constituencies across Scotland, and the attraction of the parties who stand nationally have to seek to put forward to be attractive to voters in rural environments, in the Highlands and Islands, in the Western Isles, in Lochee or in Pilton or in the Calton in Glasgow, and in the borders. What do you think is key for parties such as the SNP in constructing their manifestos to produce manifestos which are attractive across the whole country?
I think that there is an element, and I think historically that the Labour Party didn't do this well, but the move away from a very urban central belt politics would probably do the SNP a lot of good, and I think that they are actually beginning to try that. With the regional manifestos that they created. I think that sometimes it does feel a little bit central belts, and this is just me, just an hour up the road type thing. If you look at Orkney and Shetland, for instance, they feel as disconnected from Edinburgh as they do from London. So the notion of independence seems maybe a bit kind of weird for them. So I do think a much more kind of rural-based structure and manifesto and policy would do the SNP a lot of favours. I think it's about being relevant. The Labour Party is very urban, working class structure, work to a certain degree, but I think that it missed out a lot of the rural communities because it couldn't quite ideologically cover. It couldn't accommodate that within that very traditional kind of urban working class structure, whereas the SNP do need to kind of span both. If you look at the big areas for Yes and SNP Sport, it is urban areas, Dundee, Glasgow, the big urban areas, and we do need to kind of stretch out and try and build allegiances and build kind of policies and strategies and work with the communities in the rural communities there as well. If you look at Banff-and-Buchan, then we held, but we held only slightly, so there is maybe a lot of work there in terms of rural development and rural policy that we need to do.
I think that's a very acute observation from you, Siobhan. It is undoubtedly a challenge for the parties to for parties to establish policies that are attractive across such a wide range, but it appears that they are doing so. A couple of things appearing now. It strikes me, we were talking a moment ago about the importance and the relevance of participation in politics and SNP politics in particular of women, and I'm seeing Mary McCallan, of course, who has held Clydesdale for the SNP. She held that with 17,596 votes. I'm seeing her being congratulated by Aileen Campbell, who was the previous MSP for Clydesdale. I'm seeing her being congratulated by Hannah Bardell, the MP for Livingston, and I'm seeing it also being suggested that for any party to hold such a big horse as a Clydesdale is a tremendous success. We know that from some of the hustings earlier in the year that Mary McCallan, who, if I remember correctly, is a lawyer and a special advisor to the First Minister and an activist in the SNP, it was commented on earlier this year that her performance in some of the hustings for young voters was very striking. And of course, she's also joined us here on programmes on Broadcasting Scotland. It certainly suggested that Mary McCallan is something of a rising star in the SNP, and in terms of standing on the, it strikes me, but you'll have a better perspective on this. It strikes me that our current First Minister is standing on the shoulders of trailblazing female politicians such as Margaret MacDonald and Winnie Ewing. And it's perhaps encouraging to see that young women candidates such as Mary McCallan, perhaps potentially standing on the shoulders of trailblazing female politicians such as Nicola Sturgeon, the First Minister. You, however, will have a better perspective on that than I will. What's your view?
It does feel that we're moving into a new generation of women politicians who are going to lead the way, doesn't it? I'm not saying that Nicola Sturgeon should resign by any stretch of the imagination, but if you look at the people coming up now, lots of good people, Mary being one of them, but there's loads. Some already in Parliament, some that are going to go into Parliament now. Then there is a big pool of talent that can follow in the footsteps of Nicola Sturgeon when she decides to she decides to resign, and that'll probably be post-independence. But there is a sense of a new generation of politicians coming through. I do think that there was a kind of, when a lot of the MSPs were beginning to resign. You know, we've had some amazing MSPs that have resigned just this at the end of this kind of parliamentary term, and that was quite sad to see them go, but it's just an evolution, isn't it? There's new people coming forward, and perhaps it was time for new blood and a fresh perspective. I'm hearing that there was a lot of kind of young voters, so there's an element there that this is just, I think, just that next step in the kind of the young nation that we're about to build, I think. And I do think it's forward looking rather than maybe perhaps backward looking. I'm not saying that as an ageist thing, but I think the new young people that come in and is reflective, I think, of the nation that we're trying to build, and just the emerging nation and the young nation that we're trying to build as well.
No, I think that's absolutely right. We will touch in due course this afternoon at some point on the aspects related to what I would probably call succession planning, in terms of the continued renewal of political leadership and political parties, and how important that is. We've seen in the past, we have seen successful succession planning in the SNP. And so I think there may have been a lesson there in terms of the importance of succession planning in all things, but in politics too. But we'll come back to that in due course. I'm hearing that Glasgow Shettleston is an SNP hold. John Mason elected for the SNP there. And at the other end of the scale, it's being suggested to me that so far in the Scottish election, it's identified that the Lib Dems have had to spend £22,000 in lost deposits in their campaign across Scotland. Now, as we know, the Alba Party were making a big show about, were making a play about the fact that they had secured and had joined had secured a membership in Scotland that was higher than the Lib Dems in only a matter of a few weeks. So one is a little concerned for the Lib Dems if their small number of members in Scotland are now having to fund such large losses in terms of lost deposits. That doesn't sound like great business to me.
Yeah, it's I mean, the Lib Dems have done relatively well in terms of constituency seats, but it's beginning to look like they're in an even, you know, there's a feel of being very much a minority party for the Lib Dems now, isn't there? Which is maybe a bit of a shame, actually, but it comes part to that two-way race again that seems to be developing. It's not massively at this election, but we are beginning to see that the Lib Dems and the Labour Party are just, you know, dropping a wee bit as well. Of course, the Lib Dems, I mean, the last election as well, they kind of dropped quite much. I mean, coming behind the Greens, which was quite a surprise, but the trajectory looks downwards for the Lib Dems, doesn't it, rather than up?
It does feel a little bit like that. We'll fill in some numbers now for the result in the Glasgow Cathcart, which was Jamie Dornan being returned. Jamie Dornan holding Glasgow Cathcart for the SNP. Jamie was successful with 21,728 votes, which is 57% of the vote, and showing an increase of 4.1% on the vote. Labour came second with 11,332. That's 29.7% of the vote, and that's an increase for the Labour Party of 7.5%. The Conservatives came third with 4,000 votes, 10% of the vote, and dropped 4%. And the Lib Dems came fourth with 2.8% of the vote and a drop of 2.8%. So a resounding success for Jamie Dornan in Glasgow Cathcart. The position now is that in terms of the overall scoreboard, after 66 of 129 seats have declared, the SNP are on 56, which is up 3 from 2016. The Conservatives are on 4, which is down 2 from 2016. The Lib Dems are on 4, which is no change from 2016. And the Labour Party are on 2, which is down 1 from 2016. So there are at that number of seats declared, 66 declared. There are only 7 constituency seats left to declare, and then we will get into the guts of the equally important component, which is the calculation and the declaration of the results from the list seats across the regions of Scotland. So in the meantime, I'm also getting. I can see here that Linda Fabiani, who joined Siobhan and I yesterday on Broadcasting Scotland for Scotland Counts, Linda Fabiani has been succeeded by Colette Stevenson, who has held East Kilbride for the SNP. And so, having just announced the result from East Kilbride, and I'm pretty sure in my other ear I can hear Linda Fabiani cheering all the way from Straven. I can hear Linda Fabiani cheering all the way from Straven. However, we're now joined, in addition to Siobhan Toland, by Kevin MacDonald. Here we are.
Hello.
Kenneth, good afternoon. How are you keeping?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm doing very well. I suspect that insofar as our positions are slightly reversed this afternoon, and only reversed very slightly because you're the professional at this game. Firstly, from the comfort of home, what's your reaction on the way in which the election has played out this afternoon in Scotland?
It's been another spectacularly good election for the Scottish National Party. There's no doubt. I mean, they've got 48% of the entire vote. Their vote share's actually gone up 1%. It's done very well indeed. There's an attempt at the moment, particularly among the unionist media, to try and frame it as if the finishing post is an absolute majority of MSPs. That would be vanishingly rare. I think it's only happened once before. It would be an absolute unicorn. They're not far off it, actually, so it might yet happen. But there are question marks over whether that is achievable. What we can say now, even before the list MSPs are announced, is that there will be a pro-independence majority in the next Scottish Parliament, because the SNP are going to come very close to that magic 65 seats. And then we're going to see the Greens, I would think, doing at least as well as last time, possibly quite a bit better. So there will be a pro-independence majority, all right.
Well, thank you first of all for that broad analysis across the national picture. I should ask, Kenneth, whereabouts are you in Scotland today?
I'm in Bob Doris's constituency in Glasgow. So he managed to get, I think it was something like, certainly 50+% of the vote. I mean, this is one of the things that's quite remarkable. We hear a lot about unionist or pro-unionist tactical voting. It doesn't seem to have come off in many constituencies, simply because the SNP is so far ahead.
I think that's right. So, firstly, I was going to ask you, what's your impression of the way in which the campaign in that constituency has played out for this election?
They played a very good ground game. I know Bob Doris is a very hard-working constituency MSP, and he had a very well-organised campaign, which involved as much face-to-face contact as was possible, which is not a lot. You really weren't going to get people going around chapping on doors and breathing on folk at this stage of the pandemic. So it relied a lot on leafleting, on phone banking, emails, and so on. And it seems to have been very effective. I think one of the things more generally about the national campaign was that it was, everybody said, oh, this is a boring campaign. Well, it was only a boring campaign because I think people had made up their minds before the politicians started asking amongst themselves or arguing amongst themselves.
No, I think that's absolutely right. Now, thinking of long experienced and influential journalists such as yourself, perhaps another broadcaster and journalist who probably learned a little bit at your elbow, Krishnan Gurumurthy, I see he's commenting that judging, and Krishnan is very much amplifying exactly the point you just made, Kenneth. He's saying that judging the Scotland results by whether the SNP wins a majority in a parliament that is designed to prevent one seems a rather unionist prism. Scotland looks set to have clearly voted for an even more pro-independence parliament than before. Do you think Krishnan is right?
Yeah, It's yes, I think Chris is absolutely spot on. And one of the things is that it's an attempt to frame the debate, isn't it? It's an attempt to say, "Oh well, you've got to not just be the largest party, not just form the government, but actually get an absolute majorities of MSPs in, as you say, a parliament which is explicitly set up to make sure that that sort of thing didn't happen." There will be, as I've said, a pro-independence majority, because you'll have the SNP to the Greens, and hey presto, that will happen. Whether or not it is used by Boris Johnson in the long run to say, sorry, you can't have another referendum, I don't know. There are a couple of things which will no doubt be preying on Boris Johnson's mind. And I noticed that among the, if you like, the London commentary, Robert Peston's already broken ranks on this and said that he thinks that Boris Johnson will probably have to allow a second referendum, because it's a question of asking Boris Johnson in Westminster if we can please do it. He will actually let that happen, according to Pesto. And one of the reasons for that, I think, there are several considerations playing. One is that if you look at the demographics in favour of independence, more and more and more young people are going to be coming through who are believing in independence. The number of people who are voting no, the proportion of people who are voting no who are older, and we all have sell-by dates, is going to go down. There will be a demographic factor in that simply people who are pro-yes will eventually outnumber people who are pro-no, depending on events, of course. The other thing which certainly some people in the Tory party, who may or may not have Mr Johnson's ear, are whispering is that, well, you know, if we let the Scots go, what we could do is have a Tory majority in the United Kingdom, or certainly what's left of the United Kingdom, forever. And that must be tempting. Maybe not now when he's riding high after Thursday in England, but later on, yes, that may be something that might interest him.
Absolutely, Kenneth. Now, one other thing, we're starting to see the regional lists begin to emerge. The calculations will take a little while to come forward, but we do have the returns. And so in terms of the regional list for South Scotland, the Dumfries and Galloway Council, the returning officer there, Fiona Lees, has declared and given public notice of the results there. And looking very quickly, we're seeing that the SNP has 14,301 votes, the Lib Dems with 1,034 votes, the Labour Party with 4,834, the Scottish Greens on 1,376, the Conservatives coming first with 17,561. All for Unity, Mr Galloway's party, with 778, and the Alba Party polling 292 on the regional list for South Scotland. So a clear vote for the Conservatives in the Conservative heartland, which perhaps doesn't come as a great surprise. A clear second place for the SNP with 14,000 votes, but smaller parties and other parties not perhaps cutting through particularly. Labour on 4,000 and the Scottish Greens on 1,300. Do you think, Kenneth? Do you think that reflects simply the geographical aspects of this campaign, the what I suppose we might call the blue wall along the border?
Yes, I would think so, and it's always been, well, with a few exceptions down the years, it's always been a blue belt, not quite at Scotland's waist, but a bit below that. So yes, but I think the showing for the Alba Party, okay, you wouldn't have expected that to be their heartland if they were going to have one, but really, that's a derisory total of votes, and you do wonder. I mean, they may have, they're a small party, they may have concentrated their efforts elsewhere. You just have to wait and see. One of the things I think we will see across the regional list, whatever the regional differences are, that Alba have made people think about how they might use their second vote. And I think in some places, and I'm expecting to see it in places like Edinburgh and Glasgow and perhaps elsewhere in central Scotland, people have thought, yes, I will use my second vote, not for the SNP. You'll see the SNP down quite a few percentage points in the second vote. I shouldn't call it that. It's your list ballot vote.
Yes.
They will. they have decided, yeah, I'm going to use that vote, and I'm going to use it for our other party, because, for example, in the case of Glasgow, you would expect the SNP to get little or nothing off the list, sadly, because they got a very good candidate right at the top of it. And what you will then see is that people have been, the psephological term is promiscuity. People have been promiscuous with their votes. They voted SNP 1 and potentially Green 2. That's going to be very interesting to watch.
Yes, the analysis of whether or not, or the extent to which the both votes SNP campaign slogan and campaigning has been successful will be one of the important outputs from this election. I think that's absolutely right. I was going to, for Siobhan, just to follow on from a topic that we were touching on a moment ago. I'm being told that the headline in the Scotsman at the moment is Scottish election result 2021, increase in women winning seats held by men. As the count continues, 9 women have already successfully increased representation in Parliament as they are elected into a position previously held by a man. Now, from what you and I, Siobhan, were talking about, I think you and I agree that that's a good thing.
Yep, step aside, men. Let's usher in the era of women. No, it's good, and I think it. I mean, we were talking about that yesterday. That there is an element of it's not. I don't think it's innately a gendered thing, if that makes sense. But I think that it's because women have en masse have become relatively new to kind of power in politics within Scotland, if that makes sense. There is a more of a pragmatism, a less of a partisanship, a less of a kind of sticking in the mud. And I think you see that across the globe as well. So there's an element there where women's rise into politics is accompanied with a maybe more open-mindedness in terms of how we do our politics. So there's an element there, I think, that they kind of both work. I don't think that's necessarily a female thing. I think in another time and place it could be kind of not necessarily the case, but I do think it's kind of connected at this moment in time with a kind of innovation, a pragmatism, a kind of need for social democratic politics. Kenneth, I'm kind of with you. You were saying earlier on that, you know, people were saying that the election wasn't quite exciting. I thought it was very exciting. I thought it was very exciting for things like for women-centred policies, like, you know, the play parks and the upping of the child payment and the free school meals and those stuff. You know, that was very exciting to me because there was a vision there, and I think that there's a kind of gendered aspect to that which has maybe attracted women there as well.
Yeah, I think you're right, Siobhan, there, that it's been a situation where I wasn't saying it was a dull campaign. I was saying the conventional wisdom said it was a dull campaign, and that's been one of the issues that they have. There's a tendency for the mainstream media to sit and wait for the campaign to come for them or entertain them at a national level, because it's actually really expensive to get out there and cover the people who really matter in the elections, who are the voters.
Of course. Now, Kenneth, thinking again about a little bit of historical perspective and a little bit of a view over time, we've been talking there in particular with regard to the increasing representation of women in our politics and in our Parliament. One other aspect about the way in which Scottish politics has evolved, it strikes me that I think the SNP are now more than I think the SNP. You're now at 58 seats. I think I'll be corrected if I'm wrong. But the point being that Jack McConnell's first administration in the Scottish Parliament had 56 MSPs. And the question is whether, in terms of the ongoing success and any party that exceeds that, does that then give them an additional moral authority and political authority in discussions that will have to be had in the near future in terms of their support? So reflecting on the way in which things have changed in 20 years, do you think it's becoming clear? Do you think it's becoming clearer and the weight of authority is now with the SNP?
Very much so. Political authority, certainly. How much the negotiating power you have against the behemoth down south is always a question. It's just gone up. I think we're now at 58 seats, actually, with the SNP, because that's Colette Stevenson has held East Kilbride as well. I've got about 4 screens on the go here because I'm an elections junkie. Yes, I think one of the things that's also worth bearing in mind is that the SNP, and I realise that what happened in the past does not necessarily bind us now, but what has happened in the past since universal suffrage, if you like, is that the Scottish people have tended to stick with one party until it finally lets them down for decades at a time. Now, we had 14 years of the SNP, but that's nothing. Scotland was back in the 19th century. It was liberal because it was all about the land. And then unionism raised its head, and we got the Scottish Conservatives for about 50 years, and then they decayed from about 1956 onward. I mean, 1956 was just about the most, well, the year before, 57, sorry, the year before was 55, I can't count. They were the most successful political party in Scottish history, and then they just went into this slow decline. Then Labour rose instead. Well, you had about 50 years of Labour, and now you have the SNP. Now, obviously, it wasn't as smooth as that, and there were some interregnums and some fallings out and some upsets, but by and large, you could be looking at the SNP being in power for some decades to come if they don't let people down.
Absolutely, and thinking again, just to touch on your I'm not suggesting your experience in politics goes back to the times when the Liberals were in charge at that point. However, one thing that we've touched on here with a couple of guests, and it's certainly been on my mind today, I'm seeing comments saying Labour voters switch to voting Tory in a tactical vote that stops Emma Harper winning Galloway and West Dumfries. How on earth can a Labour voter vote Tory? Now, in terms of the changing shapes and the changing tectonic plates in Scottish politics, what's your reflection on this level of tactical voting that we're seeing?
I have no experience of what's been going on in that particular seat, but I would suspect if it's anything like previous elections, it's not just a case of tactical voting, it's tactical campaigning. And that there would be, if not a formal agreement, then a tacit agreement among the mainstream unionist parties to maybe not try so hard in some seats where they don't have as much of a chance to let the other unionist party or another unionist party do quite well. I mean, look, for example, how well Willie Rennie did in North East 5. I mean, he's well liked up there. But that would raise a suspicion that maybe some other parties thought, no, let's concentrate our efforts elsewhere and let that happen. But one of the things that really interests me is we had a lot of talk about pro-unionist tactical voting, even as these results were coming in. How did that turn out for the unionist parties? Because they're actually down on the day so far in terms of constituency seats. I mean, obviously they will make some back on the list, no doubt, but it has not proved to be particularly effective, despite some quite remarkable things. I saw, for example, there's one of these big billboards up in the centre of Glasgow saying "Second Vote Labour," with a big picture of Anna Sarwar, and I thought, second vote Labour, is that some kind of admission of defeat here? And also you had the instance where Alistair Darling was writing to people in Tory constituencies, Tory voters, saying please consider donating your second votes to Labour, which was interesting because obviously, again, in terms of the way the electoral system works, that would have been taking it away from the Tories. You can expect the Tories to make up quite a lot on the list if it's might not be as many as last time, but they certainly have a better chance on the list, as do Labour, as do the Greens, because the Greens don't stand by and large in constituencies. Then yes, it's been an interesting way of doing things, and it doesn't seem to have worked particularly well.
Well, thanks, Kenneth. That's a very good point. Leslie Orr has rejoined us in the studio, but the point you make is something that we've been touching on as well. The extent to which whether the traditional left and right divide, its implications have been reducing in Scotland because we have a dominant third party here. But obviously we've seen the destruction of the so-called Red Wall in the last general election in England, and of course the astonishing result in Hartlepool on Thursday. But do you think in Scotland, do you think that the traditional distinctions between left and right up upper class and working class, to generalise and characterise it even more bluntly. Do you think that those distinctions and those divisions are continuing to break down?
If there's one thing that seems to be the settled will of the Scottish people, it's quite happy with a kind of broad social democratic approach to economics and to society, and that's why the SNP have been so successful in some ways, because they have been very effective social democrats in government. I think that's so far as it has broken down class divides. You might want to see, look at somebody like Eastwood, the Eastwood, which was it was Tory, and then it was New Labour, and then it was SNP, and then it was Tory again. And to some extent, the reason that it's gone back to the Tories and that Jackson Carlaw hung on to it is because people who once were New Labour voters saw their economic interests, I wouldn't say class interests, but certainly economic interests, and looked at it and thought, independence is a bit of an unknown quantity, as if the future isn't an unknown quantity for all of us under all circumstances. And that I think swayed some people there. I mean, that Jackson Carlaw managed to hang on to his seat there. And the other interesting thing being, of course, having been unceremoniously booted out as a leader of the Scottish Tories, he now has the pleasure of going back to possibly a smaller Tory group and having bragging rights over Douglas Ross, who will have to. And again, there's no shame in being a list MSP, but he will be a list MSP. It's interesting, incidentally, that some outlets, the Herald was particularly guilty of this, used to refer to MSPs as list MSPs, as if they were second class, until Labour started having to get lots of people in on the list instead of in constituencies. And then that evened things up a bit.
Yeah, your point's well made. We had a great conversation yesterday afternoon with Linda Fabiani, who of course has stood down as an MSP for East Kilbride at this election. Linda and many other SNP politicians began on the list. And as you say, as soon as the Scottish Parliament started, Linda was telling us yesterday that the status, if you will, of list MSPs was changed very quickly. Their rights to office space and financial support and everything changed, and they felt very strongly that this was an attempt to downgrade their status. But as you say, as the SNP then started to make considerable headway in the constituencies, and the other parties started to rely on the list, then that kind of framing, as you would say, that presentation, unsurprisingly changed in our media here. Well, I'll move on. We're getting a little bit of some more numbers, projections, I will admit, but Europe Elects are giving us some projections now on the basis that there are 66 constituencies declared and about half of the list votes have been counted. And Europe Elects are projecting SNP on 63, the Conservatives on 31, which is no change, and so Douglas Ross might keep his job, I don't know. The Labour on 22, which is down 2, the Greens on 8, which is up 2, and the Lib Dems on 5, which is no change. So that would give a pro-independence majority in terms of the SNP and the Greens of 71. So that is simply a projection from Europe Elects. But Siobhan, firstly, in terms of an SNP group of 63 and 8 on 8 from the Greens giving 71, what's your reaction to that?
Yeah, I mean, slightly different from another.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry, do apologise. Slightly different from another projection I've been given, which is actually projected seat 68 for the SNP. So it just shows you that, anything can happen even at this stage. But I am mindful of what Nicola Sturgeon said last night when she was interviewed in terms of a referendum. Is we don't need a majority of MSPs to push forward a referendum or to legitimately hold a referendum. It's a pro-independence MSP majority. And Aberdeenshire West is actually just declaring, which is a very, very important one. Sorry.
Sorry, Siobhan, we'll interrupt you and talk about that. I don't have the numbers yet, but I'm seeing, firstly, pictures of Fergus Much, who's the SNP candidate for Aberdeenshire West, looking quite glum. Secondly, I'm seeing commentary people at the count suggesting that the Tories are cheating, and certainly the suggestion seems to be coming that the Scotland's richest MSP has been returned as the Conservative MSP for Aberdeenshire West. So we'll get accurate numbers for that as soon as they're to hand, and we'll have them for you. Fergus Much, of course, a very well kent SNP activist and campaigner up and down the East Coast, who was reported yesterday to have run a very good campaign. Siobhan, have you seen anything with regard to the result from Aberdeenshire West?
Yeah, it is a hold.
Yeah.
But we'll find out shortly as to whether what the vote share is and what the direction of travel has been. We've seen further west along the north coast, we've seen the Conservatives increasing their vote share in Inverness and on Bamshire and Buchan Coast. We've seen the Conservative vote share dropping closer to you, Siobhan, as you come south of Aberdeen and into Kincardine and onto Tayside. So it'll be interesting to see where Aberdeenshire West, both you would characterise it probably as a wealthy part of Aberdeen with some extremely wealthy suburbs to the west of Aberdeenshire, and also obviously farming country as well. It'll be very interesting to see how the vote shares have changed there, and we'll have those numbers for you.
I've got the numbers here for Aberdeenshire
Leslie,
West.
go on, please.
The Tories have won with a majority of 3,390. That's up from 900 at the last election. I don't have any other numbers, but
so the suggestion of an increasing support for the Conservatives in Aberdeenshire West.
I can really butt in again. I'm just looking at some numbers here, and the Tory share of the vote was 47%. Fergus Much got 39% of the vote. The interesting thing is that the Lib Dem share of the vote absolutely collapsed. It was a double figures percentage collapse on last time round. So it looks like a huge chunk of Liberal Democrat votes, anti-independence votes, if you like, went to the Tories. So that is one seat where anti-independence tactical voting actually worked. It's perhaps not a very surprising place, but the size of it is quite surprising. And it shows that it actually shows paradoxically that there are limits to the support for the Scottish Conservatives, because of their sole argument was vote for us to stop Indie Ref 2. That's not ever going to win you a majority of the vote. And that's what's happened. Well, it nearly happened here, but it certainly hasn't happened across Scotland.
No, that's absolutely right, Kenneth. And what Jean Freeman was describing in a tweet earlier today as the straight cut and paste of voters from one party to another, depending on the support for the opposition to an independence referendum or the opposition, because I was about to say you could characterise it as support for the union, but I don't know that you necessarily can do that. It's a vote against something. It's not a vote for something, I think, in many cases. I'm seeing also reports that the BBC is now projecting a result for the Scottish election this year. The BBC are projecting the SNP on 63, too short of an overall majority, but the Scottish Greens on 9, which would give a pro-independence majority in the Scottish Parliament of 72 pro-independence candidates. So that's Europe Elects and the BBC both projecting the SNP failing to secure a majority, which is, as we've discussed, is as you would expect in an electoral system that is intended to prevent majorities, but a pro-independence majority as the SNP and the Greens come together.
I've got another result here.
Leslie.
Edinburgh Pentlands, Gordon MacDonald has held it and has increased his majority to 3,897.
Thank you, Leslie. Now, we touched on Edinburgh Pentlands a little bit earlier because of an increase in the turnout there from 60 to almost 65%. So that might suggest that that increased turnout they've turned out for Gordon MacDonald.
Sounds like it, doesn't it?
And again, a seat on the urban fringe. It covers some of the very poorest parts of Edinburgh, but also some of the wealthiest parts, and out into the Pentlands and the rural fringe. So it's a great result there for Gordon MacDonald. Kenneth, it perhaps suggests that we're continuing to see the story that unfolded in the course of yesterday afternoon, later, and then today, which is the overall picture of the SNP holding seats and increasing very slightly in some of their target seats.
Yes, indeed. And one of the things, it's going to be painted tonight and tomorrow morning, and many of the London-based media and the unionist media, is some kind of disaster for the SNP because they didn't get those extra 2 seats. If this prediction is right, it is not. It is a phenomenal result, and it is remarkable that after, let's face it, 14 years in power. Remember, New Labour ran out of steam after 13. It just ran out of ideas and was exhausted, and in some ways they were quite happy to lose because they had such a bad time. Certainly, some of them were anyway. So you have that. I think the other thing it shows, though, is that the power of personal votes for individuals helping some of the unionist candidates hang on, and when a person drops out of the picture, the effect that can have. Look at East Lothian. People liked Ian Gray. He was a good MSP at a constituency level, and he wasn't a bad man either, and that counted for a lot. Then Ian Gray decided to step down, and the SNP won it. The SNP finally broke through. A personal vote for Jackie Bailey helped her hang on to Dumbarton. There's no doubt, because people just like how she puts herself about, and that's going to be a very difficult one. But 60. If it is 63 seats, that's a remarkable result. It leaves everybody else trailing in their wake. Everybody else, and there's no. Happily, because of the makeup of the Scottish Parliament, there is no such thing as an official opposition. The Conservatives and Labour are so far behind that they wouldn't deserve to be an official opposition, really. You're talking about the Tories maybe having half as many seats as the governing party. That would be regarded as a wipeout at Westminster.
Absolutely so, Kenneth, and the point you make there, the read across, especially in terms of the constituency results, the read across from Holyrood to Westminster. The Conservatives, with what's regarded as a large majority in Westminster at the moment, to have been replicating the results that the SNP are seeing in Scotland, would be another 150 seats in Westminster to be anywhere near this kind of performance. So it's remarkable. Siobhan, Siobhan, in terms of the result from Aberdeenshire West, we're seeing, as we've heard, the vote for the Lib Dems drop by 13%. And the vote for Scotland's wealthiest MSP increased by 9%. So it appears that there's been a little bit of fracturing in the Lib Dem vote, but still a degree of a cut and paste job to the Tories. What's your sense of that result from Aberdeenshire West, Siobhan?
Yeah, kind of, similar as Ken. I think it's one of those areas where maybe tactical has worked. The SNP vote went up as well. It went up by 4%, so that's a good thing. I think that just to pick up on what Ken was saying, though, that there is an element here that we cannot allow ourselves to go on the defensive regarding the fact that the SNP have 63 seats and it's not an overall majority, because we will win a pro-independence majority, and that is what we need. So I think that it's that kind of just let's not get in the defensive here. I know that the SNP were pushing for, we need an SNP majority, 65 is the gold standard type of narrative. But having said that, regardless of whether we win that or not, it will be a pro-independence majority. A referendum will pass through Parliament because of that, and we shouldn't allow ourselves to go on the defensive when, as Ken was saying, this will be seen as not quite what we should have expected, and it's not quite the mandate that there is. This is a mandate. Unless the Greens completely collapse, then we will have a pro-independence mandate, and I think that we need to be strong and steadfast in that assertion as we move forward.
I think that's absolutely right, Siobhan. In terms of thinking about mandates and thinking about the way in which the Parliament is shaped up, so the SNP are currently on, I think, 47% of the vote share. Now that's 1%. I think that's 1 percentage point higher than Labour received in 1997, and which led to the devolution referendum. And 47 is 2 points higher on the constitutional vote on the constituency vote than in 2011. And of course, the constituency vote in 2011 in that election led to the first independence referendum in Scotland.
Yeah.
So there's a first past the post logic at play here as well in terms of the turnout and in terms of the vote share for the SNP. Yeah. Leslie, what are you seeing coming through?
there's not much else coming through in terms of hard facts, but yeah, just in terms of this discussion that we've been having, it's ludicrous. It's utterly ludicrous to suggest this isn't an absolutely thumping result and victory, not only for the SNP, but if we're judging by projections, for independence as something that the Scottish electorate are clearly asking for, or at least saying we want to be able to have a vote on this. We think this is an important, a crucial issue. It's this has been a kind of absolutely one of the central factors in this election, and it's a battle of framing, really, isn't it? The kind of mainstream media and the London bubble. This is how they want to present it, and as Siobhan says, we absolutely have to resist that and to be very clear, that by any standards, this is a remarkable result.
I think that's absolutely right, Leslie. In terms of that context, we're seeing that when the SNP won the majority in 2011, they won 53 constituency seats on 45.4% of the vote, which was about just over 900,000 votes. So they've now equalled that target at the moment, well, they're now beyond that target and have exceeded 1 million votes into the bargain. So, Kenneth, that suggests that the SNP are continuing to make progress and are continuing to expand their support and their vote.
Yes, it's quite remarkable, as I say, after nearly 15 years in power, because governments in power tend to pick up problems like barnacles on the hull of a ship. It drags them down, and eventually they just flop exhausted across the finish line to electoral defeat. This is not happening here, and I think you're right about both Leslie and Siobhan saying that we have to resist the idea that somehow the SNP has failed by coming up 1 or 2 seats short, because 1 or 2 seats short of what? An absolute majority? It will become like one of those false tales, like, for example, it was the NDRF was a once-in-a-generation promise, wasn't it? That's what you promised, wasn't it? SNP never promised that. It was a throwaway remark by Alex Salmond at one point. It's never been official policy, but they will hold against the SNP something that it's not guilty of in the first place. And similarly, you didn't get across the finish line with 65. I don't know, the SNP are bigger than, or twice as big as the next biggest party. That's some achievement, and will have a majority of pro-independence SNPs beside it in the forthcoming Parliament. These are things that will have to be taken on and challenged at every move, because it is. I think one of the things, though, and this again is a bit counterfactual, will Boris Johnson actually decide that maybe he might want a referendum, not immediately, but sooner rather than later, within the next few years, simply because you can expect support for independence to grow. At the moment, if he went for a referendum, no would have a fighting chance, as much of a fighting chance as yes. In a few years' time, we could be looking at a more sizable pro-independence majority. So that is another consideration there. But I think that overall, it's just a question of challenging the narrative. It's going to be very difficult for the SNP, but certainly in Scotland, you can't really expect them to do much better.
I think that's absolutely right. We're certainly seeing that the parties that are being, how can I put it, thumped in the Scottish elections are claiming that the party beating them by more than 20% hasn't got a mandate to implement its manifesto. Irrespective of what we think about independence, that level of denial of democratic clarity is both dangerous and unwelcome in any democracy. Siobhan, what do you think?
Yeah, well, I think.
Sorry.
I think it was. No, sorry, am I interrupting again? Sorry, Siobhan.
No, Ken, please.
Jerry Hassan was pointing out this morning that if we applied the same criteria as is being applied by the unionist media at the moment to every general election since 1935, no UK government would have a mandate. So that's the sort of thing you're looking at. There is actually one little thing. I know I'm obsessed with the numbers. If you look back at that prediction, there were two organisations, one the BBC and the other one Eurovote, who were agreeing on this. If you look at the numbers of MSPs they are predicting, that means the Liberal Democrats will have 4 MSPs. That would mean that in terms of the Scottish Parliament, they wouldn't count as a political party. You need to be 5 to play with the big boys. And that could be a daunting blow for them as well.
Absolutely right, Kenneth. And I think as we start to get into the final straits of this, as the constituency, as we start to see all of the constituencies declared and the calculations begin for the list seats, I think possibly three takeaways we might look at, and I'll ask everyone here for their views on it. 3 takeaways might be, firstly, as you say, an increased pro-independence majority in the Scottish Parliament at Holyrood. Secondly, the SNP on a record number of votes in a Scottish election. And thirdly, the relative underperformance of British Labour in Scotland under the new branch management of Anna Sarwar, who on these projections are going to be losing seats. So Siobhan, firstly, which of those 3 takeaways, the performance of Labour, the record vote for the SNP, or the increased pro-independence majority in terms of the numbers of seats in the Scottish Parliament, which strikes you most strongly?
It has to be the pro-independence majority, and a pro-independence majority that includes the Greens, I think, is the important one for me here as well, because I think it suggests, I think maybe more clearly, the vision of a modern, forward-thinking Scotland in terms of the youth, but also in terms of the ecological ideology that I think we're bringing forward. I think that the Greens symbolise that quite well. So I think the pro-independence majority, but the fact it is a pro-independence majority with the Green Party is probably my big takeaway, because I think, to me, that is a really, really good result in terms of social democracy and in terms of the future of kind of our kind of country.
Thanks, Siobhan. Leslie, what struck you out of those 3 takeaways? The size of the vote, the independence majority in Scottish Parliament, or the relative performance of the new branch manager, Anna Sarwar?
Well, they're all significant in their different ways, but I agree with Siobhan. It's the extent and the reach and the range of the pro-independence majority. And I think it's actually quite important to not to equate support for independence with support for the SNP, either as a party or even necessarily as the party of government in Scotland. Because, when we think back to the referendum, there was a whole kind of movement, or a panoply of movements, very diverse in lots of ways, and also often kind of coming at things in different ways, contesting, clashing, having different perspectives on what an independent Scotland meant, what kind of economic models, what kind of political structure, the extent to which democracy could be more localised, more participatory. There are all these outstanding questions that remain to be answered, in the immediate future and beyond any independent Scotland, as well as what Siobhan's already spoken about, which is the climate emergency. And really, that context is the absolutely overarching one that we're all really going to have to confront and address.
Absolutely, Leslie. Thank you. Now, Kenneth, as the self-confessed, self-identified election junkie here, there's one thing that's just struck me. The BBC projection suggests that the Lib Dems will be on 4. Now, I'm not sure, with such a small number of MSPs, and that's a reduction of 1. So that presumes that they do not pick up a list seat anywhere. I think it's right in saying that in the Scottish Parliament, if you have with 4 MSPs, you no longer qualify as a party.
Yes, and it's not just that. It's in terms of the way that the public broadcasters, the BBC and STV in particular, Sky, will treat the Liberal Democrats in Scotland now. Because at the moment, any time you see somebody making a political party point, you have to see members of 4 other parties speak about it as well. It's called five-party sync. Is there an argument now, there will be a very strong argument now, that it will become 4-party sync? It will be the SNP, the Conservatives, Labour and the Greens. I mean, we're counting some chickens for the Greens here, but I think they can be fairly confident in doing quite well and being bigger than the Liberal Democrats. Now, one of the reasons that Liberal Democrats were taken seriously up till now in terms of broadcasting balance was not just because of the numbers, or not probably because of the numbers, because they weren't particularly good. It was because there was a possibility they might form a coalition with another of the big parties. They did. They were part of a coalition government at the beginning of Holyrood. And that ceases to be any kind of possibility now for the foreseeable future. And the Liberal Democrats are reduced to a situation where they have some people who have held on to the seats because of tactical voting, because of personal votes, because people simply like a particularly effective MSP like Alex Cole-Hamilton, and in some cases perhaps a combination of those things, and that some people still think Mr Gladstone is alive. It's just been a tradition to be a Liberal constituency down the years. That is fading away. The other thing is about Labour, because Labour are looking at a situation where they've actually gone down. This is what I might call the Annabelle Goldie effect. It doesn't matter if people like your leader. It matters whether people like your party ultimately. People liked Annabelle. Annabelle's really nice. Annabelle, anytime I met Annabelle, she gave me a wee cheaper. It was good. She's a, but it didn't make people vote for her. It didn't. I'm afraid it didn't make me vote for her. I'm sorry about that. But she, and the similar thing seems to be happening. People like Anna Sarwar. We had Nicola Sturgeon yesterday saying she likes Anna Sarwar. But Labour has enormous problems here. Labour doesn't know what it is. In some ways, Labour has only done well in Wales. They've got half the seats in the Senate in Wales. Now, that's largely because I think Mark Drakeford really ran an aggressively Welsh campaign and were much more independent, if not independence-minded there. Elsewhere, Labour are in the danger of coming across as a kind of a party that espouses British nationalism. There was a piece in The Guardian this morning. Yes, of course, I'm a Guardian reader. It was from the ground floor of the campaign in Hartlepool, in the former vape shop that was the Labour campaign headquarters. And they actually, the thing that Central Office were concerned about was, did they have a union flag flying outside? And that was what mattered to them. And unfortunately for them, in somewhere like Scotland, where at the last census 62% of people said they were Scottish and not British at all, wrapping yourself in the wrong flag and talking about Britain is talking about something that getting on for 2/3 of the population just don't accept. And that's the big problem.
Thanks, Kenneth. That's very helpful, and we're going to come back and we'll reflect on the prospect of Douglas Ross giving you a peck on the cheek in due course. We'll put that to one side for the moment. However, two things come together at the same time. Now, in terms of the election, excuse me, and the results, we have another result from Glasgow. We have the SNP holding Glasgow. Kelvin Kirkup-Stewart elected as the MSP, succeeding Sandra White. Now, one important aspect in that is that this means that Kirkup becomes the first woman of colour elected to Holyrood. Now, that comes, in terms of reporting from media in Glasgow, it comes hard on the heels of a report that Police Scotland have confirmed that the behaviour yesterday of the Liberal Party candidate, Derek Johnson, and his supporters who confronted Hamza Youssef, the Justice Secretary at the Emirates at the Count yesterday. Police Scotland are now investigating that as a hate crime. Now, that on top of the confrontation, the attempted confrontation by Jada Franson with the First Minister, and now we have Glasgow Kelvin electing the first woman of colour to the Scottish Parliament. Leslie, what do you think that message sends?
I think it's a great message. It's long past time that we had a woman representing the black and minority ethnic communities in Scotland. It's a small step towards the diversity that would truly represent the people of Scotland. She has been somebody who's been a long-time activist, a long-time candidate, so it's great for Cowcub that she has finally been elected in Kelvin. And I hope it sends the kind of message that both Nicola Sturgeon and Anna Sarwar made yesterday, that there is no place, absolutely no place, for the kind of vitriolic, racist, horrible exclusionary, racist attitudes, fascist attitudes. We can't have that in Scotland. But the other thing I want to note from the Kelvin result is that Patrick Harvey came in second.
Well, that may be interesting. That may be relevant for the for the list vote for Glasgow as we start to hear that calculation. If he's been so successful, Kenneth, as a time-served reporter and commentator on Scottish politics, thinking of the way in which the Scottish Parliament has perhaps changed in its makeup since the year 2000, and in particular, for example, today the election of Cowcub Stewart as the first woman of colour to the Parliament. What's your takeaway in terms of the way in which that the makeup and the, if I can put it that way, the look and the sound of the Parliament has changed over 20 years?
It has to some extent always been a rainbow parliament. It's been too male, for one thing. It's been a wee bit of testosterone poisoning there. And I can remember people like Marco Biaggi taking his oath in Italian, for example. That was wonderful. But it actually seems a bit late to have the first woman of colour elected. Over men of colour elected before, but it's what kept you Scotland? So that's actually very good news, because it increasingly means that we have a country which, well, we have a parliament that looks like the country, which is pretty good. And Christine Graham has held her seat as well. I in my year. This is. Yeah. I didn't know I could do that, which is great. So that's perhaps not surprising that Christine Graham's held her seat, but pretty good. But back to the question of women of colour, is that it is long overdue, and there is no doubt that there are racists in Scotland, there are fascists in Scotland, but they're damn few, and that's a gratifying thing. And whatever personal views people hold, they like to think that Scotland is an inclusive and open country. And it is one thing that an independent Scotland may have to face one day, which is it's not half full yet. We could actually accept an awful lot more people. And again, to go back to demographics, given that none of us is getting any younger, we are going to need younger people to come and to pitch up and pay their taxes and pay our pensions. And one of the ways of doing that, if you don't get the birth rate up somehow, is to encourage immigration, and that may lead to tensions. But at the moment, it's a tremendous thing that is happening, and it is something that we need to see more of. Why only one woman of colour in Holyrood? That's not good enough.
Well, it's interesting to note, Kenneth, that you're very much channeling the First Minister, who's just tweeted, party politics aside, this is a special and important moment. It has taken far too long, but Cowcub Stewart is the first woman of colour to be elected to the Scottish Parliament. I could not be prouder right now. So certainly on those matters, Kenneth, you're in lockstep with Nicola Sturgeon, and I suspect a pretty large proportion of the people of Scotland in being delighted with the election of Cowcub Stewart, but also disappointed at the length of time it has taken to get here. But perhaps if we've now broken that particular ceiling, we might see more progress in that direction. Which would be very welcome. Where, as you say, Kenneth, we think Christine Graham has held Edinburgh Midlothian for the SNP. I'm just trying to get numbers for that, and we'll share them with you. And you'll also see on your screen that Siobhan has been kind enough to has come back to join us again for the next section of the show as we move to the final stage of the last of the constituencies declaring. and we move then to the crucial phase of the calculation of the way in which the votes will be allocated across the list in order to get us to the full complement of 129 MSPs in the Scottish Parliament. I think the BBC are now. It's interesting, Kenneth, that your erstwhile colleague Alan Little, who's been on his still employer, pointing out helpfully to them that this will be the largest. This is projected to be the largest pro-independent support in the Scottish Parliament since the Parliament reconvened in the year 2000. Putting it to one side, in terms of the framing and the commentary, it struck me that it was interesting that Mr. Little was appearing again on our screens. He always struck me, obviously he's a Scottish journalist by background, but as being a very reflective and balanced reporter on these things. Thinking for a moment, how do you think the mainstream media, how do you think their framing is going to go now that we're seeing fairly consistent projections?
I think we're going to see the framing that we expect, with the exception of, honourable exception of people like Alan Little, who are the straightest of straight arrows. Generally speaking, the mainstream media, myself included, once upon a time, they moved in packs. News desks want that story. But they want something completely original. No, actually, they want what's in the newspapers, and that's the problem. And so you get led by the nose by the remaining Barclay brother and Rupert Murdoch and my Lord Rothermere, and so it will be. They fell short. Alan Little makes a very good point about the size of the pro-independence majority in the next Parliament. It is remarkable. It is amazing. It is historic. And but you were going to get from the mainstream media, they're just short of an overall majority, the SNP. It's a bit like in Monty Python and the Holy Grail, where you have to cross the bridge of death. And first, it's not just that you have to get the majority, then have to answer me these questions 3, and then you have to do various other Sisyphean tasks in order to get to the promised land. Well, it doesn't work like that, because this is a democracy, and actually this democracy, it's not a perfectly proportional electoral system, but it is the most perfectly proportional that we've ever had, and it's certainly much better than Westminster, where the largest of the failed parties gets to lord it over us for 4 or 5 years at a time.
Absolutely right. Now, Siobhan, Leslie, 2 little pieces of trivia. If for the sake of argument, we accept the BBC's projection as being correct. Firstly, Leslie, if the BBC's projection is correct, that means that the Scottish Lib Dems have never increased their seat number in any Scottish election since 1999. So from your perspective, where do the Scottish Lib Dems go now?
Down the plug hole, I think. Apparently they lost 44 deposits today.
£22,000.
Yeah, that's so it's a big financial hit apart from anything else. But really, for over a century, the Liberals have been or claimed to be the party of home rule. But
Well, that's absolutely right, Leslie. And Siobhan, thinking of another party that, when it was founded, or certainly came to prominence in Scotland, was also largely in favour of home rule. If the BBC projection is correct, then that means that Scottish Labour has incrementally lost seats in every Scottish election since 1999. So, Siobhan, where does British Labour in Scotland go now?
I mean, I think that for Labour as well as the Lib Dems, there is a fundamental contradiction at the heart of the very structure of the parties, and that is, I think, is why they're declining, because whilst at the same time they say that they are Democrats, that they believe in democracy, they fundamentally also say, but you can't have democracy. Now, the Conservatives are slightly different, because, to be fair, they probably didn't pretend that it's much of a democracy, so that kind of is less contradictory there. But it's that internal contradiction, I think, with both parties that is part of their decline. And if I'm honest, I think maybe the Lib Dems is the decline is almost near complete, But if the Labour Party do not resolve the constitutional issue within their own party, and by that I mean at the very least support a referendum now, they will not survive into independence. And I think that that is the problem that the Labour Party will now have, is whether they survive the next stage of the Scottish political scene and the Scottish political society that we're going to be building within the next 5 years. Anna Sarwar's positioning was embarrassing, to be perfectly fair, and he come across relatively well, I thought. But just that constant, yes, of course I believe in democracy, but no, you can't have a referendum, and it's that constant, he could never square that circle, and the Labour Party have never managed to do that, because fundamentally they're at odds with their own democratic principles. And that's why quite a lot of supporters within the Labour Party do support a referendum. Whether they support independence is perhaps another issue, but the fundamental right of a referendum is very, very different. So that contradiction is, I think, the downfall of both those parties, and it comes always again back to the constitutional issue.
Could I just add something to that?
Leslie.
I'm thinking about in the bigger picture of politics in Western Europe. Generally speaking, those kind of social democratic parties that emerged at the end of, or the end of one phase of the Industrial Revolution, the workers' parties, in Germany, France, Sweden, wherever, they're actually all facing the squeeze, because the nature of society, the way we live our lives is very different. The way our economy and work is organised is very different. And I just don't think these old style left of centre parties, these mass movements, have really been able to kind of, keep on the cutting edge of these kind of changes. They're being left behind. So and you can see that in other parts of Europe, that the Greens are to some extent beginning to fill some of that space that has been absented. But just another quick thing to mention, that so far of all the seats that have been declared, all the people who've been elected as MSPs, 50% are women, and that really is historic. That's a groundbreaker as far as I'm concerned.
Absolutely.
And really significant.
Again, as we said in the other context, it's taken too long, but that we're there now is certainly worthy of comment and recognition. Kenneth, I will attempt to tie up those last three comments as elegantly as I can, and I say that because Cowcombe Stewart made her speech after she was elected, and she said that the SNP candidate for Kelvin says, it has taken too long, but whilst I may be the first, I will not be the last. Now, in terms of her election, she was returned with a vote of 14,535. As Leslie helped us to understand, the second result was Patrick Harvey for the Scottish Greens on 9,077. Third was Scottish Labour on 8,605. Now, in Glasgow Kelvin, which has a long history both as a Westminster and a Holyrood seat of importance and consequence. In terms of Glasgow Kelvin returning the first woman of colour to the Scottish Parliament, and reflecting that the second most popular candidate in the election there was a Scottish Greens candidate, not a Labour candidate, or for that matter a Lib Dem candidate in Glasgow Kelvin. Kenneth, what do you think that tells us about the possible direction of travel in Scottish politics more generally?
It would be tempting to say this is the future of Scottish politics. It may be a one-off. It could just be because Kelvin is, well, it's quite a middle-class constituency. It's the one next door to where I live, so it is pretty full of professional types, a lot of students, a lot of university workers, and that sort of thing. What I think is really interesting about it is that the SNP still won it, despite the fact that Patrick Harvey did so well, because Patrick is well liked. Some people raised an eyebrow. He's done it before, but they raised an eyebrow why he was standing first past the post. You can see now why they might want to do that. And it is, but he did not wreck the SNP victory, and that is very interesting. I think we will see a realignment, as we were hearing it earlier on, a realignment in Scottish politics. It might not happen fully until after independence. You can see, for example, in countries like Estonia, that there were several attempts to form new blocs and new alliances and new parties before things settled down again. The SNP is a pretty broad church, and it is likely that perhaps the more fundamentalist capitalists might not get on quite so well with the more fundamentalist social democrats in an independent Scotland. So you could see a bit of a fracture along those lines. But that's then what is appears to be a big danger for Scottish Labour. And Scottish Labour is not the actual entity, because that doesn't exist. There is no such thing as Scottish Labour, as you keep pointing out. It's the branch office. Is that they died in the war. They died fighting in the independence referendum. They joined in with the Conservatives and the Liberal Democrats, and they threw themselves on the grenade of independence. And they are now suffering further consequences of that. There are other things they're suffering from as well. The fact that, for example, 13 years of Labour government did nothing. That is, new Labour government did nothing to redress the imbalances in the United Kingdom, the way in which wealth and power were drained down to the bottom right-hand corner of these islands. There are all those things as well. And it just struck me when you were talking about the Liberal Democrats. That may be what happened to the Liberal Democrats as well. That may be when they finally write the obituary for the Scottish Liberal Democrats. It may be it was because they joined in Better Together as well. And the reason that the Scottish Conservatives have done relatively well, or half as well as the SNP as in terms of MSP numbers, is that they realised first that they had to have a USP, a unique selling point. Their unique selling point is unionism. Let's keep the union together. And they captured that ground while Labour and the Liberal Democrats tried to return to business as usual. And this is not business as usual. There are two absolutely huge issues facing Scotland. One, which people agree with, whether they agree with independence or not, is the question of independence. The constitutional issue defines everything. And lurking behind that, the next big issue is the world's on fire. And that's a major issue. And if we're going to have to stop the ice caps melting and all choking to death and our children not living in an entirely pleasant world, or perhaps not indeed being able to exist at all, then something radical will have to be done about that. That's the message the Greens are bringing in as well. It will not be good enough for let's say, bigger parties to simply greenwash themselves anymore when outfits like the Greens are, and you see this in Germany as well, are saying no, more fundamental things have to be done here. And that is, the Greens could become a vanguard party once independence is out of the way.
I think that's a very fair assessment, Kenneth, and I think you're absolutely right. Leslie, one thing that struck me listening to Kenneth there and thinking about the results we're seeing at the moment, if we accept the premise of the toxicity of the Conservative Party to other parties who find themselves aligned with them from time to time, the toxic effect that they had on the Lib Dems after the coalition government at Westminster, and the potentially toxic effect that they've had on the Labour Party in Scotland after Better Together, after that campaign. If we accept for a moment that the Conservatives have set, as Kenneth was saying, have set themselves up as the party of the union, that is their policy, that's the extent of it. What route then is open to other political parties, that, in particular Labour and the Lib Dems? Do they simply fold up their tents? Do they accept that the Conservatives are now the second force in Scottish politics, and that they remain as historical hangovers from a distant age, be it the beginning of the 20th century or the end of the 19th century, depending which party, or do you think there's a chance that they may be able to reinvent themselves in a way that more reflects politics in Scotland?
I find it hard to imagine a way in which they could reinvent themselves. Certainly not pre-independence. You know, in an independent Scotland, there's potential for realignment. But, you know, listening to somebody like Henry McLeish peddle the federal thing again, you know, long after that horse bolted, and you know, looking south of the border, looking at what happened in the elections there, looking at the way in which this Conservative government looks at the rest of the UK, actually, is there any sign whatsoever that could be a possible route, you know, for kind of revitalising the Labour Party in Scotland, and or more generally, and the kind of constitutional issue? I just don't see it. You know, it's kind of tired, and it feels like I still haven't heard them making a positive case for why that union should be retained, especially since it seems to me now that, you know, the Conservatives have actually given up on unionism. They've given up on the notion of the United Kingdom as a voluntary partnership of 4 nations. And now, you know, they're you know, with thinking about Kieran Martin's lecture of a couple of weeks ago, kind of shifting the ground from that. You know, the essence of it is that it's a union by consent of the people, and therefore democratic, to a union imposed by force of law. So I've kind of wandered off the point of what you were saying, but if you're asking me personally, as somebody, you know, who's a long-time supporter of the Labour Party, I can't see a way back, really.
No, absolutely, and Siobhan, thinking also, you're close to North East Fife, so thinking the same question, do you think it would be, notwithstanding the personal support that Willie Rennie has received, if the projection is correct and the Lib Dems have only 4 seats in the next Scottish Parliament, what do you think that the Lib Dems would be able to reinvent themselves?
Probably not. I mean, I've always kind of thought that in a post-independent Scotland that none of the parties would ultimately survive, because every single one of them is born from a union politics, whether that's a kind of against the union or in support of the union. But I do think that the Liberal Democrats seem to be quite stuck in their own ways, if that makes sense. I think that if you were to kind of put a bet on Labour or the Liberal Democrats surviving, I'd probably put a slight bigger bet on Labour, if I'm honest. I think that there is an element of the decline is just too much for the Liberal Democrats, and I'm not quite sure they have the flexibility of discourse or ideology to cope with the new society that's about to come. I think it would need a radical overhaul. And when you kind of have a party where it just needs almost to be broken down and then reset, you kind of think, well, maybe just set up a new party. I do think that the political landscape will change, and I think that, you know, as we talked about before, the Green surge is offering a kind of a newer, more modern, vibrant alternative. I don't think it's not just the policies of the Liberal Democrats that now seem quite out of step with Scotland, generally speaking. It's just their lack of flexibility in terms of the change that's about to come. And I think that might be their sticking point, is that they seem extraordinarily sold on the union, to a point I don't think they would be able to cope with the change that's a way to come.
It's a very interesting point, Siobhan, and as we touched on very briefly, both the Labour Party and the Lib Dems began their involvement in politics as we recognise it now in a contemporary time, as parties that supported Home Rule. Kenneth, with the reappearance from time to time of Henry McLeish dusting off his federal propositions and the Brownosaurus rampaging around bits of Fife with the same story, do you think that these parties might rediscover the joys of what they classed as home rule 100 years ago, and that they might start pursuing a federal agenda?
I think some of them might. I think many of their voters already have, and they voted with their feet. I think the major problem the problem for the Liberal Democrats is that they're simply. I find it very difficult, and I think it's apparent that they do as well, to articulate what it actually is they believe in. I can remember. Being in London, being in Westminster, when David Cameron was trying to form his coalition government and Gordon Brown was on his way out. And one of the things that we kept trying to point out to Liberal Democrats then, Liberal Democrat representatives, was that if you go into coalition, history shows that will kill you for about 60 years. And in fact, the old Liberals never came back from coalition. They had to become the Liberal Democrats by merging with the SDP. So that is one way in which the Liberal Democrats don't seem to learn the lessons of history. They were so besotted with the idea of taking part in a coalition with the Tories, and that was enormously damaging. I think one of the problems for Labour I was saying earlier on, the incident with the Union flag being flown outside their campaign headquarters in Hartlepool. They're a British nationalist party. They believe in Britain. They talk about Britain, and that is an identity which very few people accept. A lot of people in England think they're British, but actually what they mean is English. And Boris Johnson has tapped into that. That the Conservatives, Brexit was not merely a massive act of very near economic suicide, but it was a way of tapping into English nationalism. And I've had an interesting analysis. I won't claim it's mine, but somebody has pointed out, it may have been Fintan O'Toole actually, that the United Kingdom is now like the former Yugoslavia. In that England is obviously Serbia, the Bosnia-Herzegovina is Northern Ireland, sadly, and the Welsh are Montenegro, and the Scots are Croatia. And we're all going in our different directions. We have to hope that things don't go as badly as they did in former Yugoslavia. But there is no doubt that what the Labour Party is wed itself to an identity which is explicitly rejected by a majority of people in Scotland. The English Conservative Party has just gone English nationalist and doesn't really particularly care about Scotland to any extent. Other than that, and indeed, Labour's approach is so counterproductive because they can never ever hope to have a majority again in the way that they have in the past without winning seats in Scotland in great numbers, and they're not going to.
I think the today's result in particular makes that pretty much certain, Kenneth. You're absolutely right. I'm going to turn now to think a little bit about the campaigns whilst the list votes are being calculated and the next stage starts to come forward, and we get into the next exciting phase of this election. And I'm minded that a number of people have been pointing out today that Ruth Davidson has been claiming that she's had nothing to do with the Tory campaign in Scotland, despite her face being on most of the leaflets and her repeated appearance on the television and these things. And so that prompted me to think, Leslie, in terms of the Tories, who do you think has had a good campaign, if anyone?
You've put me on the spot there.
Or who's had the worst campaign? And my apologies for putting you on the spot like that.
Well, I mean, Douglas Ross, by general consent, has not had a good campaign. Who else is there? Who else is it? You know, all I can think of is the leaflets that have come through in a deluge through my letterbox. Kind of remind me a bit of Scottish Conservative version of Line of Duty, because you've got wee Doogie standing here and wee Ruth.
Oh,
doesn't
dear.
look.
No, that's a very good point. But thinking for a moment about Douglas Ross, who's been leader for a little while. And I think it's a fair assessment to say that he was anointed from Westminster and was appointed by Westminster. It wasn't he was the chosen one. Why do you think it is? And so you've seen his leaflets, and you've perhaps seen some of his performances in the debates, and you're maybe aware of some of his comments over his time as an MSP before and as an MP. What is it about him? Do you think that voters do not find attractive?
He doesn't really connect. You know, it's interesting listening to Ken talk about Annabelle Goldie and how, you know, people there's a kind of collective spirit about, you know, old style Scottish conservatism, which is, you know, decent, nice folk, you know, people that you're quite happy to spend the time of day with. And, you know, even thinking about Jackson Carlaw, at least they had a kind of a bit more of an urbane manner, you know. he's not a bad communicator.
Yes.
And there's something so stiff and kind of rehearsed, but not rehearsed very well about Douglas Ross. He just doesn't communicate any kind of real sense of what the Tories are about or are meant to be about in Scotland, other than that entirely negative message, and, you know, which was hammered home in every bit of their election literature. So I can't see ways in which he would connect at a personal level with voters in the way that certainly Ruth Davidson clearly did. And you know, certainly being reminded of some of these statements and, you know, things that he's said in the past have really not helped his cause at all.
Of course, but thinking of the current settlement and the way in which Scotland is administered, if I can put it in those terms, what prospect do you think in that case for the newly ennobled Baroness Davidson to reappear as the Secretary of State for Scotland, getting rid of Alistair Jack and pushing Douglas Ross to one side?
Oh, dear. Well, you know, she seems like the ideal candidate, doesn't she? Because she's the darling of the Conservative Party, and, you know, they'll love to have her down there in London with her ermine. And yeah, I can see that she would be exactly the kind of person they would like to have here. And you know, kind of offering some kind of continuity with a pre-Boris Johnson conservatism. Whereas Alistair Jack, you know, is a very different whatever. I can't think of the word.
I can only apologise. I've now got this picture in my head of Baroness Davidson with her ermine and also with the kind of Viceroy's ostrich hat that people attending that Lord Mountbatten used to have to wear when he was attending the taking down of the Union flag in soon-to-be former colonies. And I'm not sure if she's entitled to mix and match her garb and her uniform.
And would she be on the tank while wearing the ermine?
This image is going to be hard to remove. I'm terrible. That's a terrible thought. Siobhan, thinking then again, also for you, in terms of the campaign that we've seen over the last few weeks across the Lib Dems but other parties, is there anyone who stands out for you as having had a particularly good campaign or a particularly bad campaign?
I think, I mean, it's maybe a testimony to the election that we're focusing on the bad campaigns, but the Tory campaign for me was just so disconnected, I think, from the general Scottish politics. What struck me in the debates, I think especially, was that you normally find that it's the SNP that kind of tends to be the outlier in terms of because they want independence. But what I noticed was that actually the consensus was building quite well, I think, again, with the Liberal Democrats, with the SNP and with the Labour Party. And it was you know, the Conservatives that seemed to be in the corner on their own politically, working against the general consensus of the other parties. You know, even things like the yacht that was mentioned on the BBC, when everybody was laughing at it, apart from, you know, Douglas Ross. And so there's that element, the terms of the national care system. Douglas Ross was the outlier there again. So I think that it was the Conservatives, despite the fact that they've actually done relatively well in terms of seats. They've managed to sustain it. Ideologically speaking, they seem to be the outlier in terms of kind of Scottish politics. So that was quite interesting to me, and it suggested that ideological shift that tended to be moving again towards the social democratic model rather than the conservative Westminster style model, which Gordon Ross, sorry, Gordon, Douglas Ross seems to reflect.
Thanks, Siobhan. Yes, well, we've got poor Gordon. That's a terrible comparison. And Kenneth, your length and depth of service at the coalface of Scottish politics, and your experience of a number of First Ministers over time. Firstly, thinking we've talked about Labour, and if that piece of trivia that we had holds true, which the Lib Dems secure 4 seats in this Parliament, and that means that the Lib Dems have failed to increase the number of seats at any election in Scotland since 1999. Do you think that the Lib Dems might look to replace Willie, or to stand down Willie Rennie and give somebody else a shot?
Well, the trouble is, if they're only going to have 4 seats or 5, let's be generous. Where are they going to find a potential leader? Alex Colton, perhaps? Certainly a very effective politician. And it is interesting, isn't it? It's the whole thing about the likeability of your leader. People like Willie, and it certainly works on a constituency level. It didn't work for the Liberal Democrats. People like Ruth. And indeed, as I was saying earlier on, Annabel Goldie. And people don't really like Douglas Ross, as far as we can make out. It has had no effect on the vote share of the Tories. The Tories' vote share has not changed in this election, despite the leadership. Might the Liberal Democrats look for another leader? But perhaps. You also have to bear in mind that sometimes party leaders step down because they don't want to do the job anymore. It's not the papacy. Generally speaking, you don't retire, apart from relatively recent events. You're not in it for life. So it could be that a party leader simply decides, I've had enough. I can't take the party any further. Happened to the Ulster Unionists just yesterday, actually. Their leader just said, no, I don't think I can improve things for the party. Let me step aside. That's a distinct possibility. As to who's had a good campaign, Nicola Sturgeon. And I think one of the things that we forget is what an effective politician she is in absolute terms, not just in Scottish terms. She's one of the absolutely top party leaders in the United Kingdom. In the same way that in his time, Alex Salmond was. Alex Salmond was on a par with people like Thatcher and Blair. He was of that grade as a party leader. And when he announced he was stepping down after the independence referendum, a lot of people thought, goodness me, what's going to happen now? And, okay, Nicola's quite good. But really, did anybody expect Nicola to be this good? Because she is. She is astonishingly effective. And if this is an election that's been won, to a great extent on the constitutional question, but also on the question of competence, of who's the best person to run Scotland, then Nicola Sturgeon wins hands down.
Thanks, Kenneth. That's a very useful point that you're making. I was going to move away a little bit from the larger parties, the more established parties, and especially those who, as we know, are registered in another country, and think as we move now to the time when the list results will begin to appear and be declared. It's being reported that, and I've only mentioned his name once today, but it's being reported that Professor Sir John Curtis is saying that the level of support for the Alba party in the Highlands and Islands might, in that case, deny the SNP a list seat in the Highlands and Islands. Now, we don't know the results yet, and that's probably the sort of thing that one might expect Professor Sir John Curtis to say. But in terms of where we think what we think the impact of the Alba party will be, we've seen some individual constituency list results. But Siobhan, first, in light of what Professor Sir John Curtis is saying about his analysis of the situation on the list in the Highlands and Islands, where do you think the Alba party will land today? I think Siobhan has frozen, so I'll come back. Leslie, I'll torment you with that same question. In terms of the Alba Party, we've seen in the list constituency list results that we've looked at so far, and also the South of Scotland list, the number of votes being cast in favour of the Alba Party appears to be quite low so far. What's your view on this analysis from John Curtis that perhaps the Alba Party will deny the SNP a list seat in the Highlands?
Well, if that proves to be the case, it kind of confirms for me that the impact of this new party on Scottish politics has been mischievous and disruptive, certainly in terms of the pro-independence movement in Scotland. If that does happen, that's unfortunate. I don't know who would benefit, because of that, but as long as none of them are actually elected, that's all. I find it very difficult, and my one hope is that what Alba has done is peeled off some of the people on the wilder fringes of nationalism. People who really do not represent in any sense a kind of broad base of support for independence or for the kind of civic nationalist, the equality and rights, that the whole, it just conveys entirely the wrong impression of what Scottish politics and independence is about and should be about. It's like kind of vanity project for a has-been, just to put it bluntly. That's my sense of it. And there was something else I was going to say. Forgotten what it was.
It'll come back, but I'll talk to Kenneth about that too. Kenneth, you've seen the former First Minister in action over many years. You've seen and we've all seen the appearance very, very, very close to the beginning of the short campaign in this election. What's your broad reflection about the prospects for the Alba Party on the list, and what's your reflection on the possible impact of the Alba Party on politics in Scotland?
This may be simply expectation management by people like Kenny McCaskill and Alex Salmond himself, but they've both indicated that it's unlikely that they will win any MSPs at all. And it could be then the Alba Party's legacy, certainly in this election, was what the SNP always feared, was that at the margins it could cost them on the list. In some areas. I don't mean the Highlands and Islands or the margins, I mean in political terms at the margins. And if it is the case that a sizable vote for the Alba Party has meant that the SNP, I was going to say robbed the SNP of a seat. That's not the case. It's a democracy. The SNP don't get a seat that they might otherwise have expected. Then I'm afraid that simply would move Mr. Salmond further into the box marked unforgiven by the rest of the movement. I think it's one of the things also the Alba Party got off to a fairly auspicious start in terms of just the impact of it being launched and the interest it got, particularly from the London-based media, because they haven't really paid much attention to Scotland for 7 years, and that meant that it got off to a bit of a flyer, but then it looks like it is going to fizzle out. And will the party itself fizzle out? And I gather the Central Scotland results are in. I better stop yakking and let you tell me them.
We're trying to get the Central Scotland results at the moment. It sounds like 2 Labour, 2 Tory, and 3 Labour, 2 Tory, and
a Green.
3 Labour, 3 Tory, and 1 Green. So that brings in Central Scotland, that brings the first Green MSP into Holyrood, and then otherwise split between Labour and the Conservatives on the list. And so we're now starting to see the list results begin to begin to appear. As I say, that's the first Green MSP in Parliament, and that's also the first Green MSP in Central Scotland. And so in that context, that may be an indication of a direction of travel for the Green Party if they're beginning to break through on the list in Central Scotland, which doesn't have a history of being a fertile ground for their political activity in the past. Kenneth, what in terms of the Green Party's campaign and in terms of their prospects, what are your thoughts?
They did very well. I think we're going to find out that they are doing very well. The first Green MSP from Central Scotland is going to be a cause for celebration for a start. You can expect Patrick Harvey, and it said Patrick Stewart. I've got a Star Trek obsession, obviously. Patrick Harvey to be returned reasonably comfortably as well off the list in Glasgow. And you will expect to see other Green MSPs pop up in various other places as well. They are going to do pretty much as well as the opinion polls expected them to, which is quite interesting actually, because some of the opinion polls have got a bit of explaining to do. Do you remember there were opinion polls from, I believe, Survation, possibly others, saying that Alba could get as many as 8 seats? I'm thinking they'd be lucky to get as many as 0 seats at this. You know what Bill Shankly said? That 5-0, they were lucky to get 0, and that's one of the things that opinion polls never predict how people are going to vote. They predict how the people they ask say they're going to vote at any particular time. They tend to get more on the button the closer you get to polling day, although postal voting now totally confuses that, because polling day was quite a few weeks ago for me, actually. So it shows you that the opinion polls have been well all over the place this time. They've got a bit of explaining to do, but their prediction of the size of the SNP majority and or the SNP contingent, let's just say, and the size of the Greens, I mean pretty good actually, and the Greens will be quite pleased with this, even at this early stage when they've only got one MSP.
I think that's absolutely right, Kenneth. And in terms of the way in which that list, those list votes play out for Central Scotland, what that means in terms of individual MSPs is that we see for the Conservatives, Graham Simpson, Stephen Kerr and Megan Gallagher returned as MSPs on the list for Central Scotland. Monica Lennon, Richard Leonard and Mark Griffin returned for Labour, and Gillian Mackay for the Greens. Now, one name jumps out at me, and with two such erudite people joining me in the studio at the moment. Stephen Kerr, is that the former MP for Stirling?
Yes, and he didn't do particularly well against Alan Smith. I was at that count actually, and the writing was on the wall from the word go that they had lost that seat fairly heavily. But it is a different. You don't have to be loved as much the way in which you win in a seat is if your party is incredibly popular or you are. The way that you win on the list is if you are popular within your party and are able to get the internal party politics right. And this is Stephen Kerr did, from the Tories' point of view, quite a good job as an MP, actually. Obviously not from the point of view of the electorate of Stirling in the long run. Interestingly also, Richard Leonard, it is said that his part of his deal to step down as Scottish Labour leader and make way for Anna Sarwar was that he got to be high up on the Labour list in Central Scotland. So he is back, even though he does not win a seat first past the post. Monica Lennon too, a doughty fighter, I think as they say. And I understand the SNP have won a seat off the list in the Highlands.
We're just getting the list coming through from the Highlands and Islands. As soon as we get
that's really interesting.
The full picture on that, we'll bring that to you. But yes, Kenneth, as you're saying, both the challenges and the aspects of the process of selection to appear on the list, and notoriously Alex Cole-Hamilton putting himself first on the Lib Dem list in the Lothians because he was in charge of selecting the Lib Dem list for the Lothians, and Richard Leonard said to have made a deal And Stephen Kerr, who, as you say, was regarded by the Conservatives as being an effective operator, I think certainly one who portrayed himself as being something of a fundamentalist in the Conservative Party and on the religious wing of the Conservative Party as well. It will be interesting to see the impact that he has in the Scottish Parliament, whether how he aligns with some of the more fundamentalist views as some of the issues and some of the policies. If the SNP seeks to pursue its programme of being a progressive party at Holyrood, one wonders if Stephen Kerr is going to be one of the loudest opponents. But we'll also see. We're looking to see if we've got the results from the Highlands and Islands. Yeah. Leslie.
For so it's Conservative, Labour, Conservative, Green, Conservative, SNP. So 4 Conservatives, 1 Labour, 1 Green, 1 SNP. Okay. No Andy Whiteman.
And I was just going to say that suggests that Andy Whiteman's been unsuccessful in making an impact in the Highlands and Islands on the list.
I can give you the names.
Please, that would be really helpful.
So we've got Douglas Ross, got a new job.
Another job.
Edward Mountain, Rhoda Grant, veteran Labour MSP. Donald Cameron for the Conservatives. Ariane Burgess for the Green Party. Jamie Halcrow Johnson, Conservative, and Emma Roddick.
So that's 2 Green MSPs now in Holyrood and 1 MSP for the SNP on the list from the Highlands and Islands, which will potentially is going to be important as the SNP seek to maximise their not either to approach a majority or to maximise the number of their seats. Kenneth, so that's now 2 Green MSPs who have been returned, 1 in Central and 1 in the Highlands and Islands. Do you think this is an indication that they are going to continue, as you and I have discussed, or as we've discussed already? Do you think this is an indication that they are on the move?
Yes, and I think so. I don't think it will be as high as some opinion polls might have suggested, but 8 or 9 seats sounds about right. And of course means a pro-independence majority in Parliament. It is worth bearing in mind that the Greens believe in independence all right, and they campaign for it. They campaign it for a different reason. They're not nationalists. They believe in moving democracy closer and as close to the people as possible. And being an independent country is one of the ways they see doing that. But that doesn't mean there's a huge ideological gulf on the constitutional issue between them and the SNP. It's also interesting to note, yes, Douglas Ross gets his seat, so that now he's got 3 jobs if you count the linesman's job. I was thinking, Douglas Ross is the sort of face you sometimes feel like booing, and then I realised, hang on a minute, I've actually booed him because he he ran the line in a match at Greenhill Road in Paisley when I was supporting St Mirren, and I questioned some of his judgments then as well. But the big thing is I think from this, even with their strength in the constituencies, even with the number of MSPs that they've got in the Highlands and Islands in seats, the SNP still picked up another seat, and that shows the strength. Their vote share in the regional votes that are in so far is down about 2%. And the Alba's vote share is up about 2%, but that is mostly based on what's happened in the Highlands and Islands, and the Greens vote share went up as well, which is fascinating to see. So the SNP doing pretty well, and perhaps not suffering as much in terms of a loss of votes to other parties. I wouldn't say second vote, but people's other vote after they voted for the constituency MSP. Perhaps people haven't been as promiscuous with their votes as we expected.
Yes, absolutely. The picture is starting to emerge, and we have touched on it this afternoon already. The extent to which or not the SNP's campaign slogan of both votes SNP had resonated with voters more generally. Obviously, a campaign slogan that was called into question resolutely by Alba as an approach. But if it's the case that it appears to have cut through and voters in the Highlands and Islands have taken it on board, then perhaps, Leslie, that campaign slogan may have been effective elsewhere in Scotland.
Yeah, indeed. Certainly, my anecdotal evidence is that most of the people I know who are SNP members and campaigners were taking that on board very seriously and were encouraging other people to do likewise. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with that. But you're talking about campaign slogans. I'm thinking about the Green one, which was vote as if your future depended on it, which I think was a very effective slogan, and I think that has cut through, especially with younger people. And, it's clear that the Green Party are going to have a very significant role in the next diet of Parliament. They're going to hold the balance, it seems to be, hold the balance of power. They'll be able to, hold the SNP government accountable, maybe do a bit of pushing around some of the environmental and other significant, really important policy issues. So I think it's a good thing.
Thanks, Leslie. Kenneth, the thinking for a moment about the list result from the Highlands and Islands, it's an interesting question. So that the list for the Highlands and Islands, I'll re-emphasise that. The list for the Highlands and Islands produces 4 Conservative MSPs, but no Andy Whiteman.
Yes, that's the way the system works. It's called the d'Hondt system because it was named after a Belgian mathematician, or according to some wags, because we don't understand how it actually works. But it depends. They look at how many MSPs you've already got in that region. They take into account the number of seats you've already got. Then they look at the votes that you get on the list votes, and you divide that by the number of MSPs you already have plus 1. Now, the plus 1 is because in the case of Andy Whiteman, for example, he didn't win a seat, so they would have had to divide it by 0. And as you know, or if you've ever tried this in a calculator, you can't divide by 0 without breaking things. So that's how they do it. Anyway, that's how it all works out. It puts everywhere in Scotland, it puts the SNP now at a disadvantage in these calculations because they've done so well first past the post. But it also shows you one of the things that happens. It usually happens at 3 in the morning, but because of the way we're counting it this time, it's at a reasonable time. You get these wee flurries, these wee frissons, because candidates are always convinced that, well, everybody apart from the winner is convinced they've won, and the person who's going to win is convinced they've lost. You get all these nervous moments. We had about half an hour there of people thinking, ooh, maybe the Alba Party will stop the SNP getting a seat in the Highlands and Islands off the list. Didn't happen. And it's worth bearing in mind that the SNP had 1 seat off the list at the last election, so the net change is 0. The SNP have done just as well in terms of seats in the Highlands and Islands as they did the last time.
It's absolutely right, Kenneth, and one would hope that, I suppose the point of my question was the work that Andy Whiteman has done resolutely through his time as a parliamentarian in identifying who owns Scotland in terms of his publication, and also in terms of his work campaigning for land reform, an issue in which I suspect he would be on the other side of the fence from the 4 Conservative MSPs who've been elected on the list in the Highlands, given land use and land use issues across Scotland, but particularly in the north. But for a moment, we'll come back to the Central Belt, and it's being reported that Nicola Sturgeon has made a point of going to greet the new Glasgow Kelvin MSP, Kirkham Stewart, and the First Minister reinforcing the message that we are still in the pandemic, by saying, "I have never so much wanted to hug somebody as I want to hug you right now." However, the First Minister maintaining social distance and not hugging Kirkham Stewart in front of the press. But the importance of that election and the importance of that result being driven home by the SNP leader in terms of her comments and her response to the election of Kirkham Stewart in Glasgow Kelvin. The thinking of the list MSPs who we've heard from the Highlands and Islands, we heard Edward Mountain and we heard Jamie Halcrow Green, Johnson, who've both been regular appearers on our screens in attempting to communicate the Conservative Party message. Do you think that Leslie? Do you think there's a prospect that they will continue? Given that the Conservatives do not appear to have increased on the projections to have increased the number of MSPs that they will have, do you think it'll be a case of the same old faces, with the exception of Douglas Ross appearing at First Minister's questions every week?
It kind of looks that way, doesn't it? That Conservative team does have a very familiar feel to it. Fair enough, they've been elected. That's the democratic system, and it's they're spokespeople for. There is that opinion in Scotland. So, but it's. I'm not sure actually. I'm sorry. My brain's going a bit fuddled now. But
no, that's okay.
Can't think of many new Conservatives, whereas there are quite a lot of other new faces from other parties coming in, and that'll be interesting. New mix, new dynamics. We'll see who comes through, who becomes new sort of stars. But I do feel it's a loss that Andy Whiteman isn't going to be in the Parliament, because not only has he really been razor sharp, as we know, on land reform and housing and other key issues like that, but he brings a kind of integrity and a bit of gravitas and quite forensic as well in the way in which he digs away at issues. And really, I just felt he was somebody who took his role as an MSP very, very seriously and conducted himself pretty well in that capacity.
Yes, I think that's a very fair assessment, Leslie. Both the impression that he gave in his work and his appearances in the Parliament and his approach to politics. Kenneth, do you think Andy Whiteman's a loss to the Scottish Parliament?
Yes, I believe so, and it illustrates a bigger question, which is in politics, you're going to take part in party politics, and to some extent you have to bend or compromise your principles in some way, and he left the Scottish Greens over a point of principle. Ironically, and sadly for him, it was not a point of principle over anything to do with Green politics. It was to do with sexual identity politics, and he felt that his party was taking a position that he simply could not support. And some people do that, and in fact, many politicians end up moving on points of principle, or just simply dropping out of the game on points of principle. He will be a loss, except I don't think he's going to go quiet. I don't think he's going to go into retirement, and he'll have more time to dig about and point out just how unequal a society Scotland is. That will be. He's still going to play, I hope, a big role. It's not going to be an elected role, but given that he was not one of the co-leaders of the Scottish Greens in the first place, his opportunities to make himself heard in the Parliament were fairly small anyway. So you could, I would hope, hear and see much more of him now. But it is this question of where do you draw the line is always one that's run through politics since the beginning, and some people simply decide, I cannot go any further with this, I'm terribly sorry. Whether it was things like, some people left the SNP over NATO membership. It's that sort of thing, and it will be interesting to see, for example, after independence, if we reach some kind of accommodation over Faslane, for example. Maybe a withdrawal from Faslane might be delayed for some reason. I'm just hypothesising here. I've got no inside track on this, but if the UK government said, or the rump UK government said, I'm terribly sorry, could we hang on to Faslane for 5 years? Would some people leave over that? It's those sorts of principles, you might say, or for career politicians, tripwires.
Yes, or red lines. No, absolutely, Kenny. Kenneth, now we've seen now that two lists have declared, Central Scotland and the Highlands and Islands, and that means that the state of the parties for the Scottish Parliament at this moment are, we have the SNP on 61, which is an increase of 3 over the last Parliament. SNP on 62. We have the Conservatives on 12, having lost 2 seats. We have the Labour Party on 6, having lost 3 seats. The Liberal Democrats are unchanged on 4, and the Greens are on 2, which is an increase of 1 for them. Whilst we still have a great deal of distance to travel, we now have two of the lists.
Here's the Paisley
completed.
list.
Go on, Leslie.
Oh no, that's the constituency breakdown of.
That's okay.
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
okay.
But I can tell you that Edinburgh Eastern is an SNP hold. That's Ash
Denham.
That's
right. Ash was running a campaign that was really annoying the Conservative candidate, and this is the nuts and bolts of political campaigning. Rather than other means of campaigning, her activists had made up a number of templates, and they were chalking the pavements quite vociferously. And one of the Labour candidate was objecting greatly to chalking pavements. I don't know why.
There's a long and noble tradition of political campaigners chalking pavements.
Precisely. I don't know if the Labour candidate who was an advocate, as I remember, I just didn't understand, or maybe.
Ash Denham's vote 22,658, and she wins by 10,000.
That's a considerable majority for Ash Denham and Edinburgh East. I think one thing that we'll see, thinking of Edinburgh seats, is over the next electoral period, is that with the demand for housing and the change in the demographics in the city, both in Edinburgh West, Edinburgh East and Edinburgh South, there are thousands of houses being built at the moment in order to try and address the shortage of housing in the city, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see the demographics and the makeups of those constituencies change by the time we get to the next election, because of the level of the building of houses that we're seeing. Kenneth, in terms of the way in which the lists are starting to play out, are you seeing any surprises, or is it very much the performances that you were expecting?
They're pretty much in line, not just with what we expected, but with the predictions we were quoting an hour ago. In fact, both the lists that have been announced so far have gone entirely with the predictions, which means that the SNP will be on course. There could be a slip here or there, but are on course to be certainly by far the largest party, 63 seats, and the Scottish Greens could get 9 seats. And interestingly, Lorna Slater, the Scottish Greens co-leader, has just said there is absolutely no doubt that there is a mandate for an Indie Ref too. So she's pinning those colours very firmly to the mast. And that is interesting to see her come out and say that. It's a tremendous opportunity for the Scottish Greens. You've got the COP conference coming up in Glasgow in the autumn. They will be trying, in their eyes, to keep the SNP honest in government and making sure they aren't going about greenwashing stuff, but actually taking proper and sometimes quite tough decisions about the future.
Absolutely, Kenneth. And an interesting point's just crossed my mind, that on the basis that it's regarded that the two parties that are making progress in this Scottish election are the SNP and the Greens in terms of increasing the number of MSPs that they each have. That means that the two parties making progress are the two parties that are in terms of manifesto commitments are strongly pro-independence, obviously, but are also both pro the European Union and membership of the European Union. Do you feel that progress is connected to the long tail of the Brexit nightmare that is still playing out, or do you think the EU has been a factor in this, or is that just a symptom of the distinctive nature of Scottish politics now?
I think it's solidified the SNP vote and the SNP support. I know that the SNP don't like to employ grievance politics to any great extent and try to accentuate the positive about the future. But there is no doubt that during the last referendum campaign, we were lied to because we were told by people, among them by Ruth Davidson actually, that the only way to guarantee continued membership of the EU was to vote no. So a majority, a slim majority, 5%, voted no. And within 2 years, we were being dragged out of the EU against our will. People remember that sort of thing. And young people remember that sort of thing. They're pretty comprehensively pro-European. Interestingly, though, if you look at the analyses, there isn't much of a difference in the change in vote share for the SNP between pro-Leave and pro-Remain constituencies. It doesn't seem to be correlated to that at all. And that's interesting too. But certainly the idea, independence in Europe, and it was Jim Sillars and Alex Salmond who came up with this, was the game changer for the SNP. Because that changed the idea of being a wee lonely country at the back end of Europe. Suddenly we would be part of a bigger family. That led the SNP to really shoot forward in the public votes. And that has remained. Now, despite many of the problems that the SNP have, and despite the fact that many voters actually voted Leave. But it's an interesting paradox, but the SNP is still proudly pro-EU, and I think we'll be happy to get Scotland back in as quickly as it can on Scotland's terms, and the Greens will support them as well. Interestingly, I'm sure that they will be asking the Green leaders this: would you go into coalition with the SNP? And I think that the advice to them, and I'm sure they've already thought of this, is not in your Nelly. Don't look what happened to Liberal Democrats. By all means, cooperate, but don't actually go into a coalition with the SNP over independence or the EU or anything else.
Oh, absolutely, Kenneth. The damage that ill thought out coalitions or coalitions that don't sit well in the more overarching political landscape. You're absolutely right, Leslie. Thinking also about the Brexit and the EU component. Oh, sorry, there was one thing I was going to say, Kenneth. I was going to also agree with you and this is purely from my perspective, the idea of Scotland in Europe. And from my perspective, Scotland in Europe benefiting from that European association in the context of then being an independent country, with unfortunately our nearest neighbour to the south being a country which has a history of, how can I put it, malign and malevolent conduct towards Scotland as a nation. The security and the protection that being part of a group of 28 nations might also probably, I suppose, plays out in that direction. However, Leslie, more to the point, my namesake, the other Andrew Wilson, we're not to be confused, is making a point that follows on from the discussion I was having with Kenneth. In 2015, David Cameron's Conservatives won the UK election with a manifesto commitment to hold a Brexit referendum. They went on to deliver on that pledge, having won 37% of the vote. The SNP are now at about 47% of the vote, I think, as a vote share, very roughly. So in terms of people questioning or attempting to question there being a mandate for the SNP to proceed with an independence referendum, where do you think those no mandate arguments or quibbles stand now?
Well, they're really weak arguments. I mean, we know that, we've been saying that, but it won't stop people trying to continue making them. You know, you just by force of repetition, yes. You're meant to, come to believe that that's the case. But it is just another bit of this kind of total political opportunism and seeing everything through the kind of Westminster framing and what's the word? Prism.
Prism. Yes.
Yeah. So yeah. I saw that Andrew Wilson had said that, and you don't.
No, absolutely. Now we mentioned the result from Edinburgh Eastern a little while ago, and I've got all of the numbers here from that count. As you said, Leslie, Ash Denham for the SNP with 22,658, which is 52.4% of the vote, and an increase of 5%. which is a remarkable performance. Second was the Labour candidate with 12,541 on 29%, a drop of almost 4%. The Conservative candidate with 5,970, 13.8% of the vote, and that's a drop of more than 2%. And then the Lib Dems coming in fourth with 2,035, which is 4.7% of the vote, and they improved their vote share by 1.1%. So a pretty decisive performance by Ash Denham in Edinburgh Eastern, and hoovering up votes from both Labour and Conservative in terms of returning herself to Holyrood. As I recall, she's been a Minister for Communities, I think.
Yeah.
And so we might expect to see Ash back in the Scottish Cabinet, perhaps with an enhanced role.
I think so. I mean, she's been quite impressive. She's got a very good constituency team working with her. But I've worked with her in one of her previous roles, which was on issues of human trafficking. She's always well on top of her brief. She speaks well, but she's also, well connected into her constituency, and I think she's one of these people who, has built up quite a strong personal support as well as the party support. So, yeah, I'm just thinking beyond the election and when we move into the new term of Parliament, just what will be, apart from independence, we have a country to run, and, what are going to be some of the new policy areas that we're going to see highlighted and developed. And I'm just interested to see that Gillian Mackay, the new Green MSP, says her priority is a national care service for Scotland. And this seems to me to be one of the areas around which there's a fair amount of consensus, actually. Monica Lennon has spoken about that. We know it's in the SNP manifesto as well. So I'm looking forward to some really impressive women, actually, across the parties, hopefully collaborating really to continue this kind of distinctive, divergent approach to a whole range of social and justice issues in Scotland. Again, speaking from my own personal experience of working in the women's sector and violence against women, that Scotland has a really good international reputation for being pioneering on its strategic approach and policies around not just providing services for, but really addressing violence against women and gender inequality. And I really hope we're going to build on that, because for me, this election, it's not just about independence, not independence. There are some absolutely fundamental issues which are tied into why we want independence,
yes.
Which is we want to do things differently, and our hands are tied so much by our links with the Westminster system.
Absolutely. Thanks, Leslie. Kenneth, following on from Leslie's point there, perhaps the suggestion of a two-stage or an incremental approach. So part of the party's manifestos, in particular the SNP, if they're to be party of government, their manifesto demonstrating the nature of a Scotland that we could be in the very near future, and then the more broader perspectives of the sort of independent Scotland in which we would want to live. We're seeing in terms of the near future discussions, and as Leslie says, broadly consensus discussions that are broadly a consensus with regard to the establishment of a national care service. And of course, care has been such an important and a high-profile topic through the pandemic, with both the representatives of the care sector as a whole being regular commentators on the television, and also, of course, one or two very fulsome Tory party donors who happen to own chains of care homes also being platformed relatively regularly. But thinking a little bit more broadly than that, so in terms of the potential establishment of a national care service, the potential for the returning into public hands of the rail operator for Scotland, what else do you think, in addition to those two things, what else do you think we might see from the party of government, especially coming forward as a way of demonstrating that direction of travel from our near future, what we can do, to what we could do in an independent Scotland?
Yes, it's a bit like that game show where they go, "Here's what you could have won," and I think there could be an element where, and I think it would be quite useful for the SNP government. I think we can talk about that now, saying, yes, this is what we are doing now. We are doing quite well. We think this is a good idea, but here's what we could do if we had independence. This is how much further we could go, and I think, but there are areas of which they still need to do better. Nobody's perfect, no government's ever been perfect. There are areas in which they certainly need to look at further reform, further improvement. For example, the idea of integrating the NHS with the care sector is definitely an idea which is, I mean, its time came in Northern Ireland many years ago. They don't have an NHS over there. They have an integrated health and social care service. And it seems to work pretty well, despite the usual gripes about there not being enough money. Education, despite somebody who is as transparently competent, and competent is probably not quite strong enough word for John Swinney, but somebody who's as effective a leader, as effective a secretary, to be having trouble with the education brief is very, very difficult for the SNP, because people care about health and education on a domestic level more than anything else. So that is something which they could do with tightening. The trouble is with both the health service and the education system, it's like the old thing about turning the super tanker. It's going to take ages, and I know that John Swinney has been quite happy to introduce reforms that would not have an immediate effect. They would actually have a beneficial effect on be 10 or 20 years down the line, rather than go for the quick fix before the next election. And that is laudable, but people also want to see things done. And I think one of the fundamental things they might want to do, and I know Nicola Sturgeon's spoken about this in the past, is actually trying to measure things better than exam results. We're still suffering from something that started under Jim Callaghan and then was picked up by the Conservatives after that, which is we treat education as if it's some kind of consumer good. And the trouble is, we regard the consumers, or not we, successive politicians have regarded the consumers being not the children, not the pupils, not the students, but the parents, because it is viewed that the parents give the state the raw material in the form of children, and then the state moulds them and educates them and turns them into people with job prospects. That probably has to change. I think you would hope it would change, and that we would look at how happy children are, how well-rounded they are, how I know it's a dreadful Californian sort of thing. What levels of self-esteem they have. There are some people, as we know, who don't deserve to have as much self-esteem as they have, but nevertheless, you could see education being another one. There are all sorts of other things, land reform they could get stuck into, and of course the environment. Absolutely the environment, because the Conservative government down south is greenwashing itself, and the SNP has got to prove that it's much more effective at actually doing things that matter.
Absolutely, Kenneth. Thank you. Now, a little bit of context. We're seeing some more, to put this into a little bit more, to try and portray it more in a slightly more historical perspective for people. I'll read out some numbers that I'm seeing here, and we'll take a reaction from both you and Leslie. So we're seeing that obviously the final result is not in yet. So we're still this is still slightly a prediction and slightly a forecast. However, on the basis of where the votes are at the moment, the SNP has won 81% of the declared constituencies, has won that with 47.1% of the vote share, has gained 3 seats, and has increased its vote share by 1.3%. The comparison, for example, is that no party has won a higher vote share in the UK or in Scotland for more than 50 years. Boris Johnson in December 2019 in what was described as a landslide was 43.6%. Tony Blair was 43.2% in what was definitely described as a landslide. Mrs Thatcher's first election was 43.9%. And also in the context of previous Scottish elections, the SNP in 2016 had 46.5%. The SNP under Alex Salmond in 2011 had 45.4%, and Donald Dewar in 1999, in some ways regarded as a high watermark, was actually 38.8%. So to put those SNP results into context, if this was purely a first past the post election, as we see at Westminster, the SNP would be on course for a bigger landslide than we saw with Tony Blair in 1997, winning 81% of the constituencies, which in Westminster terms would be 526 seats, a majority of something like 402. So it's so putting those kind of shape for those of us who remember Mrs Thatcher being elected, let alone anything else. So have that sort of perspective. Leslie, what does that kind of shape and that kind of comparison, what does it indicate to you?
Well, it indicates to me that it is a landslide. You know, it's a very, very convincing result for a party which will be going into its fourth term in government. And, you know, that's a recognition not just around the constitutional issue, but that people generally do think that the SNP are pretty competent at the business of governing. And
the business of winning elections.
And absolutely, endorsing that. So the way in which it's described or, you know, characterised, of course, is partly to do with the constant unionist resistance to acknowledging, you know, the strength of that. It's like, you know, the goalposts are shifting, and you know, perhaps since 2011, all these elections where the SNP has done remarkably well, not just in the Scottish election, but the UK elections as well. So what we mean by a landslide or a very convincing, overwhelming victory, you know, it keeps getting shifted, you know, and there's this kind of expectation. It's almost like, you know, this is what normal looks like. Normal looks like an SNP in government in Scotland, and one with a convincing popular support. You know, it is different from the way people perceive and characterise the elections at Westminster.
Yes, of course. And Kenneth, that kind of perspective, looking at elections over the last 20, 30, 40 years, 20 years in Scotland, 40 years in Westminster, what do you think that has a lesson for us? Do you think there is something that we can take from those comparisons?
I think so. I think it was what I was talking about earlier on, that the SNP is now in with the bricks, if you like. And it's a government, a party to which the Scottish people are given their trust in great numbers for nearly a decade and a half now. And it could be going on for a considerable time if the previous behaviour of the Scottish electorate is anything. It supported Labour for about 50 years, the Tories for 50 years before that, the Liberals before that, and they tended to stick with them unless they were let down. It's also worth bearing in mind in a much shorter time scale. Just think back a few weeks. Remember all the London-based correspondents or the members of London newsrooms standing in Edinburgh or in Glasgow, talking almost with glee about the way that Nicola Sturgeon's career was hanging by a thread. She was sprayed. She was showered with ordure. She was accused of misleading the Parliament. They were all. It was an incredible battering she got. But really, if the SNP was looking for a party animal as its symbol, it may be the duck, because it was just a little water off a duck's back. People aren't daft. They know who Nicola Sturgeon is, and they're pretty sure they know what the SNP is. That doesn't mean that there are dangers. It's a bit like when the Roman general is taken on his triumph through the capital, and there's a slave employed to whisper in his ear, "You are mortal, you are mortal." And you've got to bear in mind that with this great success comes long-term great dangers. If you look at what happened to Scottish Labour, where Scottish Labour were pretty much assured of power for so many years because of first past the post, which favoured parties whose power was concentrated, particularly in the central belt. And Scottish Labour eventually just got lazy. They forgot that they actually had to convince voters. They just took them for granted. What was important was getting nominated to the safe seat. And that was a question of internal politics, not external politics. It led to career politicians, people who had no hinterland, no past, who came straight out of student politics into party politics. There is a danger that that is what will happen in the SNP as well. And you get these career politicians. There are no doubt people already in the SNP are only there because it's the successful party, rather than the sort of people who might have joined the Labour Party 15 years ago. That doesn't apply anymore. So there are these dangers that it carries with it, the roots of its own destruction in the long term. But for now, they don't really have that much to worry about. And you do wonder now, given what's been thrown at the SNP in the last 5 years, in the last year, what more do they have? What more do the anti-SNP forces have now? It's actually the biggest danger to the SNP comes from itself. It could eventually become so big that it fractures under its own weight, and that's when you see a second credible pro-independence, a third credible pro-independence party, because we have the Greens.
No, that's absolutely right, Kenneth, and the point's very well made. We're rejoined by Siobhan, Siobhan Toland, who's back to join us this afternoon as our coverage continues. Before we move back to you, Siobhan, and just in passing, Kenneth, your reference in a previous answer to Bullseye, and here's what you could have won, was immediately dragging me back to the campaign streets when I'm helping with leafleting in parts of Edinburgh. We only regard it as being a successful leafleting run if we've found a boat. Usually in parts of Edinburgh that are as far from the sea as you can possibly get, and it's quite clear in parts of Edinburgh Western that there are people who did win the speedboat on Bullseye, and it's still sitting in the front garden in 2021. But that's just carrying me back to the streets of the campaign. We're starting to hear indications that in one of the last of the constituencies to declare, there is an indication that perhaps Edinburgh North and Leith is a hold for the SNP. We'll try and get the numbers for you and get them. So that would be a hold for Ben Macpherson, who's the sitting MSP there. And that's.
Yeah, I've got the figures here.
Leslie, go on.
Yeah. So Ben Macpherson has won with 22,443. In second place is Labour, 10,874. Third, Green, 6,116. In fourth place, the Conservatives at 5,052. And in fifth place, I guess this will be another lost deposit for the Liberal Democrats, who've got 2,035 votes. It's a pretty hefty result for Ben.
Yes, and the bill for the Lib Dems continues to mount. There will be that will have to be a priority for them to be addressing. Now Siobhan, welcome back, and thank you for coming back to join us. I was going to say to you, Nicola Sturgeon is being quoted as pointing out this afternoon that in 2007. The SNP won only one more seat than Scottish Labour. She says that no one could have foreseen the scale of today's victory, as the SNP has returned for a fourth successive time and with more than 60 constituency seats. Yeah. What strikes you from what the First Minister's been saying about that?
Well, it's building up the cases, and I think that we've got used to the SNP doing so well that we almost set so high standards, and the standards as well have been set for us. If you think about the UK Westminster election, remember when we swept across the board in 2015, and then in 2017 we dropped a bit. It was still a phenomenal victory. But because we dropped, then it felt like a wee bit of defeat, and it was certainly framed as such. So I think that there is an element here of we've been very successful, and we forget how successful this result is for us, actually. So there's a building up to that. I did watch a little bit of Nicola Sturgeon statement there, and she's been very, very clear that the mandate is there, and this is about the people deciding, not politicians, certainly not Westminster. So it goes back to what we were kind of talking about a wee bit earlier on as well, is that let's not go on the defensive here. Let's go on the kind of full frontal and just kind of, we got a really great victory. That's 63 seats we've now got. We've matched what we had last time. We are doing great. This is a massive, massive victory for us. I'm also going to pick up though on something that Ken was saying earlier on about, falling under the stress of our own weight in the same way that Labour done. I do think that, yes, the SNP need to be careful with that. I think there is an element of just becoming that little bit lazy, in the same way that the Labour Party did, in the same way of not articulating the arguments and not articulating your kind of strategies enough, or not articulating and communicating with the electorate enough. So yeah, we do need to be careful with that. We might end up a victim of our own success.
Thanks, Siobhan. That's very helpful, and I think certainly both your comments and Kenneth's comments remind me, certainly from my day job, not when I'm with Broadcasting Scotland, but certainly every silver lining has a cloud. And so the need for the SNP to continue to be very live to the challenges that running a large organisation, a large political party, including one which, as Kenneth was saying, includes people who are attracted to political parties as careers, is something that,
yes,
that we will need to reflect on over the next 5 years. I've been thinking, certainly, listening to both of you speaking, about the 12 months that the First Minister has had. In terms of the arrival, we're now into May, but so the 15 months that the First Minister has had, in terms of the appearance of the pandemic and her particular approach to the way in which communication and mass communication to the population would be implemented, and her determination to be front and centre on a daily basis in that. And then, in addition to the challenges of changing policy and developing policy, both in any health service and in any health and in any country, but also in the context of the union as well, with the stresses and strains that would bring, and then added to that the undoubted challenges as the investigations into the conduct of Alex Salmond, and then the conduct of the Scottish Government into their investigation into his conduct, and then the litigations that have followed after that. And then the inquiries in the Scottish Parliament, both referring herself to her advisor on the ministerial code in Scotland, and the Parliament's own inquiry convened by Linda Fabiani, who joined us yesterday, and gave us some of her thoughts on and reflections on the way in which the members who constituted that committee conducted themselves, and whether lessons could be learned and changes could be made, and then coming into an election after 5 years and attempting to win a fourth term. Kenneth, first of all, for you, what are your reflections on you were saying before the symbol for the SNP, in the same way as the Lib Dems used to have an eagle or a lame duck, I'm not sure what it was. What is your reflection on where the First Minister stands now and what you think she might do next?
The Lib Dems had a strange kind of bird which had 3 feathers on one wing and 2 on the other, so it flew round and round in circles. But the thing about the SNP is they do need to continually remind people why they're in power and that they are doing things in power. They are constantly, even despite the fact that Alba will have peeled a few people away who are of the more fundamentalist mean, a lot of people had a great time during the 2014 independence referendum and they want another one. The SNP are almost in agreement with them, or certainly Nicola Sturgeon is, but she wants to take part in an independence referendum that Scotland wins. That's a big difference. It is now absolutely riven down the middle Scotland, if you believe the opinion polls. What effect this election result will have on support for independence is going to be very interesting to watch. I think the magic number for the SNP and probably for many in the wider Yes movement is 60%. If we get opinion polls up to 60% yes, then it makes a referendum certainly very difficult to argue against, and it also makes the outcome of a referendum reasonably certain. So there's that. But at the same time, and I hate to sound like Douglas Ross and Ruth Davidson, but they should concentrate on the day job as well, because there's a country to run, a country that's coming out of a pandemic. We hope that if there is a third wave, it's going to be fairly minor, although it's still a tragedy for some people. And there has been a lot of economic damage done. They have to be able to cope with that. They have to be able to cope with the disaster of Brexit, which hasn't even started yet. There are businesses suffering now. There are fishers suffering now because of the way that Brexit was done, the little Englander fundamentalist hard Brexit that they wanted is basically what the Tory party got. That is going to do a lot of damage, and that reality bites. That has to be coped with by the Scottish Government with the still limited powers that they have devolved to them. And you also have to have the ability to point a way forward to say, well, there is another way out of this, which is independence and rejoining the EU as well.
It's a good point that you make, Kenneth. In terms of my characterisation of the last 15 months, 16 months for the First Minister, I had neglected to add into that delightful list the determination of the Westminster Government to press ahead with Brexit as the pandemic arrived. So that's another pressure. However, to amplify the point that you were making, and I'll direct this question to Siobhan, in her speech this afternoon, the First Minister has said, "My message today is for all of Scotland, and it is this: wherever you are from, whatever age you are, whatever your background, and no matter who you voted for, the SNP in government is dedicated to working for you." So Siobhan, in terms of the priorities for the SNP politically, perhaps to pursue independence, practically in terms of the pathway out of the pandemic, what do you think? What do you think we're going to see from Nicola Sturgeon and from the SNP as she establishes her new government?
I mean, I think that you will begin to see the beginnings of a national care service being built. Certainly in the manifesto, they were also looking at increasing and improving the democracy, and things like the citizens' assemblies and so forth that will kind of take place. So there's more communication and more kind of democratic structures, I think, being built. I think what we also will see is a lot of anti-poverty measures as well. And I think that ultimately that will work in stark contrast to austerity 2.0, which Westminster will inevitably bring in. We've been seeing the kind of signs of that for quite a while now. And I think that the notion of investing in our people, investing in our infrastructure, and investing in a green, renewable future will all kind of come hand in hand here in terms of trying to stave off the impact of COVID and Brexit, but as well as kind of trying to basically create better health and well-being in terms of anti-poverty measures and in terms of investing in people. So I think that hopefully it's quite a good radical programme, I think. I think importantly as well, there is consensus across a lot of parties on these issues as well. I think that a lot of stuff that Labour and the Liberal Democrats and definitely the Green Party, which obviously is going to be quite a big party, will definitely build consensus on and move forward. So I think it's a good programme. I think that picking up on something that Ken had said about, getting on with the day job, and I think that absolutely is correct. But I think that, and this is where maybe perhaps parties like ALBA or others are, who become maybe slightly impatient of a referendum doesn't really seem to realise that actually those things that are the day job are actually integral to getting us independence, because it gives us a taste of what we can do, and it builds the infrastructure of what we can and will do in an independent nation. So it's all about that and it's about that. It's not just independence for independence sake. It's independence to be a better social democratic party, to be a better society where there's a lot less poverty, where everyone is safe and secure. So these are the principles and the ideologies that we build independence upon. And I think that the more the SNP build on that, and I think with the help of the Greens actually could be really quite vibrant in pushing that forward, that is the case for independence, because it gives people a taste of what independence will look like. And it shows us that independence is about building a better society in real, tangible structures. I'd love to see serious consideration of the 4-day working week and a look at the minimum income floor and other initiatives that they've put in their manifesto. So that would be really great. I think the Greens' influence on that might push that a little bit forward as well. So there's lots of positive things here, and it could be an exciting 5 years.
Thanks, Siobhan. Thank you for that insight and for your thoughts on that. Now, Leslie, I'm going to really torment you with this one. A letter has just been released from Downing Street. And the Prime Minister has written to Nicola Sturgeon to congratulate her on her success in the Scottish Parliament election in anticipation of your reappointment as First Minister. He goes on, I believe passionately that the interests of people across the UK, and in particular the people of Scotland, are best served when we work together. So now, as one would expect, this letter probably was written some time ago, and it appears to be an exercise in attempting to, as Kenneth would say, frame the conversation and frame the debate. Leslie, do you think anyone is persuaded that it's in the, as Johnson puts it, he says he believes passionately in it. Do we believe he believes passionately in it, and do we believe that the interests of the people of Scotland are best served when we work with Boris Johnson? Well,
do we believe him? Let's look at the evidence. It's rhetoric, really. To the contrary, actually, the Conservative government have done anything other than work cooperatively and collaboratively with the Scottish government, with others in the devolved nations. They've tried to ride roughshod. They've failed to consult on, these key big issues of recent years, Brexit and the pandemic. There is so much evidence that working together is really not what he's talking about. What he means is, I will tell you what we will do, and you will agree with me. And if you don't agree with me, you just, never mind, you're just going to have to put up with it anyway. So that's his vision or concept of working together. So I am not at all sanguine about what that future looks like for us.
Well, I suppose there's an argument that the Prime Minister has been one of the most effective recruiting sergeants for the SNP and for the cause of independence, as he each time he tells the people of Scotland what they will do and what they will believe, rather than listening to what they would like. That simply, as you would expect, that simply annoys people and makes it even less likely that they will support his approach. As the shape of the election and the election results have become more apparent this afternoon over the last few hours, it's certainly clear that the conversation is beginning to shift a little bit. And in her speech this afternoon, Nicola Sturgeon said that she said it is the will of the country for Scotland to have a second independence referendum after a majority of pro-independence MSPs have been elected in the Holyrood election today. And we're also seeing from the House magazine of the Conservative Party, The Spectator, their political editor, James Forsyth, starting to talk about what will happen in the context of that second referendum. His headline is, Can the UK government navigate the SNP's call for a second referendum? His argument is that it will end up in the courts, and if it ends up in the courts and the courts rule in favour of the Scottish government, then at that stage those who oppose independence should simply ignore the referendum and refuse to participate in the referendum. So in terms of the conversation we've been having this afternoon about democracy and the democratic will of the Scottish people, and the respect or otherwise that's demonstrated towards that will from Westminster and others, what do you see playing out in the immediate future in terms of the moves towards establishing and holding a second independence referendum in Scotland?
Well, Nicola Sturgeon has clearly said, I have a mandate, we have a strong mandate, this is what we said we would do, this is what people have voted for, they've endorsed our commitment to a second referendum. And she is under pressure from people within her own party and the wider independence movement. And she has to, in a characteristic way, she has to walk that line carefully. She's such a consummate politician. I think, and she has said fairly unequivocally that there will be no illegal referendum. There'll be nothing like no Catalonia in Scotland, and she's right to do so. There are people within the kind of what Kenneth called the fundamentalist wing of the SNP or of the movement, who are keen to rush on. They're kind of overexcited, and they're obsessed with the referendum rather than, as Siobhan says, we have to continue to do that slow, hard work of engaging with people, of building the cause, and of kind of getting to that point, as we did with devolution. This is the settled will. So all of that has to shape, how we go down this path from here on, with the support of the Green Party. But I think strategically, I would trust her much more readily than either of the kind of wild nationalists in Westminster or up here.
Now then, thank you, Leslie. That's very helpful. Now I think we have the results from the Glasgow list, which have been declared, and we see from the Glasgow list that there are 4 Labour MSPs, 2 Conservative MSPs, and 1 Green, Patrick Harvey, returned, which means that the Greens are now on 3 MSPs, and I'll come to that point in a moment. But we're seeing that the list MSPs elected for the Glasgow region for the Labour Party are Pauline McNeill, Anas Sarwar, their recently appointed branch manager, Paul Sweeney, and Pam Duncan-Glancy. For the Conservatives, we have the return, and satirists across the country will be delighted, we have the return of Annie Wells, and we have also Sandesh Galhane elected for the Conservatives, and as I say, we have Patrick Harvey elected for the Greens. Now, I think at the moment the SNP are on 63 seats, and if that means that there are 63 seats for the SNP and 3 seats for the Greens, that suggests to me that the Parliament has now passed on to its independence majority before we get to the conclusion. So I'll take some reactions from everyone to that news that that line has been crossed with these results. Siobhan, what's your reaction to the news that there are 66 independents supporting MSPs in the new Scottish Parliament?
Stop the count, stop the count. Joke. No, it's good news. I mean, it is good news. It's not unexpected. To be fair, I think we always worked on the assumption that we would gain a pro-independence, but something really significant would have had to happen in order to prevent this. I think that I'm kind of just picking up on something that Leslie had said. I'm mindful. When I was at an SNP discussion, that it was Professor McEwen who had said, independence is not the settled will yet, but I think that we're getting very, very close to that. And I think...
Go on, Siobhan.
Sorry, they're getting very close to that. So it's certainly moving towards that. What's interesting is I always, and that's partly my issue, that I always talk about, SNP, but actually, if the Greens do increase the majority, we do need to think much more collectively with the Greens, if that makes sense. And I think that is a really good thing, and I think it builds a kind of a very... well, not very different, but a different, a slightly different independence vision, which I think is a good thing. And I think it's, so in that respect, it's good. And I think that the working relationship between the SNP and the Greens, I think, have always been, maybe not behind the scenes, but, it's always been good for me. And I think the Greens kind of just push the SNP a little bit further, which I think is a good thing, and hopefully that will happen again. So yes, it's great news. It's great news. I think that because it's expected, it's maybe not as exciting as what we, what it should be. But we have the independence majority, and we've not even finished the count yet. So this is great news.
Thanks, Siobhan. And Kenneth, turning to you for a moment. Firstly, the same question, but also in the context that Vary Hunter is pointing out that the Conservatives, who have just lost their 48th national election in Scotland, are, through the letter that the Prime Minister has sent to Nicola Sturgeon, are trying to take control of what happens now and to frame the discussion. So with that considerable performance, having lost their 48th consecutive national election in Scotland, and yet still attempting to frame the discussion, Kenneth, what are your thoughts with regard to there now being a majority of independents supporting MSPs in the Scottish Parliament at Holyrood?
It is further leverage. It is a further arguing point. It will no doubt be ignored or dismissed or argued away by the predominantly unionist, predominantly right-wing, predominantly London-based mass media. That's as they will. I always think you only have to think about when I was growing up anyway, the back of some of your school books or school atlas, it'd be this map of the world, and it would own red bits, and these were the bits that the United Kingdom owned. And if you look at it now, there's like Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland, and Rockall, as far as I can make out. These attempts, this resistance does not necessarily work. In fact, it hasn't worked in the long term in so many other countries. So there is that. It's also worth bearing in mind, I think we still have 5 regions to announce their list MSPs. If that is, I'm pretty sure that's the case, the SNP are already up to 63 seats. That, according to the predictions, means they will get no more. If they get even 1 or 2 out of these remaining regions, that could be very interesting indeed. So bear in mind, it's not over until the people have spoken and been listened to. But yes, there will be further barrage, there will be further obfuscation, but the other thing that really never comes into these discussions is it's not just Scotland wanting to leave the United Kingdom. The United Kingdom is fracturing. It's falling apart. It is, it is now Northern Ireland is still part of the EU as far as we can make out, which is what they voted for, funnily enough. And if horror broke out there again, would Westminster care particularly much? Would the Tory party care? How many votes are there in it for Boris Johnson? Wales, no, they don't care about Wales. Scotland, Scotland is going in one direction. There is a direction of travel here, and it's been there since, 1997, never mind 1999. It is a question of to what extent, to what amount, how much resistance will they be able to continue to put up? Quite a lot, I would think. Is it insurmountable? No, it's not. It will be surmounted.
Thanks, Kenneth. No, the points you make are absolutely right. With 63 constituency seats having been won by the SNP, but there are still a significant number of list seats still to be declared. And as you say, whilst on the one hand we are operating in a parliamentary system that is intended to prevent majorities, the point has been made this afternoon that if hypothetically the SNP were to get to 65, there is a constitutional crisis. But if they only get to 64, everything's fine, which feels like a very odd kind of calculation and a very black and white approach to things that are not black and white. So Siobhan, what's your sense of the direction of travel now as we get to the list seats? Thinking, for example, for the list seats in the North East, where you are.
I mean, it's North East is where we were kind of where we could have, maybe the SNP could have got a list seat, but I'm not necessarily sure that's going to be the case. Just quickly though, want to pick up a couple of things on Ken said, because I think that it's quite an interesting thing. I think that, the history of every country that wants to be independent or has wanted to be independent has always been met with no, isn't it? Until they become independent. And so this is nothing new that Scotland is experiencing. We've, independent countries or countries who want to become independent are always met with resistance. So this is nothing new for Scotland. And I think what Ken was saying about the fracturing of the UK, I think that historically probably the closest parallel is the Baltic states in the Soviet Union, because the Soviet Union was beginning to just fracture. How much the Baltic states contributed to that fracture is under kind of historical discussion, but it wasn't just a case where the Soviet Union fractured and the Baltic states went independent. The Baltic states contributed to that fracture. So there was a kind of real kind of back and forth between the Soviet Union breaking up and the Baltic states beginning to gain their independence. What I think is particularly interesting as well is that some of those independence journeys was a stop and start independence. I'm really terrible, but I can't remember which country it was, but they voted for independence, realised that they didn't quite have the infrastructure, so then kind of says, right, okay, we'll do that in a few years' time. So there's that kind of, it's not always an upward trajectory. And so that kind of back and forth journey is possible. Countries come to independence in a variety of different ways. And thinking about something that Leslie had said earlier on about the kind of, it's not just about independence. We need to make sure it's not just about the referendum. We need to make sure that we become independent, and it's that kind of journey that we've got to be very, very careful with. But the trajectory is that empires come and empires go. The UK is an empire. And it's reaching the end of its shelf life. And I think, naturally speaking, that means the breakup of the UK. How soon that happens is anybody's guess, but it's certainly getting closer day by day. And today, I think we've just taken another leap towards that.
Absolutely, Siobhan, thank you. And two things. Firstly, we have the only constituency seat left to declare is in the North East. And so we'll come back to you as soon as we get that result. And I'm beginning to get indications that the list results for the North East are starting to emerge. I've nothing confirmed yet, but if what I'm seeing is true, it may indicate that there may be a discussion about the strategy that was adopted by the Alba Party, and we will get into that once we have the numbers confirmed. But certainly in terms of the projections for the constituency seats, if this one constituency that's left in the North East, it seems unlikely that the Lib Dems will be successful in that, and that as a result, the they won't have they won't have held on to a list seat in the northeast, and so the Lib Dems will remain where they are at the moment, which is on 4 seats. So as we get that confirmed, we'll come back to you and we'll get your comments on those. As soon as we get numbers confirmed from the count in the northeast, from the P&J Centre in Aberdeen, we'll have them for you. Everyone's looking very closely. I can see Fatima Joji saying that she's it's implicit from what she's saying that she has not been successful. We will get these numbers for you just as quickly as we can. Yes, and so what we're also seeing now is that scenes from Braehead and from Ingliston of the counts quietening down. There are 7 Lothian regional list MSPs to be declared, and there are numbers from, and obviously we have the northeast to declare, and so we're beginning to get to and then of course what I described as the blue wall, Ken described as the blue belt. We'll get an appropriate sartorial metaphor for this before the day is out, I'm sure of that. But we will see the results from the lists from each of those regions across Scotland starting to emerge now. Now that the hard-working teams of people at the counting centres have finished with the counting and tallying and verification of the constituency votes, they will be pressing ahead as fast as they can, I'm sure, with completing the counting and tallying and verification of the lists, and we will get some progress. I'll ask, as I've got 3 such enthusiastic election junkies with me at the moment, has anybody seen numbers emerging from the northeast list results?
No.
Numbers.
No, I'm seeing no.
Nothing at the moment. But
thanks, Kenneth. We've seen Fatima's tweet. I saw one tweet going past, but I'm not going to use those numbers because they're not verified and I can't confirm them. So we'll just see where we get to with that as we move forward. In coming back to we touched very quickly in passing on the results from the Glasgow list, with Pauline McNeill, Anna Sarwar, Paul Sweeney returning to the Scottish Parliament, and Pam Duncan-Glancy joining the Scottish Parliament for the Labour Party, Annie Wells returning to Holyrood for the Conservatives, and Sendesh Gulhane joining the Scottish Parliament for the first time. Kenneth, any reaction from you to the shape and the nature of the list MSPs we're seeing being returned in Glasgow?
Well, as you say, Annie Wells will be a gift for satirists yet again, although on some occasions there didn't seem to be any need for it because she's self-satirising, really. Pam Duncan-Glancy is very, very interesting because she was the woman who sadly was refused entry to the count yesterday because she's a wheelchair user. And she was told, "Oh, you can't come in this door; you have to go in that door." But she'd gone in the accessible door, and the other one wasn't, and there was an apology and so on. So today she got in fine and she got a seat. That's going to be interesting because one of the problems, of course, is that if you have a visible disability, people expect you to be a spokesperson for that disability and nothing else. And I'm sure she's got plenty of things to say about other things. She also had a spell as a presenter on the BBC during the independence referendum campaign. So that'll be interesting. Patrick Harvey's back, and what an interesting man! What a man of we're talking about principles versus policy earlier on, and certainly he's a man who seems to be of absolutely unbending principle. I thought he always delivers interesting speeches, very considered speeches, from a fairly safe position, which is he's not in government and he's not likely to be a minister, so he can have as many hostages to fortune as he wants. But he speaks his mind about so many things. I thought his speech about the death of the Duke of Edinburgh was very interesting, in confessing that really he was such an unbeliever in royalty that he didn't turn up, and instead he gave a very thoughtful speech about privilege, about the loss that the Queen must have felt as well. It was a very measured speech, and he's he's a guy who made an immediate impact. He didn't actually come in with the first intake in 1999. It was Robin Harper who was the first Green, but he's rapidly established himself, and it's also very good to see that well, you hope that Lorna Slater is also going to be returned his co-leader, because she's a good balancing act on that ticket as well. And for such a small party with two leaders, effectively, they've handled it very well, even in the era of social distancing.
No, Kenneth, you're absolutely right. I think most people would agree that Patrick Harvie's profile and his recognition and his impact has only grown in the past year, and that his performance, certainly over the winter and the run up to this election, has further boosted and bolstered his reputation, and potentially has helped, along with Lorna Slater, to secure the growth in the Green vote and the growth in the number of Green MSPs. Pausing for a brief moment and to give a catch up, the latest scoreboard, if I can call it that, given it's a Saturday, the latest scoreboard, it shows that with 94 of 129 seats declared, the SNP are on 63, which is up 3. The Conservatives are on 14, which is down 1. The Labour Party is on 10, which is down 3. The Lib Dems are on 4, which is no change. And as I was saying, the Green Party is now on 3 MSPs, which is an increase of 1. We're still waiting to see the results from the list in Aberdeen, and I'm seeing commentary suggesting that the tweets that I had seen going past are actually wrong. So we'll hold on for that one, and we won't get into that until we're getting some more formal confirmation of the results there. Leslie, again, thinking of following on from what Kenneth was saying, what do you think the impact will be of both in terms of the political discourse in Holyrood, perhaps in terms of the tone a little bit, but also in terms of the priorities? What do you think the impact of three Scottish Green MPs will be?
Yeah, 3 and probably more.
And probably more.
I think they do make a significant difference, and I'm looking forward to Lorna Slater being there, because I think she has made her own mark during the campaign. Actually, you were asking earlier, how the leaders had done in the campaign. And since she was new really to most people, I think she came over quite impressively, speaking strongly, confidently, quite wittily sometimes, and she is a good counterbalance for Patrick Harvie. So I think that they will make a good and important contribution, and as Ken says, they can say things, they can fly their kites, float their boats, whatever.
Float their kites, fly their boats.
Yeah. But you need people like that in a parliament. You need people saying things that people in government or people being whipped by government party cannot say, are restrained. They can kind of flag up some really important, crucial issues. They can really put pressure on the government on some of the key issues. I think there might be some real kind of pressure points and tensions and contestation around things like just transition, transport policy. That is one in which the SNP could be accused of being a bit equivocal, yes. On the one hand, waving their green credentials, but on the other hand, really not being radical, as the Greens would see it, on kind of developing public transport more widely and so on. So I think interesting times. And I'm very glad that Pam Duncan Clancy is in Parliament. She's a smart woman. She's she's very broad, as Ken says. She shouldn't just be thought of as the person that will speak on disability issues. She's got a whole range of strengths and experiences that she can draw on. So I'm glad that she's in there. It's important.
Thanks, Leslie. Fantastic. Now, Siobhan, following on from discussing the Greens, discussing the performance of the Greens, and I'll ask you the same question. However, the Greens are making news in other ways, and I'm seeing reports that at the Braehead Arena, Chris McElhaney's made a complaint, and the police have been called, and they have removed a Green activist from the count. Chris is reported to have complained of harassment and threatening behaviour from a Green activist, which, on first blush, sounds unlikely that someone would attempt to harass and threaten Chris McElhaney. But on the face of it, the complaint has been made and the police have been called and the activist has been removed. But putting that, it may simply be that people are becoming a little bit tired after a difficult campaign, and now 2 days it counts. But putting that piece of Green news to one side for the moment, Siobhan, what do you think? What do you think that the impact of at least three Green MSPs in the next Scottish Parliament will be? Thinking in particularly about the priorities that we've heard from new young voters in Scotland and their views on the climate emergency that we who are older people are apparently bequeathing them.
Yeah, I think the just transition will be taken to the forefront. I think that what the Green Party have done, and actually the SNP as well, is look at the Green or the just transition, the Green transition, however you want to frame it, looking at that, but also looking at talking about that in the context of economic recovery, building good jobs, building, highly paid, highly skilled, safe, secure jobs as well. So the two, the economic as well as the kind of the ecological crisis that we meet, converge quite strongly with the Greens and with the SNP. And so I think that is going to be one of the focuses. And I think that the SNP, if there's any deal to be had, of course, the Green Party will use that as leverage, I think. I am hearing a rumour, and it is just a rumour, I am hearing a rumour that the Greens have got a seat in the North East on the regional list, but we'll see how that goes. That would be great, because that would mean Maggie Chapman, but we'll see how that goes. I think the more seats that the Green Party get, the stronger bargaining position they will be in terms of the just transition, and push the SNP just a little bit further as well. So it is a good thing, and to me it strikes as it's a very modern, forward-thinking government with both SNP and Greens. So onwards and upwards.
Thanks, Siobhan. That's fantastic. That's very helpful. Ken, we've touched on We've touched on the rise of the Green Party and their successes and the success both of Patrick Harvie and of Lorna Slater in helping to promote and advance the cause of the Green Party. I think you and I spoke a little bit about the EU and Scotland's place in Europe. And lessons that we might learn from, or lessons that we might observe from other European countries, including countries such as Estonia and the former Yugoslavia. We've had quite a European conversation today, actually, now I think about it. But do you think, in terms of the way in which green politics plays in Northern Europe, and now the rise and increasing importance of green politics in Scotland, do you think that we might be able to read across a little bit from the success that the Greens have had in other European countries and the success they might expect to try and build in Scotland?
Well, yes, and of course we expect, if opinion polls are correct and accurate, that the German elections may actually show us that the Greens there have become the largest party. We'll have to wait a couple of months for that, though. But it shows you that things are shifting, and it's something that Siobhan was talking about earlier on, which is that it's shifting now. There are parties who are based on old ways of thinking, things like industrial workers, the fight between industrial workers and the bosses. And, well, we've still got a bosses party. They're not doing particularly well, but the one that's the Labour Party, which is based on the concept of industry, unfortunately, Mrs. Thatcher abolished most of our industry and used the Scottish oil revenues to do it. So things have changed, and things will continue to change. It's how quickly parties feel able to change, to adapt to changing circumstances, which is going to have to lead to some fairly fancy footwork by some people. But definitely the Greens. I don't want to keep going on about the Greens. I mean, obviously the big winners here are the SNP, but the Greens have done very well and will, I think, continue to do very well as we see the rest of these lists come in, and I think you will see them play a significant role. They are not just make weights. They're not just the people to get the pro-independence majority over the top in Holyrood. They have contributions to make, and I think they will be listened to, particularly because if Ms Sturgeon wants to get her budget through, for example, and survive confidence votes, then the Greens are going to have to be very helpful indeed in that regard.
Thanks, Kenneth. No, I think that's absolutely right, and I'm reflecting again just as we get to the stage where we'll be focusing entirely on the list seats. That now that all of the constituency results are in, we see the Scottish National Party with 62, which is a gain of 3. We see the Conservatives on 5, which is a loss of 2. We see the Lib Dems on 4, which is no change. We see the Labour Party on 2, which is -1, and the Greens don't have any constituency MSPs, although, as we've been saying, they have picked up 3. That means that the SNP has won 62 of 73, has won 85% of the constituency seats, and is the only party to gain either seats, and they've gained 3, or to gain share, and they've gained 1.5%. Now, despite the events at Braehead, and we touched there briefly on Chris McElhaney complaining about the conduct of a Green activist, what we have now, and that was said to be about to delay the declaration of the West of Scotland regional list result. However, we now have that result, and what we see now are 3 Conservative list MSPs, 3 Labour list MSPs, and 1 Green list MSP. For the Conservatives, that means that we see Russell Findlay, Jamie Green and Pam Gosel returning to Holyrood. For the Labour Party, we see Neil Bibby, Katie Clark and Paul O'Kane being sent to Holyrood as Labour list MSPs, and Ross Greer for the Greens has retained his place as a list MSP in Holyrood, meaning that the Greens are now on 4, which is a significant turnaround for them across. So, looking at that Green list, looking at that West of Scotland regional list, Leslie, what strikes you from the result that we're seeing there?
Well, Ross Greer has managed to retain his seat. Otherwise, it's pretty much as predicted, really, isn't it? That fits with what we were expecting to happen.
It's an interesting point that you make, that so far, and we're not nearly finished yet, but so far it's the case that we have had some changes on the constituency seats. We've had the SNP winning 3, but I think it's fair to say that broadly the list seats that have been declared so far very much have gone according to predictions. And I wonder if that's a reflection of a smoothing or a dampening of change, that the mathematical approach that the list depends upon, and the large scale numbers, if that then makes it much more difficult to make a change on the list without shifting large numbers of voters, and whether that then starts to drift away from the intention, which is to try and make the list help with the proportionality and the representative nature of the final result.
Yeah, I mean, maybe people are becoming more used to the system, understanding it, especially in this election, there's been a lot more chat about, I guess, how to game the system and how it works, because I don't think people, we've talked about this earlier, I don't think people have always been entirely clear about the purpose and the point of it, whether it's, you've got two separate votes or a kind of complementary vote and how it works in terms of the maths of it. But maybe people are just, and maybe that reflects, we're not going to get an odd, I don't mean odd personally, but, an individual in the way that Margot MacDonald used to secure her list seat, that was always going to be a big ask for Andy Whiteman.
Yes, that's exactly right, and it's an interesting point that you make, that as people become more used to the way in which our system works now, with it having been operated so many times, the parties become better at managing the lists component of the election, and that, as you say, as a result, the independently minded and the independents will find it more and more difficult. I'm reminded of early Scottish parliaments, which, as you say, had Margaret MacDonald as an independent, had the Pensioner Party, had Mr. Sheridan was a.
The Scottish Socialists, they did make a mark in that second parliament.
Yes, exactly.
Didn't they? Yeah.
Exactly, and that seems to have maybe been the operation of as parties have got better at, have got more used to it or understand it better, and as voters, to be absolutely fair, understand it better, that it's changed a little bit. Yes,
Can I interject?
Please.
Yes, and the North East regional list has come in, and that's 4 for Conservative, 2 for Labour, and 1 for the Scottish Greens, which means that Maggie Chapman is now an MSP, which is absolutely brilliant.
That's outstanding. Thank you. Yes, we see 4 Conservative, no change, 2 Labour, no change, Liberal Democrats, none, which is a loss of 1. And that MSP seat in the North East has gone to the Greens. Now, I'm seeing a little bit of commentary here, and we'll identify the names of those who are being returned in a moment when we get that. In fact, we may just have it here. Hold on. Yes, so in terms of the North East Scotland region, the list MSPs who are elected, the 4 Conservatives are Liam Kerr, Douglas Lumsden, Maurice Golden and Tess White. The 2 Labour list MSPs who are elected are Michael Mara and Mercedes Villalba. And as you said, Siobhan, the Green list MSP for the North East Scotland region who's been elected is Maggie Chapman. So we're seeing progress in terms of the list declarations coming forward now. And we're starting to see a clearer picture of the position. One thing I was going to say was that I'm seeing commentary that the role of the Lib Dems in tactical voting in the constituencies is something which people are picking up. And it's interesting that despite their role in the tactical voting in the constituencies, that overall it appears likely that the Lib Dems will now have lost an MSP, a seat in Holyrood, and by 1 less. Kenneth, do you think there's a degree of potentially of karma or of a response to the role that the Lib Dems have played in this election, bearing also in mind that we hear that they've lost 44 deposits, which is about 70% of the seats that they sat in?
Well, it's a bit like 3 bald men fighting over a comb, isn't it? You get the Conservatives, the Labour and the Liberal Democrats, present company accepted, obviously. But, they all came out saying, well, let's vote against the union, but let's vote against independence, let's vote in favour of the union. But they all came out and were fighting over the same patch of territory, and the Tories got there first. The Lib Dems are now, they get Orkney and Shetland because they've got a couple of very good MSPs up there who are well liked in the community. They're very small constituencies. In fact, if you added them together, they'd still be smaller than most constituencies, but that that's a reflection of the nature of Scottish geography. And you have Alex Cole-Hamilton and Willie Rennie, who are both well regarded in their constituencies. They both have a level of charisma about them, and what's more, Willie Rennie has a sense of humour, which you'd have to take part in all those daft photo calls. Yes, but that's all they've got. That's all they've got, because they are the Labour Party writ small, actually. They have not articulated what it is they stand for now. The Tories stand for no Indie Rev 2. What do the other two stand for? Very, very difficult.
Absolutely, Kenneth. I think that's absolutely right. And Siobhan, you brought us the first news of the result from the North East list. What's your reflection on the impact that result is going to have? The loss of one of the Lib Dem MSP seats, and the addition, as you say, of Maggie Chapman as a new Green MSP.
I mean, I know Maggie, I consider her a friend. I think that Maggie will be an amazing MSP. I think she's one of those genuinely rare people that never puts politics out above what is best. And I think that she absolutely deserves that seat, and I think she will be a massive, massive asset to the Scottish Parliament. I said yesterday that my ideal for the North East was that Fatima and Maggie both get in. Unfortunately, Fatima didn't, but I'm really, really happy that Maggie did. I think in a wider sense, I think that it does show the shift towards the Greens. It also shows, as we were talking about earlier on, it kind of almost consolidates that decline of the Liberal Democrats and the Greens really putting them to shame in terms of the seat allocation and in terms of the votes as well. It's not a good day for the Lib Dems. Picking up on something that Willie Rennie said just before the election, which I thought was really quite interesting. When he was asked about independence, he said, you know, I'm here to represent my constituency, and my constituency doesn't want this. And I thought, that's interesting, because you're the leader of the Liberal Dems. It's not just your constituency that you should be. And to me, that kind of suggested quite a parochial way of looking at the Scottish political scene there, and that they've perhaps suffered for that. But it's certainly a shift, and I think it's a really, really positive shift. And I think that I know that I keep like gushing about Maggie, but I think she will be an amazing MSP, and I think it's great. Slightly disappointed that Mercedes Valiba, I think that's how you pronounce it, got in. If I'm honest, I wasn't impressed with her at all. I found her quite a wee bit petty in her kind of political posturing, so that's slightly disappointing. Michael Mara, well, of course, he's a councillor in Dundee, so that'll be I know, you know, he'll be moving over to being an MSP. The Maras are famous in Dundee, as you probably know.
Absolutely.
But yes, it's an interesting one. It certainly shows a shift in the North East. It's interesting that it's a green one as well, given the North East and its dependency on oil. So it'll be interesting to see how that turns out. But Maggie's pragmatism, I think, is probably makes her the best person. Her connection with the North East as well. She really has a relationship with people within the North East. And I think that if anyone can take the green transition forward in terms of the North East, it's probably going to be Maggie.
Yes, of course. Thanks, Siobhan. We're seeing a little bit more of the background to the events that delayed the result from the West of Scotland Count, and the complaint from Chris McElhaney, who's standing on the list for the Alba Party, regarding the conduct of a Green activist. It certainly appears that a Green activist is saying on Twitter that he had made it his business to annoy Chris as much as possible, which doesn't sound like a sensible way either to go about it or to publicise it, if that's what you're doing. But as I say, it may very well be the case that in the context of a two-day count, that people are perhaps becoming a little bit tired and a little bit more marathon nature of the results this time, rather than the sprint that you get during the night in pre-COVID times. Just as a reflection, Kenneth, as you've covered many elections in Scotland and elsewhere, do you? And we're still in the middle of it, so we don't have the benefit of any perspective. But do you think that this approach has worked in terms of splitting the results over 2 days, giving more time, a little bit more space for the returning officers and the staff? And do you think it might be something that we would continue with?
Well, we've reached the stage now where we normally would be about 5 in the morning in a normal count, an overnight count, where everybody's over caffeinated and probably needs to go to the loo, but they don't want to miss anything. All those things are coming into play. Certainly in terms of public safety, it's worked very well. I don't think it's lost people's interest in any way. People are seeing democracy done. They're actually seeing democracy done. I mean, people like me used to love staying up all night at elections because you go out and eat crisps, and it was great, and it was really exciting. But actually, in spite of all the resources that you put into covering these votes, you really have the hardcore overnight of people who are people like you and me, actually, Andrew, who would watch it obsessively anyway. At least we're doing it in daylight hours, and we're not in daylight shining in democracy. That's very good. I wouldn't cross Chris McElhaney either. I get the impression, I've never actually met him, but he does seem to be the very definition of the word activist himself. He's extremely active, and any reader of The National would have thought for a spell last year that he was Scotland's only SNP councillor. He was in it that much, but that's because he was very good at it. I wonder if, obviously he's taken a stand in principle and going to the Alba party, but as a career move, it might not have worked out, I'm afraid.
Well, I think that's absolutely right, Kenneth. We spoke to Linda Fabiani yesterday, who gave us her view with regard to the career move of Kenny McCaskill and of Neil Hanvey as MSP, seeking to be MSPs. Of course, they will continue to sit as MPs, having been elected on a ticket and as a result of the hard work of activists for the SNP. So yes, the choices that people have made, and we've touched on it as well, in terms of the people's decisions on matters of principle as they see them, and how that then affects their lives and their approaches. It's a very interesting point to make. I'm thinking of the North East list as well, and also touching still on the Lib Dems. Excuse me. I can see that Iona Fife, who has been in the media much this week with the release of the new single, which was promoted and helped by the Proclaimers, A Letter to Europa. I see Iona tweeting from, looks like she's in Edinburgh, I think. Anyway, Lib Dem and Labour voters voting tactically for Tories in Aberdeenshire West. You sold us all out. From a very upset human who just wants to be able to work in Europe as a citizen in an independent Scotland. Now, Iona represents both contemporary culture, Scottish culture, and also a traditional aspect of Scottish music, and also is obviously closely associated with Doric culture in the North East as well. So it's interesting that to see a young person responding to the results from Aberdeenshire West and potentially from the list in the North East, not putting Maggie Chapman to one side for a moment. Siobhan, do you think that the emotions that Iona is expressing are likely to be reflected across the young people in the North East?
Yeah, most people in Scotland are pro-European, and most people under 30, under 35 are even more pro-European. It seems the natural state of things, doesn't it? And I think that it's not just a kind of, I thought it was a wee bit tough in terms of you sold us out, but when you think about it, it's not just a kind of party political kind of manoeuvre in here. You are talking about effectively trying to lock us out of Europe again by doing that tactical vote. And I think that one of the reasons, it's actually rather embarrassingly just dawned on me, one of the reasons that probably the Lib Dems are tanking more is because they backtracked on the European issue and they kind of went, oh, well, okay, then it's done then, you know. So yeah, there is an element, it's like we want Europe and the young people want Europe more than anything. So yeah, of course there's an upset. I think that that's probably why the Greens have kind of benefited as well, because clearly very unashamedly pro-European, and it fits in much more with the kind of psyche of the young people of Scotland now and where we want to be and where they want to go. I say we, I'm not young, but where they want to go and where they want to be. So yeah, yep, maybe the Lib Dems has just paid for that.
That's an interesting reflection, an interesting point that you make, Siobhan, the view that perhaps the Lib Dems' political fortunes were damaged by their about-face with regard to tuition fees in England and Wales, and then perhaps that their fortunes have been damaged in Scotland by their setting their face against pursuing a return to the EU, when I think it's fair to say that many of the voters are in favour of retaining membership of the EU. I'm wondering whether that reflects one might say, on the one hand, a flexibility on the part of the Lib Dems, or perhaps a pragmatism, or a determination to, the other way of characterising it would be a determination to follow the flow of whatever they perceive public opinion to be, and putting on top of that, Kenneth, one other Lib Dem comment that I'm seeing is that Professor Andrew Tickell is mischievously speculating whether Alex Cole-Hamilton is going to mount a campaign to seize leadership of the Lib Dems in Scotland from Willie Rennie as a result of the votes that they have received this time and the reduced number of MSPs that it appears likely they will be returning to Holyrood. So, Kenneth, what's your assessment of the fortunes and future for the Lib Dems in Scotland?
If the Lib Dems end up with just 4 MSPs and Alex Cole-Hamilton stood and got a seconder and Willie Rennie defended and got a seconder, how would anybody win? They'd have to go to penalties or something. I don't really understand. It's very difficult. Cut cards for it or something. Yes, there may be issues for that. I think the problem for the Lib Dems is they have never been a particularly effective opposition party in Scotland, because and certainly until the last couple of parliaments, they were so busy making Google eyes at Labour in the hope of making up a coalition, which was successful once but then wasn't, that it really it cost them in the long run, and I don't think they have articulated what they stand in favour of, apart from the fact they're meant to be a federalist party but they don't believe in independence, which is a difficult case to argue. It's arguable, but I don't think they've done it particularly well. Yes, it is one of those things where it may simply not be possible to be a British party in the same way as Labour are finding out. As I say, Wales is the exception, where Welsh Labour have actually run as Welsh Labour to keep Plaid Cymru at bay. But apart from that, the Conservatives are largely, they're an English nationalist party. That's how they ran. Obviously not in Scotland, they're not, but they only believe in one thing. That's a drum to bang, and they banged it as much as they can, and they probably got as much of the vote as they possibly can. The Liberal Democrats are still suffering for being part of Better Together and for their performance in coalition. And it may be terminal. It's very difficult to tell. They may carry on as their own tribute act, but apart from that, I'm not sure what the future is.
That's a very good point, Kenneth, that you make. I suppose long-term Lib Dems, old-school Lib Dems, would say that really their strongest suit is in grassroots, really local politics at council level, and so we'll have to wait until next year with the council elections in Scotland to see if they retain any base at all. But certainly in terms of national politics, it appears that they have been supplanted by the Greens, which I think in terms of perception maybe or appearance sake, may be an important reflection of change in Holyrood. Siobhan, what I'm saying is that we now have two parties who are prominent and support independence, albeit one much larger than the other, and we have two parties who oppose independence. That appears to be a more balanced reflection of the way in which polling in the country is as well.
Yeah, it certainly seems so. It's a good thing. I mean, I think that just picking up on something that you said earlier on about, the Liberal Democrats and their position in Europe, I do think that there was a real element of lazy politics there when they just kind of suddenly changed their minds, as if say, oh, it's done, that therefore we'll just do, and I we'll just kind of go with the flow type thing. And I think that it's a laziness that perhaps they're being punished for, and it wasn't a particularly good kind of move for them, actually. If you look at the election results previously, the European election results as well, it was the pro-European countries that did the best. So, even strategically, they probably should have thought about that a bit more. If you look at even just the kind of symbolism and the imagery almost of kind of the Greens against the Liberal Democrats feel very old school, very old-fashioned, very traditional compared to the vibrancy, I think, and youthfulness of the Green Party. I'm so sorry, but I did kind of forget the question that you asked me because I kind of meandered way out into the kind of other path there. But it does kind of balance out. About balancing it out, yes, it does kind of balance it out a little bit, I think. And I think it offers a bit of a fairer reflection. I noticed that Professor Curtis had said earlier on that it's literally split down the middle now in terms of independence. So it really is that kind of, the constitutional question has to be answered, doesn't it? And I think the Greens just bolster that in terms of numbers in the Scottish Parliament. And in terms of their percentage of vote, they're sitting on 8% now. So that's a kind of pretty good vote. It's certainly higher. I did pick up in the northeast. I think they were almost double the Lib Dems in terms of the vote. The Greens, I think it was 22,000, and the Lib Dems got 11,000. So that's quite a hefty, amount higher than what the Lib Dems did within the northeast. So it's quite an interesting one.
It's an interesting point that you make there. The part of Nicola Sturgeon's speech is being reported as saying that she was seeking a progressive, inclusive, outward-looking vision for our future. And those are words and themes that the First Minister has used many times in large meetings and small, and so it's not a huge surprise. But in terms of, again, contrasting that with the points that both you, Kenneth, and Siobhan have been making with regard to the Lib Dems, who it might be argued historically regarded as being progressive, but now perhaps in the context of their education policy in England and their European policy across the UK and in particular in Scotland, that it might be that the Lib Dems are now no longer progressive, inclusive and outward looking, and that, as Siobhan was saying, is one of the seeds of their demise. Siobhan, do you think that's a fair assessment?
I kind of think so. That there's a wee bit of an element in the sense that their pro-Europeanness kind of made them feel relevant and modern. But when you kind of abandon that, it kind of doesn't leave much, really, does it? The parties come and parties go, and I do think that there is. We've talked about it so many times, but it does reflect a kind of slow demise. The Liberal Democrats feel kind of stale now. I'm not sure. I mean, in terms of a potential challenge, I'm not sure Alex Cole-Hamilton would be a particularly good choice. If I'm honest, I prefer Willie Rennie. At least Willie Rennie feels a bit more of a gentleman, But in that respect, it doesn't bode well. I mean, even if there was a leadership challenge, I'm not sure that's going to make any difference. In the same way that, I mean, the Labour Party have got themselves into this trap, haven't they? Just keep changing the leader, and you know, and suddenly that'll change your fortunes without actually understanding the fundamental problems that the Labour Party has. It's the elephant in the room, isn't it? It's like, well, there's your problem. Let's ignore that and change a leader. So there's an element there that the Liberal Democrats have kind of almost shot themselves in the foot. And I'm not sure there's any comeback from that at this moment in time. It's that gradual decline that we were talking about, and the abandonment of Europe. Oh, well, I mean, talk about strategically stupid in Scotland, you know.
No, that's a very fair observation, Siobhan. I get your point completely. Kenneth, Tony, I'll stop talking about the Lib Dems now, I promise. I'm just looking here at numbers in terms of the number of Labour seats at Holyrood since the Scottish Parliament was reconvened. In 1999, the Labour Party had 56 seats in Holyrood. By the 2007 election, that was down to 46. By the 2016 election, that was down to 24. And now it's projected that the Labour Party will have 22 seats in the Holyrood Parliament for Scotland. Anas Sarwar is quoted this week as saying, "We're on a journey, I recognise that." Do you think he's been looking at the numbers, and what do you think he's going to do in terms of taking developing a map for this journey that he's on?
They're certainly not circling the drain quite like the Liberal Democrats. They haven't got down to, I think, a de minimis position yet, or indeed going to vanish altogether. The problem is they're a Social Democratic Party. Scotland has another bigger Social Democratic Party, and what's more, on the fundamental issue that divides the SNP and Labour, the Constitution, Scotland has voted for the party that prefers the other side of the constitutional argument. That's Labour's problem. There are going to be big shake-ups now. I mean, Keir Starmer has said, I accept responsibility for the utter debacle of the last 13 months, but really it's the result of much longer-term forces, and indeed of Jeremy Corbyn as well, and his leadership, and that's led them to a pretty disastrous position. I understand The Guardian are tweeting that Angela Rayner is going to get her jotters as the Labour Party chair. She was the campaign organiser. Now it's a bit like if you've got a squad of players who aren't really up to it. It's going to be really expensive to sack them all, so you sack the manager instead in the hope that you get somebody better in who can work their magic. It may get to that. The problem is everything Anas Sarwar does, despite the fact that people do like him, and that he will present a human face of the Labour Party in a way that arguably Richard Leonard didn't, that everything he does has to be cleared with London. And London are still wedded to this idea of being British. Does he have the guts, or indeed the political commitment? Not necessarily a question of guts, it's just does he believe sufficiently that he can do it, to do what Mark Drakeford has done? And indeed, it's worth bearing in mind that Labour have won half the seats in the Welsh Senate, so they are doing as well as the SNP. But they've done it by being not a British Labour Party, but by being a Welsh Labour Party. Is Anas Sarwar prepared to plough that furrow, and how far does it get him? It's very difficult to tell. It has to be said that they've got some interesting people being elected though, and it's, for example, he may not appreciate this, Anas Sarwar, but Katie Clark is now an MSP. She came in the West of Scotland list when she was an MP. In Ayrshire, she was one of the least loyal to the party whip in history. She's of the left, let us say. Some might say a Corbynite, and she broke the party whip just about as often as Jeremy Corbyn. Maybe she's a reformed character. Maybe we're going to get lots of fun and games. It's very hard to tell, but I'm looking forward to it.
Yes. As we've seen over the last few years in UK politics, the rise of those who previously were as far away from following the whip as you could possibly be. As you say, Kenneth, it'll be a very interesting perspective to see what happens in the career of Ms Clark as she comes into Holyrood this time. Now, we've spent a little while discussing the Lib Dems and the Labour Party. We didn't pause at that moment in time, but I think it's probably time now to pause and to consider again not those who appear on the list of MSPs who have been elected on the regional list for the North East, but perhaps to consider those who have not. We have seen the establishment and the arrival of the Alba Party in the period immediately before the short campaign started. We have seen the Alba Party making the valid point that they had secured more members in those few short weeks than the Lib Dems have in Scotland. However, it's clear now from the regional list in the North East that the Alba Party, and in particular their leader, Alex Salmond, have failed to secure a seat in Holyrood at this election. So Siobhan, first, what's your reflection on the fact that the Alba Party and Alex Salmond received something like 2.3% of the regional list vote, and that as a result he is not returning to Holyrood?
Well, relief, if I'm absolutely honest. I haven't been a fan of Alex Salmond, and I'm getting slightly distracted because the Green Party just looks like they've picked up another seat in mid Fife and mid Scotland. It's not surprising that the Alba Party didn't do the way that they thought they would. Their biggest hope was really getting a seat in the North East because it had the Alex Salmond factor. But unfortunately for the Alba Party, they were new, they were relatively unheard of, and also they had a leader who was incredibly unpopular, so it was never really going to hold much sway. I mean, with all due respect, I found it extraordinarily distasteful that he thought he could stand and become an MSP and return back to the Parliament where he admitted sexual harassment. Now I know there's going to be a big thing. He was found not guilty. Yes, he was found not guilty, but he was never charged for sexual harassment within a workplace environment, and his lawyer admitted that, and he's admitted that as well. So I found that extraordinarily distasteful as a woman, that he returned there, or he expected to return there with little more than a kind of a shake of the head. I think that the problem with Alba was that they were kind of caught up in their own social media bubble. There was a lot of, how shall I say, inflated sense of ego within the party. What was it Alex Salmond said in the morning of the election? Let the earthquake begin. And I thought, oh, Lord Almighty, well, there's not been much of an earthquake. It was barely a crumble, or a grumble. 2.3%. Well, you know what? It's kind of better than what I thought, if I'm absolutely honest. But they got nowhere near a seat. And I do think that I kind of, I studied the British left. That was one of the things that was part of my PhD. And, and I was kind of laughing that, God, talk about schisms. This is not a schism. This was almost a chip, off the SNP, if that makes sense, because, the British left are kind of schism and all, have historically schismed all over the place. It's not been that alternative independence party that they anywhere near hoped they would be, because actually I think that people are sick of talking about independence. They kind of want action. That's not to say that they don't want independence. They just don't want it being the first, second, third, fourth and fifth thing that everybody talks about. And that goes back to what we were saying earlier on, and what Ken was saying as well, is that notion of we need a government that gives good policy, that gives good strategies, that builds a society that benefits us all. That wins us independence. It's not just independence for independence sake. And I think there was an element with the Alba Party where they never quite understood that connection. It had to be about independence. Picking up on something that Leslie Orr was saying earlier on, that something that my brother kind of says quite a lot, and is it impatience is not an alternative to political strategy. And I think for me that maybe kind of sums up where Alba was. It was an impatience that maybe just overtook the sense of strategising. I'll not get into the personal reasons why I think Alex Salmond did it, but I do think that there was just that little bit of impatience that never quite understood the psyche of where Scotland's at the moment. To mention the word earthquake on the morning of the election, even though he was talking politically, was utterly inappropriate after we'd just gone through a massive crisis in terms of COVID as well as a Brexit crisis. People in Scotland didn't really want another earthquake. They want stability and security. And I think that showed in the rejection at Alba, actually. It was an incredibly bad choice of word.
Thanks, Siobhan. That's very insightful and very reflective. Kenneth, we'll do one thing and then we'll come back to the broader conversation, but we do now have the results from the Mid-Scotland and Fife regional list, which show that there are 4 Conservative list MSPs elected, 2 Labour and 1 further Green MSP elected. And so returning to Holyrood for the Conservatives will be Murdo Fraser, Liz Smith, Dean Lockhart and Alexander Stewart. For Labour we will see Claire Baker and Alex Rowley. And for the Greens we will see Mark Ruskell, all elected as list MSPs returned to Holyrood. So Kenneth, what's your response to the list MSPs we're seeing from Mid-Scotland and Fife?
An interesting bunch. It's very difficult, obviously, for the SNP to pick up anything, given how well they've done. Although it has to be said, this is not about Miss Scotland and Fife, I'm given to understand that it looks very close that the SNP might just sneak a seat on the South of Scotland list. Not all the figures are in from all the constituencies. There's one constituency to go, but they may actually. It's between them and Labour, so it could be that the SNP actually get themselves up to 64. Of the list. But again, I hate to keep going on about the Greens, because we've gone on about the Greens and the Liberal Democrats an awful lot, not talked about the SNP. But the Greens, once again, the thing about the people that the Greens have got in, they're all pretty quality. There are no make-weights in their lineup at all, and that's really interesting. And another thing that comes up off the lists, actually, it's the Glasgow list. We were lamenting that it had been an awful long time before we saw one woman of colour elected to the Scottish Parliament. We're going to have 2, because the Conservatives have got Pam Gosal in. So no matter what, the Conservative Party, if not at the grassroots, where I think there is still a lot of residual old-fashioned attitudes to people of colour, let's put it that way, and not the only political party to have that, but certainly it's a party that on the face of it looks a lot more like the UK and looks a lot more like Scotland. So it's nice to have 2 women of colour. And I didn't realise this, Pam Duncan-Glancy, the first wheelchair user to access the Scottish Parliament, which, when you consider that the Chamber was designed to accept wheelchairs everywhere except, I think, the back row, that's actually, it's quite remarkable. It was great foresight. I think it was David Steele who insisted on wheelchair access for as many seats as they possibly could. So the lists are interesting, and I think that they're going to be even more interesting. And it's important to bear in mind that people seem to be using their votes now in a much more canny way. They've got the hang of the system over the last few elections. We had that election where people still thought of it as, and I was guilty of saying this earlier on, the first vote and the second vote. It's not. It's the constituency vote and the list vote. And what happened was you had that election where people voted with what they thought was their first vote, and then perhaps some of them thought, this is my second choice, or perhaps some of them thought, well, let's just be a bit profligate with it or whatever. And that's when you saw the Scottish Senior Citizens Party and so many members of the SSP. Scottish politics is not frayed at the edges, if you like. It's not that diverse, that rainbow of a parliament that we're seeing now. And judging by the way that Labour and the Lib Dems are going, we may see Scottish politics settle down and consolidate into, well, it will be effectively a four-party system in this parliament, because the Lib Dems will not technically count unless they miraculously get another seat. But also, it will be a party where these four main parties get equal airtime in the media outlets, which are meant to, in fact, bound by law to give them equal airtime. The Lib Dems don't get that anymore. The Lib Dems get treated as a minor party in the way that the Greens used to be. That's going to be very interesting. And all this is coming off the list. It's not a perfectly proportional system. It was, as I'm sure we're aware, it was the only system of proportional representation that Labour would accept for the Scottish Parliament, because it was biased in favour of the party that was strongest first past the post. I wonder how they feel about that now.
Well, that's a very good point, Kenneth, and I think certainly we know that there is anecdotal evidence of support for independence among Scottish Labour voters, and certainly the way in which tactical voting has become a feature in this election in particular. I think there may yet be some distance to travel in terms of people reflecting and contemplating what the tactical voting and what the parties have achieved or have not achieved this time, and we may yet see some movement. Siobhan, I was teasing Ken a little bit by being slightly nasty about Annie Wells. I see that she's been giving an interview to Sky News in which she says that not every vote for the SNP is a vote for independence. What do you think, Siobhan?
Well, I think how desperate can you get? You know, I saw a Tory saying that yesterday as well, and this is what we get, isn't it? And this picks up on something that Ken, you were saying earlier on as well. It doesn't matter what happens, whether what happens with the SNP or with the Greens, or what happens in terms of a pro-independence majority. The Tories will find a new excuse not to do it. We could have won 128 or 129 seats and they would have come up with an excuse as to why it's not feasible to have an independence referendum. Yes, of course, not every person voted for the SNP thinking, yes, I'm going to get independence. But not every member, I'll guarantee, voted Conservative thinking, yes, we're not going to get independence either, kind of thing. And the absolute downright arrogance of that, when basically the Conservatives took Brexit on, you know what I mean, in its face value. Basically the general election was meant to be a validation of Brexit, but nobody ever said, oh well, did they really vote for Brexit? Because they might have voted for Conservatives but maybe never voted for Brexit. Listen, it was in the manifesto. The mandate was pretty clear. The SNP or the Green Party never exactly hid the fact that they would vote for a referendum if voted in. So that gives the mandate. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous that they're now trying to find yet another reason to bypass democracy. It's absolutely ridiculous. I can't believe that they're getting away with this. We ignore that as for the utterly splitting of hair, desperate stupidity for what that actually is, quite frankly. And welcome to the Scottish Parliament, Annie Wells. You've just said your first really stupid, ridiculous thing. That really pisses me off. Excuse my language.
Well, there's an argument here, Siobhan, that she's got some competition on this front. Douglas Ross has given an interview to The National in which he says that the Scottish Tories did not focus on Indy Ref 2 in their election campaign for Holyrood.
Are you actually kidding me?
That's what's being reported. Unfortunately, I don't have the pile of leaflets that's at home in the kitchen, of campaign literature that's at home on the kitchen table still, or was when I left this morning.
This is so Trumpian. This is so Trumpian, isn't it? I never said that. I never said that, but it's right there. I never said that. We never said that. And it's like, but here's your pile of leaflet. Never said that. Never said that. It's disgraceful. And there's no room for that in the Scottish Parliament. And there's no room for that in Scotland.
Now, that's a very interesting name that you raised there, Siobhan, and it's something I've been meaning to talk to you both about this afternoon. There is certainly mood music coming from the Tory supporting media, as I touched on very briefly this afternoon, that any attempt by the Scottish Parliament to legislate for a referendum, let alone to proceed with a referendum, would at least at one stage would be challenged by the Westminster government, by the Conservative government in the courts. Not suggesting which courts, but that's another matter for the lawyers to sort out. Kenneth, do you think that, adopting Siobhan's use of the Trumpian word, do you think that attempts to subvert or change or divert the freely expressed democratic will of the people by going to court is likely to be a successful approach for the Conservatives?
Yeah, it'll probably be the Supreme Court ultimately, which was Labour's parting gift, along with that and the liberalisation of gambling, which is a real gift to the working poor. But it's a terrible. They will probably do it. It's the law. This is the thing. Powers are devolved. The Scottish Parliament is not sovereign. The UK Parliament chooses which powers it gives to the Scottish Parliament. So they can do that, but that's legal. But there's also politics, and there is a political reality here. And as I was saying earlier on, there might be a chance that Boris Johnson actually is persuaded to hold a referendum, because there's a better chance he could win it now and kill the cause of independence for 25 years. Look what happened in Quebec. That is a possibility. It is also worth bearing in mind, though, that because it's politics, that you've got to. People always think there's some sort of steady state, despite the fact we're talking about elections and people winning and losing seats. That somehow things always continue the way they are. The Tories are on the crest of a wave. They might still be in power after the next election. They're likely still to be in power after the next election. But they are doing very, very well at the moment for a variety of factors. A majority of people in England wanted Brexit. They were sick to death of obstruction. So they got Brexit done, as they promised. Boris Johnson, despite the fact he helped coronavirus pile bodies high in their thousands. He has, the UK has by far the worst record in Europe in terms of deaths. That was a result of political decisions. But despite that, because he took a punt on a not entirely tested vaccine, and because he has organised administering it, and this is happening on both sides of the border, administering it not in a way that the pharmaceutical company actually said it should be administered. The doses are very widely spaced apart. Those were risks. He took risks, more risks with people's lives, and he's got away with it for now. Because what happens in something like a war or a pandemic, people remember what it was like at its height, and they remember how it ended. And at the moment, as things stand, people think it's ended and they're quite happy, and he's getting the benefit of that. But it doesn't resolve the fundamental problems in British politics, and it doesn't fundamentally do anything to address the fact that the United Kingdom is in trouble, that it is fractured. But it is worth bearing in mind that in the short to medium term, I know people like to game ahead and think, well, if this happens, what could we do then to get to independence? There appears to be no way through the Labour Party. There will have to be something involving the Conservative Party, simply because they hold the levers of power down south, and any notions that anybody might have had that perhaps there might be a hung parliament after the next election, and that the SNP might offer to, I don't know, help Labour in some way in order to get a quid pro quo on the constitution, like an Indie Ref 2. None of that's happening. So it has to be done with the Conservative Party, and not necessarily with Boris Johnson in charge, but certainly with the Conservatives in power. As certain as things ever are, that is, in politics.
Well, that's a very fair point, Kenneth. The lack of certainty, I think, in terms of Boris Johnson remaining as Prime Minister, there have been a number of informed speculations over the past 6-9 months as to how much longer he was going to remain in office, and certainly I think there's a school of thought that as soon as the pandemic begins to recede, that he might find his particular jacket on a shaky nail, as those who surround him continue to plot in a very conservative style his defenestration or something even more painful than that. That wouldn't be a surprise at all. But whilst we still wait for results to come in for the remaining list seats, and we were expecting them around about 8 o'clock this evening, so whilst we still wait for them to arrive, we should spend a little bit of time talking about the SNP who have been returned, and the shape of the political dynamics that we're going to see. As we would expect, I think we'll see the commentators. I'll name them no more highly than that, from the Alba party, starting to complain that that SNP votes on the list in the Central Belt in particular have not translated into any list MSPs. Now, notwithstanding that that's the way in which the voting system for Scotland works, that feels like a little bit of pressure from one faction in the independence movement on the SNP, and at the same time there will be the challenge for the SNP as an organisation, as a party, to be wrangling, to be recovering in a sense from the loss of so many time-served, very experienced, long-serving politicians, Mike Russell, Linda Fabiani, Jean Freeman being only 3 examples of many. So that process of transition from one generation to the next will be a challenge too. So Siobhan, first of all, for you, where do you foresee the SNP encountering beginning to encounter challenges at the beginning of the next Scottish Parliament?
Challenges from Alba, you mean, or just challenges generally?
I mean challenges in the movement and challenges in terms of running a large political operation in any parliament. With so many new arrivals.
Yes, I mean, I think that it's a good thing that there's new arrivals, but yes, with that brings maybe some inexperience in terms of just on the basics from how it works and, how you get stuff done and, and how you kind of push forward policies, etc. But there is a vibrancy within that as well. I think I said that yesterday as well. There is an element of, I think there's maybe more of a forcefulness regarding the issue of independence and less of an apology that we kind of that we support that, because it's just the kind of generation that we're brought up with. I think that we've got perhaps maybe a loud fringe of the movement that's still going to push for independence regardless, and independence now regardless, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. Maybe we need an element of that snapping at the heels. I maybe wouldn't have Alex Salmond as your kind of best advocate, to be perfectly honest, but maybe we need a bit of that snapping at the heels of the leaders of the movement. But in terms of the Scottish Parliament, I think there could be, to make up for that inexperience, we'll have that vibrancy in the new ideas. We have lost an amazing amount of vastly experienced MSPs, and I would like to think that they can still offer advice and guidance in terms of the kind of the new MSPs that come forward, but it might actually lead to just a bit more boldness of the Scottish Parliament, just a bit more kind of more risky decision making, not risky in a bad way, but risky in a kind of, let's just take that bitty better leap into something a bit more radical and a bit more kind of to push us forward. So it could be a good thing, actually. How we balance COVID and the recovery, and I'm still very much in a cautious mode that I'm not convinced we're out of this. the UK policy of holiday making and everything's going to be fine on the 21st of June deeply concerns me. It also deeply concerns Indie Sage as well. They are quite distraught over that. So we're not over the COVID pandemic yet. We are still very much at risk. So how we balance the recovery and how we balance that with independence is going to be quite a tight one. On a very personal level, I do a lot of work with women. I do a lot of work with women in terms of, what do you want from Scotland from a future? I do think that the rather loudness of Alba and again Alex Salmond's reputation there can make that slightly more difficult to win women over to independence for me. But that's just my instinct, and that might not happen. So because women are moving over towards independence as well. So, but we'll see how that pans out. I did hear that Alex Salmond said that Alba was still going to continue regardless of the fact that they didn't get any seats. So I didn't expect any different, to be honest. I expected them to perhaps maybe just form into a kind of another pro-independence part of the movement, if that makes sense.
Of course, thank you, Siobhan. That's a very useful reflection. Kenneth, with regard to the next few weeks and months of the new Scottish Parliament and the new Scottish Government, do you feel that if as it is now a fourth consecutive SNP government, and it can be very difficult for governments and political parties to maintain momentum and maintain a head of steam, and I'll think of other industrial wage metaphors if I can, but to maintain that progress, full sails, there's another one. Do you think both in terms of the conversation that we just had with Siobhan, in terms of the potential pitfalls and tripwires that a new parliament and a new government can encounter, especially with a number of MSPs who are new to Holyrood, or do you or also, what are your thoughts with regard to some of the challenges more broadly that the new Scottish Government will face? I'm thinking two examples that cross my mind, for example, are the ongoing challenges of developing and implementing a new policy that is intended to address and mitigate the reported rates of drug deaths in Scotland, which continues to be a political attention and a cause of significant concern for public health and other officials across Scotland. And also more broadly internationally, I'm seeing reports from Iceland that Icelandic politicians are going to launch an initiative to invite Scotland to join the Nordic Council as an observer member of the Nordic Council, and to thereby closen and strengthen international political ties between Scotland and parts of the Nordic fringe. What are your thoughts on any of those initiatives, Kenneth?
I think just to go right back to the beginning there, the idea that there are going to be quite a few experienced people no longer around, and people will look around Holyrood and miss them and their experience, but it will refresh the movement. It kind of answers your second question. How do you keep moving forward? Well, you bring younger people in to do it. I mean, I have to say that I didn't expect to be old, but somehow it happened to me. But just by getting up every morning, it's very strange. And Siobhan was talking about impatience about independence. I think there is a degree of impatience about independence about some people, because some of us aren't getting any younger, and we want to, and we want to live in an independent Scotland. But more broadly, Scotland still has to be run. I think that the big issue is not so much the experience of the young people or the lack of it, the younger ministers and so on. It's going to be how exhausted are some of the people who are returning for a third, fourth spell in government. I mean, we know that Jean Freeman, for example, really was stepped down to a great extent because it was just such an exhausting process running the National Health Service. How tired is John Swinney? Does John Swinney want to carry on with education? It's probably not in his gift. It'll be Nicola Sturgeon who tells him what he's carrying on with. But there are all those imponderables. And indeed, how tired is Nicola Sturgeon? I mean, somebody said to her the other day, "You look tired." She said, "I am." Of course she is. Being First Minister at the best of times is a tough job. During a pandemic, it's been just incredible. And one of the big things, and this is something that Siobhan touched on. I was in my previous incarnation, and one of my last gigs was to cover this pandemic. And one of the things that struck me about it was that the Scottish Government didn't get much wrong in its approach to the pandemic in the first and second waves. The things that went wrong were things which were part of the so-called Four Nations approach. I mean, things like, generally, I think, unforeseeable things like decanting old people out of hospital beds and into care homes. That seemed like a good idea because some of these people had been in hospital beds for months and were so-called bed blockers. We thought it was doing them a favour. People thought, oh, that's quite good. They've at last found the money to do that. It was a disaster. Things like leaving the borders open, that was another Four Nations approach. It's just not on. I don't know. People have rights to things like the right to life and food, clothing and shelter. A foreign holiday is not a basic human right. And this was tied to the UK government's concept of a buccaneering global Britain that couldn't shut its borders. Well, quite big countries that shut their borders, and some countries the size of Scotland, like New Zealand, for example, that shut their borders, don't have death tolls in their hundreds of thousands, or certainly in their tens of thousands. That's the way it developed. So, yes, it's been a tiring gig. Nicola Sturgeon, obviously, the job's hers for as long as she wants it. Will she lead the SNP into the next election? I don't know. I would think that most of Scotland would really like her to do that.
That's a very fair reflection, Kenneth, and I think many people would not deny the First Minister an early retirement or retirement at the time of her choosing. In light of the circumstances that she and others have been through in attempting to assist the country and address the pandemic, and then, as we discussed earlier on, the additional challenges on top of that, navigating Brexit in the time of the pandemic, and then the internal matters with regard to the inquiry into the conduct of Mr. Salmond, and then the inquiries into the conduct of the government as well. And so we are still waiting for the South of Scotland regional results. However, they are expected any minute now.
They're getting declared now.
And then we will hope to see the results from the Lothian regional list, and that I think will complete us. I think. So we're waiting for those to come through at the moment, and then we'll see where we get. We'll see what the final pictures are. Certainly, we're continuing to see commentary with regard to the number of women who will be representatives in the Scottish Parliament. I think something like 35 out of the constituency MSPs are going to be women. But we're expecting to get the South of Scotland results coming through any moment now. I think we're just waiting to see. Siobhan's reaction always tells us.
Yeah, Emma Harper's won a list seat for the Scottish National Party in South of Scotland. The Greens haven't, unfortunately, which is a shame. But that's one more for the Scottish National Party.
Let's see what we've got. Yes, so that takes the SNP. If that is the result, and I'm sure it is, that brings the SNP to 64, which I think is an increase on their previous performance. Yes, indeed. So I've got it. I've got the South of Scotland region. The list MSPs elected for the South of Scotland region at this election. There are 3 Labour, 3 Conservative, and one SNP. For Labour, we have Colin Smith, Carol Mochan and Martin Whitfield. For Conservatives, we have Craig Hoy, Brian Whittle and Sharon Dowie. And as Siobhan helped us with there, for the SNP, we have Emma Harper returned as an SNP list MSP for the South of Scotland region. So that brings as we say, that brings the number of SNP MSPs up to 64, one short of an absolute majority in the Scottish Parliament. And otherwise, I don't think there are any particular surprises in that regional list. Kenneth, any surprises for you in that regional list result?
Jubilation, as we've seen from Siobhan for the SNP, obviously, to get yet another seat. Obviously, exclusive to all unionist media from now on. It's a disastrous night for the SNP because they've fallen one short of being bigger than all the other parties in the Parliament put together. But perhaps we can set that to one side. That is an unexpected bonus. Anything coming off the list was pretty much an unexpected bonus after the SNP passed 63. It's a shame for the Greens, obviously, because it does look like it was the SNP that knocked the Greens out of contention there. So, but it also proves that the predictions from I think two different sources that the SNP would have 63 and the Greens might have 9 were a bit skew, which proves why we actually have elections and not have opinion polls and predictions exclusively to decide how we govern ourselves.
Absolutely, Kenneth. Thank you. And Siobhan, what's your response to seeing the results from the South of Scotland list?
Well, it tells us that both votes SNPs is not a wasted vote, because we've got the one. Yes, it's good. It would have been good for the Greens as well, but I think that at this stage that any gain that the SNP makes, and there is a kind of quite a build up of stuff here that we've got a really increased voter turnout. We've got an increase in vote. The SNP as well as the Greens have got an increase in vote, and now there is an increase in seats. So all that builds a picture to increase the mandate and the argument for the mandate that we have. The fact that the Greens have overtaken the Liberal Democrats as well is another reason why the mandate is now stronger. So the South of Scotland, well done. That's given us yet another layer of pushing that mandate forward now.
Thank you, Siobhan. That's very helpful. I can see certainly the result for Emma Harper being celebrated by the SNP, and the point that you make that this is an increase of 1 over the result from the 2016 election, and inevitably there are now comments and responses coming in suggesting that if the SNP can gain the highest number of votes in any Scottish election, increase their constituency seats and increase majorities across constituencies, then where does that put the Prime Minister in his determination to reject and refuse the apparently clear view of the Scottish electorate that they support, that a majority of them support parties who are in favour of independence for Scotland and holding a referendum to achieve that. So I think there's a beginning of a realisation across political commentary in the UK, perhaps. I think most Scottish political commentators understand it, but I think I've seen other commentators, perhaps at a UK level, beginning to start to get a handle on what this means. Ken, what do you think the response from White City and a building on the Clyde over there will likely be to this news?
I think it will be, the SNP's fallen just 1 seat short. Pity that, isn't it? That means Scottish independence is off the table. But this is politics. And one of the things is, but first of all, you shouldn't hold the Prime Minister to his word, because his word, as we have seen, is one thing, and what he does is something completely different. He'll do what's politically expedient. In some ways, he's a very good Prime Minister to have in if you're trying to get Scottish independence. It won't happen overnight, but he only really has one ideology, and it's not the Union, it's himself. So he will do what's good for him. What would be a nightmare scenario would be for another Conservative Prime Minister to take over who actually sincerely and in a principled way actually believed in the Union. He would fight like crazy. What you're going to see now is a bit like in rather predictable American movies when they're chasing the baddie and the baddie runs through the hotel kitchen and he knocks over the crockery and he gets in the way of the guy carrying the cutlery. He runs out the back and there's a fruit stall and he knocks the fruit stall over. It's like that, and he throws some cardboard boxes in the way as well. That's what we're going to get now. We're going to get all sorts of obstacles put in our way. Some of them will be real. Some of them will have been leaked to the Spectator or briefed to the Telegraph, which is the Tory House newspaper. All of that will be noise. All that has to happen now is politics and determination. And what I think you will see as a result of this, within a reasonably short time, support for independence will rise back to the levels it was a couple of months ago and stay there and possibly actually keep going a little further. I think you will also find that the very idea that the Scots would be denied a second independence referendum will upset our sense of fairness. We're talking about a Scottish self-image of being non-racist and tolerant. We're also like to think, was it one of the McIlvanney brothers who said that wherever somebody is being oppressed anywhere in the world and there's a crowd round about, at the back there's a Scottish voice going, hang on, that's no fair. That's what we like to think. We don't like things that aren't fair. And to stop Scotland getting a second referendum would not be fair, and it will not go down well, and it will only drive the cause of independence further. Now, at the moment, we've got to bear in mind the current conventional wisdom. You can already see it coming up in some of the mainstream media. Is, well, that's Scotland split down the middle now. Well, yes, it is, but you've got to bear in mind that before the last independence referendum was only 7 years ago. Scotland, it was lucky if you were touching 25% support for independence. Look what happened by the end of the campaign. We're now talking about it being 50-50. I don't think it's going to be 50-50 for terribly long. But it's going to be a tough journey in between, and there's no doubt going to be some times when it looks pretty bleak.
That's very insightful and very helpful, Kenneth. And on top of that, you've given me the benefit of the second McIlvanney quote I've had of the day. Perhaps not so helpful in the context. The McIlvanney I read this morning related to the noblest of dreams being drowned in puddles. And given the weather that we've had over the next few weeks, I suspect, and also what we've seen in the weather in Edinburgh today, I think we wouldn't be surprised if there is a little bit of puddle action going on, but hopefully not the noblest of dreams being drowned in them if we possibly can. But yeah, it's an interesting point again. Just James Kelly is pointing out whilst we're seeing 64. SNP MSPs. There is the matter of the election of the presiding officer. Mm-hmm. And I think it's correct that by convention the presiding officer will not be a member of the SNP, which means that in practice the SNP will have a majority.
There's a pro-independence majority already with the Greens. Yes. That's it. So yes, there will be that. And by tradition, you're right. Who would they go for? It was a Labour man the last time. Did they offer it to Alec Cole-Hamilton? And that would be quite interesting. Or Willie Rennie. That would be amusing. He can crack a good joke. That sort of thing. Or maybe one of the Conservatives, Douglas Ross. Douglas Ross is presiding officer. Now, there's something to look forward to.
Oh, I'm feeling quite queasy now, Ken. Again, if that's not any of those options, but yes, the point is absolutely right. There is a majority of independents supporting MSPs in the Scottish Parliament now as a result of the results that have already been declared, and that despite the determination by some commentators to confuse the first past the post system that's present in England and at the UK general election. With our D'Hondt system, which seeks to introduce some degree of proportionality into the results, and in particular a system, as we've discussed on a number of occasions today, that was designed in order to prevent any single party taking control of the Parliament. So I agree, it's a distraction, and it's not it's not where the focus needs to be in terms of framing the discussion and advancing the arguments and the position of anyone. We're still, I think, we've seen the South. We're still not seeing the results from the Lothians. I would like to think it can't be far away. The results that they were able to make great success. They were able to make great success with the counting for the Lothians yesterday. But what I think we should do in those circumstances is that we will continue this discussion, but we will take a short break with the VT, and then we'll come back after that VT with a continued coverage of Scotland Counts and a continued discussion from two people who have given a great deal of time and effort and thought and brain power and contributions and cultural references, for which I've been very grateful, both Siobhan Toland and Kenneth MacDonald, who have stuck with us this afternoon and have given tremendous service and tremendous input to us all this afternoon, for which I will say thank you again effusively. But at this stage in the evening, again, I will certainly say thank you. I'll recognise the hard work and commitment that you've shown to the cause of broadcasting Scotland and broadcasting that is independent and independently minded in Scotland, and something that I think that we're going to need a whole lot more of in light of the results that we're seeing from the Scottish Parliament today, and the likelihood of where we are going to, the likely direction of travel in our politics in Scotland, which will need a great deal of commentary and insight to help educate and help elucidate and help discuss and debate. I'm just checking if we're ready to go to a VT just now, which we are.
How do you mean no more commission?
Well, no one in Scotland can commission an idea. You know, if I went to BBC Scotland, I said, "Oh, I've got this great idea for a sitcom. I've got this brilliant idea for a drama." You know, there isn't one person in Scotland that can okay it unless it goes through London.
Good morning and welcome to another edition of Full Scottish. What's happening today?
Hello and welcome to the Full Scottish here on Broadcasting Scotland.
Scotland is going to be an independent country.
That need, that desire for independence is ever stronger than perhaps it was in 2014. So there's an obligation that we've got to give leadership to that campaign. That's what Nicola Sturgeon, as our First Minister, has been doing.
My feeling about Boris Johnson is he can't be trusted on anything.
That is now and forever will be known as the rape clause.
I'm old enough to remember going into Europe in '73, and I remember how much of a razor's edge that was a battling stone. And I think we made it by 53%, if I remember correctly, for going in. And ever since that time, England particularly has been pretty much schizophrenic, down the middle about whether it felt British or whether it felt European. And that schism, that crack has remained throughout English society ever since.
Scotland means business. Scotland's voice won't be stilled, it won't be silenced, it has to be heard.
About the work that's been done by Broadcasting Scotland in giving community activists, yes activists, Scottish activists a platform other than the traditional media outlets.
There we are. Welcome back to Scotland Counts on Broadcasting Scotland. Our coverage of the 2021 Scottish election for the Holyrood Parliament continues. We're at the stage over 2 days of counting where the results that we're waiting for are the remainder of the list seats. We have all of the constituency seats declared and the majority of the list seats declared as well. We're waiting for list seats from the Lothians. We now have 64 SNP MSPs, an increase of 1 on the result from the 2016 election for Holyrood. We have an increased number of Green MSPs, and we are seeing a reduction in the number of Labour and Lib Dem MSPs. And so we've seen the SNP increasing its share of the vote. We've seen an increased total number of voters for the SNP, and we've seen the SNP increase its number of MSPs sitting at Holyrood. We continue to be lucky enough to be joined by two very erudite and very thoughtful and very helpful contributors and commentators. We have Siobhan Toland and we have Kenneth MacDonald, who have stuck thick and thin with me through this afternoon and my attempts to keep this going. And I'm very grateful to them both personally, as is Broadcasting Scotland, but I'm very grateful to them both for their contributions and their thoughts and their input this afternoon. Kenneth, turning to you first of all, as we enter what is likely to be the final straight for this Scottish election, what do you think are the big takeaways for you in terms of the overall performance of the parties?
Oh, the SNP remains the absolutely dominant party, even slightly more dominant than before. And that's fascinating when you look at the fact it's been in power for 14 years. It's remarkable. The incumbency generally drags a party down after a while, simply because people either get bored or the mistakes accumulate. This has not happened. The other thing is that the Conservatives have held up in terms of the number of seats, because they have established themselves as the main anti-independence party and indeed the main anti-referendum party, despite the fact that Scottish Labour, as they call themselves, tried to rebrand themselves and had a fresh new leader, and some thought a pretty effective new leader, certainly getting the arguments across. They're still in decline. The Scottish Liberal Democrats have declined so far that technically they don't qualify as a party group in the Parliament anymore, because as far as we know, we're still waiting for Lothian, it's just declaring now, they have only 4 MSPs. So and the Greens have done well, not quite as well as was expected, because the SNP managed to pick up another seat in the South of Scotland list that the Greens maybe had hopes for, but certainly the Greens have got a pretty strong team. And of course the overall headline is we have a majority in the Scottish Parliament of MSPs who will vote for independence. That is incontrovertible. Except no substitute for that argument, except no substitute for the fact that it was somehow the SNP that had to do it on its own. Very nearly did. It is the fact that is what Scotland has voted for, using a democratic system, a voting system, which is an awful lot more democratic than the one that elects Westminster.
Absolutely, Kenneth, and as you say, we've now seen the Lothian list declared, which are the final seats to be declared for the Scottish Parliament. For the Lothian region, the list MSPs elected are 3 Conservatives, 2 Labour and 2 Green MSPs on the Lothian list. For the Conservatives, we see the return of Miles Briggs and Jeremy Balfour and Susan Webber joining them. For Labour, we have Sarah Boyack and Faisal Chowdhury for the Labour Party. And for the Greens, we have Lorna Slater, who we've mentioned earlier today, and also Alison Johnson. So that is the final of the regional lists to be declared. It shows, I think it's fair to say that shows an increase in support for the Greens on that list, and we'll get more analysis of that as we so it's actually technically no change from 2016, with Conservative 3, Labour 2 and Green 2, but on the back of other changes that we've seen, that indicates certainly a greater representation of Green Party politicians in the new Scottish Parliament. Siobhan, what's your immediate reaction to the declaration of the last of the regional lists, the Lothian list, with no change?
I mean, very, very happy that Lorna Slater is in. I thought she was excellent over the campaign. I think she will be yet another vibrant, young, intelligent woman to enter into the Scottish Parliament, which I think is great. What does that put the pro-independence majority on now? We've got 64 and 8 from the Greens. Is that correct?
I think that's right.
So that's
It'll take us to
72. It's a very, very strong pro-independence majority now. So it's really good. I'm not surprised that, it was a very, very good vote for the Green Party in Edinburgh. It wasn't that far behind Labour, really, when you think, the beast that Labour used to be, and, the smallness that the Green Party used to be. And I do think it shows you, that kind of move and momentum that the Green Party is going to have now. Picking up on something that Kenneth was saying earlier on about the four parties who will get equal airtime, and that would include the Green Party. I think that will benefit the Green Party quite a lot, actually, in terms of kind of putting forward those ideas. So I think the only way is up for the Green Party, and it's a very, very good result for them. In Central, it's Lothian. It's not unexpected, but it's a good result.
Thanks, Siobhan. That's very helpful. And Kenneth, I think we've started to see from the Unionist parties fairly consistent lines about there being not a majority of the votes cast for the SNP, and lines that we've heard before. I think it's fair to say that those are probably the kind of the lines that they pull off the shelf first in order just to make some noise. But insofar as they don't appear to be able to reflect yet at the moment on why the SNP has increased the number of votes, increased the number of seats, and has been re-elected to be the government of the Parliament, the party of government for the fourth time and after 14 years. What do you think how long do you think those the attack lines are going to continue from the Unionist parties, or how quickly do you think they're going to be able to reflect on what we've just seen returned as a result of this election?
Well, I love how after electing 129 MSPs, it turns out that's not really what it was all about. Actually, what we just had was an independence referendum, but they didn't tell us. They actually gave it to us, and we lost by 1%. And it's just fantastic. You'll get all that sort of stuff, and you'll get. I mean, it's what politicians do, isn't it? And it must be very difficult because half of them don't believe in it anyway. Certainly, half of the ones on the Unionist side, they know when they've had a doing. They do that. I mean, Douglas Ross has done better than I expected, I have to say, in leading his party to a fairly the largest minority party. Let's put it that way. And to pick up on something that Siobhan said about equal airtime, those are rules which are announced by the broadcasters in consultation with Ofcom and people like that. They can always rewrite them. For example, the broadcasting rules regarding Westminster used to recognise a three-party political system, but they then rewrote it so that it was two main parties and not three main parties. Funnily enough, that happened shortly after the SNP became the third largest party at Westminster. I'm sure that was just a coincidence, but there are all sorts of different ways they will continue to fight. One of the ways, in fact, is through the broadcasting rules, because obviously every time somebody appears, you will get as many people are arguing, as many parties arguing, or possibly more if they continue to include the Liberal Democrats, against independence as for it. That's something to watch out for. But generally speaking, politically they don't have an argument, but ultimately politics is about power, nothing more than that. Westminster holds the power. Therefore, it is now a political battle to convince them that they'd be better off without us. And one of the things that is worth bearing in mind, as I've said a couple of times, it looks to me that the United Kingdom is shattering, it's fragmenting. It's not necessarily what the Scottish people vote for, or that may not be the key to independence. It may simply be that eventually the English Tory party get tired of us and throw us out. You've got to bear in mind about the Velvet Divorce in Czechoslovakia. At the time, According to opinion polls, if people had voted in a referendum, Czechoslovakia would not have split into two countries. But the two ruling elites, the two power blocs in the Czech Republic and Slovakia simply got tired of arguing with each other, and the Czechs particularly with the Slovaks asking for more, and eventually went, look, just want a divorce then? Oh, okay, that's fine. And that's what happened. Independence happens in so many different ways, but the thing we've learned from the last, 100 years of development is that independence happens. And if people want it, it's going to happen. It's just that, being the Scots, we'd really, really like it to happen peacefully and amicably.
Yes, of course, and I think there are lessons to be learned from the history of other countries who have sought independence from Westminster, and also, as you say, lessons to be learned across Europe from countries seeking independence from each other and from the former Soviet bloc. Siobhan, what's your takeaway now that we've reached the conclusion of the declaration of the results, and we've had the opportunity today to discuss each of the parties and the number of the candidates and the personalities. We've discussed the campaigns. Siobhan, what's your takeaway from what we've seen today?
There's a move, I think, globally of young, vibrant, pragmatic, social democratic nations being led by young, mainly female, but not all, countries that are shifting the ideology of how societies should be run. After many decades of a harsh economic neoliberal structure, Scotland is one of those, and I think that's why it will eventually become independent, because Scotland is there and one of those nations that's building that alternative global political structure. I'm mindful also that, you know, Scotland's been invited by Iceland, and it's telling that it's Iceland because yet another example of a modern social democratic, young, vibrant leadership that's taken that forward, that we've kind of been invited as observers into the Arctic Council.
Nordic Council, yes.
So, sorry, I do apologise. The Nordic Council. I think there is an element of a deeper connection beginning to develop between those nations. So I think that looking at Scotland in terms of moving forward, it's great, it's independence, but I think in terms of our global impact as well, we are part of a new, vibrant, alternative political and economic reality, or alternative political structure that can change how politics is going to move forward, and that comes as well after the defeat of Trump, which was clearly quite significant too. So I think that we're sitting there in a very exciting and interesting wider structure of social democratic change that's occurring across the globe, and that's really exciting.
Thank you, Siobhan. That's very helpful. You saw on the screen while Siobhan was speaking there the final Scottish election result, which shows the SNP on 64 seats, which is a gain of 1. The Conservatives on 31, which is no change. The Labour Party on 22, which is a drop of 2. The Green Party on 8, which is a gain of 2. And the Liberal Democrats on 4, which is a reduction of 1. That tells us that in terms of the overall complexion of the Scottish Parliament, that there is an independence majority in the Scottish Parliament at Holyrood of 15, which means that we now have the biggest pro-independence majority in the history of the Scottish Parliament since it was re-established in 1999. So now that we've reached this point in the programme, there are a couple of things that I need to point out. Firstly, Broadcasting Scotland produces a range of programmes which are distinctive and are distinctive in terms of their approach to Scottish news, Scottish current affairs and Scottish culture. We rely on everyone to support us in making these programmes, and if you think that you would like to help us by supporting these programmes, then there is a link on your screen, and if you would like to support the work of Broadcasting Scotland in order that we can make more programmes like this and on a wider range of topics, then please go to broadcastingscotland.scot/register, and there you're able to make a contribution to meeting the costs of running the station. You are also very welcome to help us by volunteering. We rely on volunteers in front of the cameras and behind the cameras and doing other things to promote the station and to make everything work here. And so please, if you would like to volunteer to join us, please go to broadcastingscotland.scot, where you can send a message, and you'll be very welcome to volunteer and to join us in making these programmes and more over the coming years. Having said those two things, it's very important that I thank the two contributors who are still with us this evening, Siobhan Tolland and Kenneth MacDonald. Thank you both, guys.
Thank you, it's a pleasure.
It's been a considerable pleasure for me. Sorry, Siobhan.
No, just echoing what Kenneth said.
It's been a particular pleasure to me for to be lucky enough to be joined by both of you for so much of this afternoon. I need to thank you both. We also need to thank Leslie, who was with us in the studio earlier on today, Sam, who was with us earlier on in the studio today, Theo, who joined us online from Aberdeen, and Carol, who's been working behind the scenes and helping to produce the programme. Without the contributions of everybody, we wouldn't have been able to bring this programme to you. But at the moment, in terms of thanking Siobhan and Kenneth, who are with us just now, it's been tremendous to have their input and their contributions this afternoon. But for now, with the result that we now have the largest pro-independence majority in the Scottish Parliament, in the history of the Parliament since it was reconvened in '99, thank you very much for watching us yesterday and today. Good night, and have a great what's left of your evening.
Thanks.